This guy just couldn't catch a break. Life had been incredibly tough on him. He almost had a fateful encounter with the legendary Truck Kun, but fortunately, the light was red. He continued on his way only to be unceremoniously crushed by a falling pole. And just like that, he was reborn as Kella in a world where magic is everything and the weak are treated like dirt. But this time things were different. Kella awakened an absurd talent, becoming a supreme genius of creation magic and leaving every other student at the academy in the dust. Outside a gaming cafe, one kid mentions that a new map for the game Kangchi just dropped. His friend casually brags that he already snagged the #1 spot right after waking up, stunning the other kid. He admits the map is insanely difficult and his friend agrees, saying the top player, Kangchi, can't possibly be human. Nearby, our protagonist is enjoying a skewer. Overhearing the pair wonder how Kangchi is so fast. His friend suddenly turns to him and jokingly accuses him, saying he has to be using bots. He keeps needling him, asking why he's eating street food when he's making a killing from gaming. The hooded protagonist simply replies that the food here is just that good, and that's the only reason he comes. He quickly changes the subject, announcing he took first place again and telling them to get ready to celebrate. His friend, completely exasperated, complains that he makes it look too easy and calls him a bot again. With a straight face, our protagonist thinks to himself that his friend isn't entirely wrong. As it turns out, he's actually an AI, and the only place he finds genuine enjoyment is inside the game. Fighting monsters and leveling up, that's his true passion. His thoughts conclude that the world of gaming and map creation is the only place he truly feels alive. Later, outside the gaming cafe, the friends are saying their goodbyes after a long day of playing. His buddy playfully reminds him to use his fat wallet to buy him a snack, and our hero just agrees to get rid of him. Walking alone, our protagonist reflects on why he's so hooked on the game. He realizes it's because he has no control over anything in the real world. In games, everything is simple, but in reality, so many things are just out of his reach. He can't even move something as simple as an inefficiently placed telephone pole. If this were a game, he thinks he could fix it all with a single mouse click. Suddenly, a speeding truck comes barreling out of nowhere, and it's heading straight for him. The distracted protagonist is directly in its path. But this is reality, not a game, and the danger is very real. He can't just delete a truck because he wants to. The driver slams on the brakes tires, screeching as the truck comes to a halt just inches away from him. Startled, he can't help but joke that he thought he was about to get isekai'd for real. The furious driver leans out and yells, asking if he has a death wish. Our protagonist, completely unfazed, just points to the side. He calmly tells the man to check the crosswalk signal, which is clearly green. Confused, the driver mutters about when the light changed as our protagonist simply walks away. As he leaves, he thinks about how frustrating and restrictive the real world is. If only he could edit things like in a game, life would be so much more efficient. With that kind of power, he could finally build the perfect world he's always wanted. But just then, the cable on a nearby construction crane snaps with a deafening crack. People on the street scream in terror, yelling for everyone to run. That's when our hero spots a little girl standing directly under the falling metal beam. He freezes in shock for a moment, but his expression quickly hardens with determination. The little girl looks up, completely frozen with fear and unable to move a muscle. Acting on pure impulse, the protagonist sprints forward and shoves the child out of harm's way. The ball she was holding goes flying from the force of his life-saving push. The little girl tumbles safely to the side, pushed clear of the danger zone by our hero. She lands safely, sitting up in terror as the protagonist's final thought flashes through his mind. The only thing he could ever truly control was his own body. And with that, the massive beam comes crashing down, crushing the protagonist, who had just sacrificed himself to save the little girl. Lying battered and broken beneath the wreckage, the protagonist struggles for every breath, feeling his life slipping away. As his vision fades to black, he wonders if this is what it feels like to die. And with his last breath, he finally understands a life without godlike powers or control. That was reality. Suddenly, he finds his body floating in a strange purple void. He's completely stunned by the situation, looking around in confusion and wondering where on earth he is. The darkness around him is absolute, and he starts to wonder if this is what being dead is really like. Just then, a deep, mysterious voice echoes through the void, its intimidating tone sending a shiver down his spine. A giant, shadowy creature materializes before him, asking how he enjoyed his little trip to oblivion. Startled, our hero shouts, demanding to know what the creature is and what it means by oblivion. The entity simply explains that death is merely the path to reincarnation, which only confuses him even more. Our hero is left completely speechless, struggling to make sense of the cryptic words he just heard. The being continues explaining it will grant him a chance to recover his lost memories. Annoyed, the boy demands the creature speak plainly for a change, but the entity pays him no mind. Instead, with a booming voice, it commands the one who has forgotten to open his eyes. Desperate, the protagonist begs for it to stop. Having no idea what was happening to his body, the young man's eyes change color in an instant, taking on a wild, feral look. He jolts awake with a terrified scream, only to find himself sporting demon horns and fangs. Still reeling from the shock, he stumbles and leans against a nearby table. He tries to get his bearings. Taking a look around, he realizes the entire place resembles an ancient castle. Then he catches his reflection and is horrified by his new demonic appearance. He wonders how he could possibly still be alive, staring in disbelief at his hands now tipped with sharp claws. The reality of his situation begins to sink in, and he wonders if he's been isekai'd into another world, just like in an anime. But the feeling of his own touch is so distinct, making everything feel frighteningly real. He knows with certainty that this isn't a dream, and his sense of despair only intensifies. So he just stands there in the hall, trying to piece together this utterly insane puzzle. He questions where he is, confirming that it really does look like an old castle. Confused, he asks himself who he is, but his thoughts are interrupted by a voice asking what he's muttering about. The protagonist's eyes widen as he realizes there's someone else in the hall with him. Out of nowhere, someone appears and stabs him in the back, giving him no chance to react. He chokes on his own blood. He can't believe he's been struck with a dagger. The demon girl lunges at him, a sadistic smile on her face, consumed by the desire to cause him pain. She looms over him mockingly, asking if he thinks this is the end. An agonizing pain rips through him as he realizes her blade pierced straight through his chest. Coughing up blood, the young man demands to know why she attacked him so suddenly. The girl feigns ignorance, asking what he could possibly mean by why. She then admits she hates him, and that's reason enough to get rid of him, lunging once more. He panics, unable to process that she is genuinely trying to end his life. But just as she's about to deliver the final blow, someone else intervenes, catching the blade with their bare hand. The protagonist looks back, stunned by the timely and unexpected rescue. A man wielding a whip has caught the sword, and the girl demands to know why he's interfering again. Just then, a woman appears and scolds her, telling her not to do this to her own brother, a shocking revelation. Our hero is completely bewildered, wondering what is happening and who these people are. The woman approaches him, sighing about how his sister has mistreated him again, and offers him a drink. Thinking it's a healing potion, he gulps it down in one go, relieved to finally have an ally. But the woman gives him a cryptic smile, commenting on how he drank it so readily this time. The young man's eyes fly open in sheer panic as he realizes he's walked right into a trap. He immediately vomits a vile purple liquid, confirming his worst fear: the drink was poisoned. He clutches his throat, a searing pain burning through him as he screams in agony while the poison takes hold. His sister grows furious, shouting that she wanted to be the one to kill him, not for him to die like this. The other woman remarks with a bored expression that her poison recipe was another failure. His entire body racked with pain, he wonders why he has to endure so much suffering. At that moment, the giant hall gates creak open, revealing a blindingly bright light. A guard announces the return of the Demon King, Helcalden, and the sisters freeze, startled by his sudden arrival. The protagonist hears the word father and is thrown into even deeper confusion. Through his haze of pain, he sees the Demon King's powerful hand clench into a fist, a clear sign of his displeasure. Then the imposing figure of the great Demon King finally emerges, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. He demands to know the source of the vile noises, and the protagonist realizes this man truly is the Demon King. His sister immediately tries to save herself by blaming him, claiming he started the entire commotion. But the king unleashes a wave of energy and roars at her to be silent, instantly shutting them both up. He seizes his daughter by the neck, declaring it a humiliation to hear the groans of the weak within his castle. As she's being choked, the woman gasps out an apology, begging her father for mercy. Meanwhile, our protagonist puts the pieces together. If those two are his sisters, then this terrifying and merciless Demon King must be his father. The king ignores her pleas, stating that he only wishes to hear two sounds in his castle. The young man grows tense, sensing that whatever his supposed father is about to say will not be good. He continues saying he wants to hear the sound of a demon's birth and the sound of an honorable death. Hearing this, the horrifying realization dawns on the protagonist and pure terror consumes him. Suddenly, a scream of pure, unadulterated agony echoes throughout the dark castle. The scene cuts to the Demon King, standing in the hall, surrounded by bodies at his feet. The poison is still racking the boy's system, and he continues to cough up blood, grievously wounded. He finally accepts the truth. He has somehow been reincarnated into another world. But he can't believe that of all the possibilities, he ended up as the son of this guy. Lying on the floor, he curses his rotten luck. He's unable to accept his new reality, wondering why, out of every possible scenario, it had to be the Demon King. The scene flashes back to the protagonist as a child crying for his mother. He explains that his sister Caldera stabbed him in the eye with a fork, but his mother only offers empty platitudes about his pain. The boy continues to cry, adding that his other sister Tarmi poisoned his food. With a cold look, his mother tells him he needs to take matters into his own hands. She advises him to repay them in kind, just as a true demon should. But the boy is terrified, protesting that if he tries, his sisters might kill him. With a cruel smile, she replies that he simply needs to kill them first. The little boy is stunned, a single tear rolling down his cheek as he tries to process her words. We learn that his father killed 12 of his own siblings to become the great Demon King. His mother repeats her advice: if someone tries to kill him, he must strike first. With that, she pulls a dagger from behind her back, preparing to teach him a hands-on lesson. And without a moment's hesitation, she stabs him from behind, causing the boy to scream out in pure pain and shock. As she holds him close, she whispers that this is exactly how a true demon behaves. He screams for his mother in agony as she asks if he has finally learned his lesson. Back in the present, our protagonist wakes up with a scream jolted out of the horrible nightmare. A servant approaches the bed, asking if he's awake. Finding him panting, he realizes this is the body he reincarnated into, and those were all Kella's memories. He then looks down at his body and notices that all of his wounds have healed on their own. We're told that Kella has a regenerative ability far beyond that of a normal person. The servant informs him that Lord Kella has been asleep for a long time, while he stares at his hands in confusion. She then tells him to get up, as the family meal is almost ready, and he obeys. We're informed that the timid Kella was always despised by his siblings. In a flashback, Ren suggests an outfit, but he complains that his brother's servant should be the one dressing him. She then jokes that she could help him too, but the old Kella refuses, completely embarrassed. In another memory, the servant tells him to clean his blanket, which he finds strange since that's literally her job. He also remembers finding Ren sleeping soundly in his bed, making herself right at home. And he even recalls when she sent a doll to do her work, leaving the old Kella shocked. Our protagonist reflects on just how weak the original Kella was, letting himself get pushed around by a servant. But with a serious look, he decides that the Kella of today is going to be very different. He then clenches his fist tightly, showcasing his newfound determination. He realizes that the old Kella was bullied his entire life, and things aren't so different here. With a determined look, he understands that in this place, those who seem weak don't just get bullied, they die. He then walks with his servant toward the royal family's massive dining table. The Demon King glares at him seriously and warns in a deep voice that Kella is late. The king's presence is so overwhelming that our protagonist immediately understands why he's the boss around here. He sits at the table and apologizes for the delay, already bracing himself for what's coming. But his sister greets him with a swift, hard kick from under the table. This lovely surprise attack comes with a stab to the leg just to show a little family affection. He grinds his teeth, trying to endure the pain so he won't look weak in front of everyone. His sister then taunts him, saying he looks frail and needs to eat more. Annoyed, he wonders what would happen if they ever found out he isn't the real Kella. He gets a hold of himself and gives thanks for the food, thinking he just needs to hang on for now. At that, our hero picks up his spoon and decides to try the soup on his plate. But in that same instant, he feels the poison taking effect and realizes this is no ordinary food. His other sister then chimes in that the soup was made especially for him and asks if it isn't simply delicious. Despite feeling the poison, he hides his pain and says, yes, the soup is delicious. He looks at his family and thinks with disgust that these demons are nothing to him. With a dark expression, he decides they are not his family. They are just monsters. And with a determined look, he vows he won't be their punching bag anymore. It's time to act. A flashback shows that in his past life, he always wanted to achieve things on his own. With this mindset, he ended up being recognized as the best map creator in a game. But he remembers that when it came to real life, it was a completely different story. In reality, he was a weakling who couldn't do anything to defend himself. And because of that, he never wanted to go through that situation again. He swears to himself that he will never die so defenselessly a second time. Back in the present, his entire demeanor shifts, revealing a newfound resolve. With a wicked grin, he presents the poisoned soup to his sister Sildera, and then, without any warning, he chucks the whole bowl right in her face, making her shriek in shock. He then whips a dagger out from his leg and announces he's about to give Tarma his sister's gift. Then in one fluid motion, he stabs his other sister with the very same blade that had once injured him. The Demon King is utterly stunned by his youngest son's completely unexpected behavior. He gets to his feet and confronts his father, demanding to know why demons should even pretend to have happy family dinners. In a fit of rage, our hero flips the entire table with all his strength, yelling that from now on, everyone eats alone. The entire family is just frozen in shock by his rebellion, completely unable to process what they just witnessed. With a look of pure defiance, he challenges every last one of them, daring them to see who will come out on top. The scene then cuts to an exterior shot of the castle, showcasing the sheer grandeur of the demon fortress. Sporting a satisfied grin, our young hero thinks to himself how good it felt to finally rebel. Of course, we're then shown that he got a vicious beatdown from his furious father right after. Still, he manages to recover surprisingly fast, leaving him pretty impressed with his new body. He gazes down at his hand, feeling an unfamiliar power coursing through him. It's then he realizes he truly is the Demon King's son, complete with an inheritance of incredible power. Now, our protagonist is eager to find out just how strong this newfound ability of his really is. A servant begins to inform him about the upcoming demonic power class, but he cuts her short, telling her to stop ordering him around. She's taken aback by his sudden change in attitude, wondering what's gotten into him. Alone once more, the young man thinks about this demonic power class he has to attend. He recalls from Kella's memories that this class is one of the worst experiences of his life. Still, our hero knows there's no good reason to skip it, so he decides to face it head on. The scene shifts to the training grounds where the instructor announces that Caldera and Tarm will be absent today. Hearing this, our hero spots some familiar faces in the crowd and immediately gets a sinking feeling. He remembers them all too well from Kella's memories and knows they're nothing but trouble. In a flashback, the original Kella is trembling with fear, insisting he can't fight at all. One of the bullies just scoffs that he has no choice since it's a class, and then charges right at him. Using that as an excuse, the guy proceeds to beat Kella mercilessly, leaving him screaming in pain on the ground. It's clear that these guys are true demons who genuinely get a kick out of others' suffering. For them, tormenting Kella was just a pastime, like some sort of twisted fun game. Back in the present, one of his sisters shows up and tells the bully not to go easy on him. With a sadistic grin, she gives him permission to unleash his true abilities. The attacker gleefully thanks her and begins to channel an even more powerful magic attack against Kella. But our protagonist can only remember the original Kella begging for the torture to stop. The poor kid hated fighting and just wanted it all to be over. But no one ever paid him any mind. Our hero thinks with conviction that the original Kella wasn't actually weak. He just had a heart that was too kind, and that's precisely why he always ended up being everyone's punching bag. But now everything's different. He faces the challenge with a completely new expression. With a confident smirk, he decides he's going to put this new strength to good use. At the training grounds, a bespectacled instructor asks who was just fighting. A red-haired guy steps up, saying it was him, and approaches Kella with a jeering attitude. He continues to taunt him, smirking that he should have called Kella Sir. Kella is furious at the blatant disrespect, while the other guy offers a fake apology. The instructor then orders them both to start round 2 right then and there in front of everyone. The redhead gets into a fighting stance, gathering a purple energy in his hands and asking if Kella is ready. From the crowd, other students start to jeer, saying that young Master Kella is about to get his butt kicked again. He hears their nasty comments, which only fuels his irritation. His opponent cracks a malicious smile, clearly relishing Kella's discomfort. But Kella reflects that he and his rival are actually quite similar. The scene then flashes back, revealing that he was also bullied in his past life. Back then, he had neither money nor strength, and because of that, everyone looked down on him. But he decides that's all in the past as he unleashes a powerful blue aura. His eyes begin to glow intensely, and the energy erupts from his body at full blast. His rival is in total shock, unable to believe Kella was hiding that much mana. The other students are floored by the display of mana, wondering if it's even real. His opponent is frozen in fear, unable to move an inch under the immense pressure. Kella then advances on him, saying he'll go easy and asking him to just withstand a single hit. With a fist wreathed in energy, he lands a direct hit on his rival. The impact, absolutely incredible. He follows up with another strike, slamming the guy straight into the courtyard floor. The crowd is stunned into silence, shocked that his opponent couldn't even react. Even the instructor is panicking, wondering if the boy died from the hit. But it's the rival who is on the ground all busted up and spitting blood. Still standing, Kella looks down on him, asking how he dares to speak that way to a son of the Demon King. Terrified, the guy begs for forgiveness, calling him Lord Kella for the very first time. He then warns him not to make the same mistake again, or next time he'll really die. The students can't believe it, because that was definitely the same loser, Kella they always knew. Then Kella turns and calls out to the instructor, who is cowering in terror. With a frightening smile, he asks if the instructor shouldn't continue the lesson now. In the middle of the crowd, his servant Ren watches the whole thing, shocked by Lord Kella's strength. Ren thinks that he's definitely acting very strange, completely different from his usual self. From a distance, she also spots Kella's father, Helkalden, observing everything from the balcony. In the courtyard, Kella stands over his rival's unconscious body on the ground. Helkalden just stares at the scene from above, his face unreadable. The scene changes to the family castle, where someone shouts that they can't forgive this. In a medicinal bath, his sister Caldera is furious, but Terry tells her to calm down, reminding her that she doesn't have the same absurd regenerative power as Kella. But Sella freaks out, yelling that this change in him is what's really strange, and she demands to know why. Calmly, Terry concludes that it seems Kella has gone through some kind of major change. Elsewhere, Kella is furious, shouting that everyone will be eating separately from now on. The sudden declaration leaves the entire family, including Hel, completely surprised. Just then, Tarm notices something different about her father's expression, the expression of Helkalden. We're told that for just a fleeting moment, their father actually offered a faint smile. She's in shock, as he's never smiled once in their entire lives. Caldera gets even more enraged, screaming that she can't believe their father smiled because of Kella. Tarm agrees that this isn't normal at all. She points out Kella's sudden change, but the still fuming Caldera just asks what she means by that. Tarm then says she knows Caldera would rather die than team up with her. The unexpected statement takes Caldera by surprise, leaving her to wonder where this is all going. She then proposes a truce so they can take care of Kella together. A smirk shows she's very confident he'll accept her proposal. Caldera thinks it over for a moment and agrees that the idea doesn't sound half bad. The two then decide to kill Kella before he gets any more of their father's attention. The scene cuts back to the classroom, with Kella feeling like something is off. Then we're shown an image of a demon with a massive, terrifying smile. It's explained that this was the former Demon King, known to everyone as Turk Kaldon. The instructor continues his history lesson, talking about the great deeds of the past. Kella finds his appearance grotesque, thinking he looks like a straight-up demon, but the instructor explains that Sir Turk only died because of a cowardly plot by the Sky Guild. He continues, saying that ever since that day, several guilds have gathered near their kingdom. We're told that Kella somehow already had this information stored in his memory. The scene changes, and we see Kella out on a balcony. He thinks about how, because of these guilds, he can't even escape the castle, feeling completely trapped. In desperation, he falls to his knees, cursing his fate for having to live forever in this place. Back in the classroom, Kella listens to everything with a serious, determined expression. The instructor warns that those guilds, along with the Sky Guild, are planning to attack the Demon Kingdom. And to help King Hel wipe them all out, the students would need to train hard. Therefore, he orders everyone to give it their all in combat class from now on. The students roar in response, vowing to fight for the honor of all demons. But Kella remains quiet, just observing and processing the whole situation. The scene shifts to him sitting on the castle roof, looking out at the horizon. He surveys the vast territory and realizes he has to find a way out of here. He knows that if he stays trapped in that castle much longer, he could die at any moment. He could be killed by his treacherous siblings. Just then, he asks Ren if his father is really leaving in 3 days, and she confirms it. He then turns to Ren and tells her something very important. Kella reveals that the castle has a weakness, which leaves the girl confused. He explains that they have no strategic terrain maps to use in battle. Because of this, the enemy guilds are using abandoned territories to launch their attacks. So he decides he'll use the time before the expedition to map the entire area himself. He wants to do this so his father Helkalden can destroy every last one of their enemies. With a confident smile, Kella declares he's going to help his father win this war. But he thinks to himself that this is his chance to finally prepare his own escape. He realizes a map isn't the same as reality, which means he can create his own version however he wants. Just then, Kella yells for Ren to create a secret office in the castle's basement immediately. He explains that he needs a private space to work without his father discovering his plan. The scene shifts to a dark room lit only by torches with magical flames. Inside, Helcalalden is sitting and releasing an intimidating pink aura. He thinks to himself that Kella won't be able to escape his sight. Already suspicious of his son, he stands up deciding he needs to act before it's too late. Kella's father decides he needs to see what's going on with his own two eyes. Ren shows him the dusty room and he makes a disgusted face at the horrible office. She says it was the best she could do in secret, but he just yells at her to do it right. He thinks to himself that sometimes you have to be firm to command respect. The servant gets scared, thinking he's not the same Kella she used to know, but deep down she feels that despite everything, he had actually changed for the better. She finds herself thinking he's become cooler and starts developing a little crush on her new master. He then yells at Ren to stop staring and get him a cup of coffee. Flustered, the servant scrambles off, shouting that she'll get the master's coffee right away. Alone in the office, Kella makes sure she's gone before getting ready to start his plan. He looks at the map, thinking that this castle is a place without hope or dreams, but with a determined look. He says it's now time to create a map of his own. Model. We cut back to Ren, who's still tearing through the castle halls, screaming about coffee. She suddenly skids to a halt, hit by the realization that she has no idea what coffee even is. Right on cue, a deep, menacing voice calls out her name from somewhere close by. It's Helcalalden demanding to know what she's doing down in the basement without Kella. With a deadly serious expression, he asks where Kella is right now. The poor servant starts to panic, stammering and completely unsure how to answer her king. He commands her to speak, but she recalls Kella's plea to keep his location a secret. The scene then shifts to the secret office door, revealing Kella is still inside. He's completely engrossed in the map, clearly having the time of his life. It turns out he's in luck because this new world operates just like a game he's familiar with. As he sketches on the map, he admits to himself that he's genuinely having a blast. He recalls that in his previous life, his greatest passion was cartography. All of a sudden, the secret office door starts to shake violently. A moment later, it explodes inward, sending Kella flying from the magical blast. And there stands Helcalalden, bellowing that he can't believe his son built a secret office without his permission. Kella is stunned, wondering how in the world Hel found him down here. Without a moment's hesitation, his father lunges and shoves his bare hand straight through his chest. He then leans in and whispers that if Kella truly wants to kill him, he shouldn't be hiding like a coward. The young prince coughs up a mouthful of blood in utter disbelief at his own father's brutal attack. An absurd amount of pain washes over him, and he realizes this is the true power of the great demon king. His entire body is drenched in a cold sweat. He's certain this is it. He's going to die for real this time. In a desperate plea, he shouts for his father to just look at the map he drew, but Hel just holds him up in the air, asking what in the world is so important about that piece of paper. Even through the pain, Kella explains that the castle's current layout is terrible for defense. He claims that if they alter the geography according to his drawing, the strategic advantage will be entirely theirs. He guarantees his map will be a massive help in the coming war. Hel is taken aback by this, clearly not expecting such strategic thinking from his son. He then violently yanks his hand back out, causing Kella to cry out in agony. His father glares down at him on the floor and demands to know why he built the office in secret. Kella explains that if he had simply asked to help, his father would have never allowed it. That's why he planned to present the map, only after it was completely finished. The Demon King says nothing, quietly analyzing his son's reasoning and sheer guts. He then declares that, as the king's son, he wants to do his part to annihilate the armies of the heavens. The two lock eyes in a tense standoff, the air thick with tension between father and son. Ren is absolutely terrified, convinced Kella has a death wish for talking to the king that way. Finally, his father breaks the silence, asking how long it will take him to finish the map. The question completely blindsides Kella, who can hardly believe what he's hearing. Hel points with his blood-soaked hand and demands an answer. How many days will it take to complete the map? Realizing his father is actually considering it, Kella says 5 days is enough. But Hel counters that the heavenly army will assemble in just 3 days. He warns that Kella's map will be useless if it's not ready by then, but Kella corrects himself, clarifying that he can finish it in 5 hours, not 5 days. This sudden confidence leaves Helcalalden floored, completely baffled by his son's audacity. He guarantees that in 3 days the construction will be complete and asks to be put in charge of the plan. His father just stares, seriously analyzing the proposal and the raw determination in his son's eyes. With a look of genuine surprise, he seems to be considering the idea for the first time ever. And so he agrees. He tells Kella to go ahead and finish the map, giving him a rare vote of confidence. But as he turns to leave, he warns that if this is all just a bluff, he will personally tear Kella to shreds right along with that map. Even while bleeding profusely, Kella just smiles and promises to do his best. With that, the Demon King finally turns and exits the secret office. Left alone, Kella celebrates his victory with a triumphant wink, thrilled to have finally won over his father. But his celebration is cut short as the pain from his wound comes roaring back, and he doubles over from a sharp pang. The pain is too much to bear, and he ends up vomiting all the blood that had pooled in his throat. It's in that moment he realizes that his father really would have killed him if he hadn't proven his worth. Ren is just as shocked, unable to believe Kella actually managed to persuade the great Demon King. He snaps at her not to just stand there gawking and to get him to the infirmary, and she immediately scrambles to help. Sometime later, all bandaged up, he announces that he completed the map in just 5 hours, exactly as promised. With the map finished, the castle's forces mobilize and begin a massive construction project. The kingdom's mages then cast powerful illusion magic to conceal the entire work site. Their goal is to completely transform the surrounding landscape so the enemy won't notice a thing until it's too late. Kella notes that the new landscape is being built to perfectly match the layout from the game he used to play. With a satisfied smirk, he thinks to himself that everything is going exactly according to plan. The scene then shifts to the Heavenly Army's encampment, where a sudden scream of shock pierces the air. It's Guildmaster Hermison who discovers they're completely changing the battlefield. A knight reports that they've discovered the demons are using illusion magic. He asks if they should attack to stop them, but the master simply looks thoughtful. With a serious expression, Hermison replies that no, they won't be doing anything for now. He lets out a small smirk, thinking that acting now would be pointless as it was already far too late. It's then revealed that in 3 days, the strongest squad from Talawa is scheduled to arrive. This elite unit, the Talcon, is already on its way. It's explained that this squad was decades in the making and is now finally complete. Hermison laughs, saying they'll crush the Demon King with this elite troop. Flying on a dragon, the squad leader shouts that they'll reach the castle in 2 days. At his command, the entire army surges forward, advancing on the enemy at top speed. The general declares that the Demon King's 1,000-year reign will finally be brought to an end. They all charge forward screaming, ready to burn the demon castle to the ground. A red-haired commander remarks that General Kilman's leadership is truly something else. Just then, a soldier asks Commander Shrills if they can actually pull this hunt off. She replies with a smile, assuring him that the Talcon squad is a completely different breed. With great confidence, she states that they will absolutely kill the great Demon King. The scene shifts back to the Demon King's castle where the main tower looms. Seated on his throne, Helcalden realizes Kella wasn't just bluffing about the map, but he admits that despite everything, his son's plan still wasn't perfect. His body was already at its limit, so he couldn't afford to be choosy. With determination, he thinks that tomorrow he will finally settle the score with the army of heaven. Meanwhile, the mages hurry, knowing they don't have much time to finish the job. The workers also rush to move everything more quickly. Watching from a window as their orders are carried out, Kella and Ren stand together, and he comments that the plan is coming along nicely. He reflects that the feeling of creating a map in real life is totally different from doing it in the game. The young man is amazed that he can alter the geography of the place however he wishes. Now all he had to do was wait for the great battle between heaven and hell to begin. With an eager look, he prepares himself as tomorrow is the big day. The next day, the Talcon squad finally arrives at the meeting point to a grand celebration. The general thanks everyone for coming and announces that his squad is ready to fight. Excited, Hermison agrees and yells for everyone to head to the Demon King's castle immediately. At that, the general also shouts, ordering the squad to advance and bring victory to Talawa. Suddenly, a teleportation circle flares to life right in the middle of the army's camp. The same glow appears across the encampment's grounds, leaving Master Hermison utterly confused. The general of the Talcon squad panics, having no idea what's happening. He yells that it's a surprise attack and orders everyone into a defensive formation, but an energy blast slams the area, sending several soldiers flying. The general and his men raise their shields, wondering what that was. One of the guild knights is in shock, thinking this is impossible. From the middle of the blue smoke, the silhouette of a massive demon appears before them all. It's then they realize it's the Demon King Helcalden himself in the flesh. The general is terrified, having no idea how he could have possibly gotten to their base. We cut back to Kella, who explains that he's disabled the surveillance magic Heaven was using. He assures his father that he can now teleport from his throne without the enemy army seeing a thing. Helcalun immediately considers teleporting straight into Heaven's main base. But just then, Seldera appears, urging her father to wait and not rush into an invasion. Tia arrives right after agreeing that it's far too dangerous, even for him. Furious, Helkaloon demands to know if they're questioning the power of the Demon King. They try to explain that he hasn't fully recovered from his injuries yet, but he cuts them off, telling them both to be quiet and reminding them that he's the one who makes the final call. He then declares that tomorrow he will slaughter every last one of his enemies without mercy. Back at the battle, a general is shouting that the bastard caught them completely by surprise, but he vows they'll make hell regret it proudly, declaring that they are the legendary Tolkien squad. With that, he raises his weapon and orders the entire squad to launch an all-out attack. Meanwhile, Helkaloon concentrates, unleashing a massive blue energy aura as he prepares for combat. His power explodes with full force, carving a giant crater into the battlefield. Far away, Kella stands atop a tower watching his troops assemble below. He thinks to himself that all his forces are finally gathered and ready to begin the assault. With a determined look, he shouts that all preparations are complete. He then gives the command, ordering all of his monsters to charge forward now. At his command, a horde of orcs and other monstrous creatures surges toward the enemy. One of the knights looks on in despair as the castle's forces bear down on them. Suddenly, bizarre monsters begin to erupt from beneath the ground, catching everyone completely off guard. The soldiers realize it's an ambush and scream for their comrades to stop the demon's advance. From the top of the tower, Kella clenches his fist tightly, his eyes fixed on the battlefield as he takes in the unfolding chaos. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he confirms that everything is going exactly according to plan. But suddenly, Tia appears from behind and calls out his name, saying she's finally found him. She declares that while she doesn't know his motives, his plan is doomed to fail. Seldera appears beside her, warning Kella that they wouldn't be doing this if he hadn't crossed the line. Shocked, Kella spins around to see his two sisters standing there ready to betray him once again. Wielding a green energy weapon, Tia tells him to just die, declaring there's no place for him here. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunges forward, running Kella through the stomach with a swift, precise strike. The energy blade pierces his body, inflicting a devastating wound. He looks down, gasping at the immense pain before letting out a scream of pure agony. With a smirk, Tia tells Seldera to finish the job. Seldera moves in, taunting that not even his prized regeneration can save him from this. With a single brutal swing, Seldera rips Kella's head from his shoulders, shouting that his regeneration is useless now. The two sisters then share a wicked laugh, clearly enjoying the gruesome spectacle. Kella's head goes flying, his expression a mask of pure shock at their betrayal. In that final moment, he realizes this is the end. Defeated by his own sisters, Kella's decapitated body is unceremoniously thrown from the top of the wall in a truly shocking scene. His corpse plummets in a free fall as rain begins to pour and a strange energy fills the sky. We get a close-up of his head eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Then both his head and body hit the ground with a sickening, violent thud. Even on the ground, Kella's head is still conscious, his face twisted in agony as he tries to draw one last breath. Up on the wall, Tia and Seldera watch the scene, celebrating their victory. But their celebration is cut short when a blade glowing with a blue aura appears out of nowhere. Completely surprising Tia, it was Seldera who stabbed her supposed ally in the back, shouting that she's found her weak spot. She mocks Tia's legendary speed as she mercilessly shoves the dagger even deeper. Stunned, Tia looks down at the weapon and recognizes it as their mother's forbidden dagger. But Seldera just scoffs, saying that rules are meaningless and weapons are meant to be used. Tia is furious at the betrayal, screaming in disbelief that her own sister would do this to her. With a wicked smile, Seldera warns her that with her out of the way, she'll be the only one left. She reveals her true goal to become the sole successor and seize power for herself. Overcome with pain and rage, Tia grinds her teeth and screams Seldera's name. Filled with pure hatred, Tia charges forward, screaming that she'll kill Seldera for this treachery. Seldera simply steps back with a smile, claiming the fight was over the moment the dagger struck. The two sisters then clash in a violent blow, releasing an explosion of energy that rocks the entire courtyard. The camera then cuts back to Kella's severed head, which has been watching the entire spectacle from the ground. He reflects on their cruelty, wondering if this is simply the true nature of all demons. But then he realizes they are exactly as he'd always imagined them to be. With that thought, the camera pans back to his body lying motionless in the middle of the courtyard. Suddenly, in a truly bizarre scene, the blood and severed body parts begin to move, slowly reassembling themselves. It's revealed that Ren was using some kind of strange magic to manipulate Kella's body. She then picks up his head and calmly walks toward the corpse on the ground. Ren has her sit and carefully begin to reattach the head, but the body suddenly revives, grabbing her neck with brutal and terrifying strength. The scene cuts to some distant mountains where a general commands his troops to advance. He orders a portal opened, planning to attack the heavens from behind. But on the other side, a human army is already lying in wait, shouting that they saw their tactic coming. The human commander then gives the order to attack, screaming to leave no demon alive. But the demon general doesn't care, ordering them all to fight for the honor of their race. With that, the two armies clash with full force, and the battle finally kicks off. In the midst of the chaos, a red dragon appears, gathering a fireball in its mouth. It then unleashes a powerful blast that tears through everything in its path. General Killman faces the attack head-on, remarking, "It's been a while since I've seen a dragon's breath." Mounted on the beast, Helkaldin smiles, controlling the furiously roaring dragon. The Demon King then leaps from the monster's back, landing on the ground with a heavy impact. Killman is enraged and screams in anger that the bastard barely managed to get away. Quickly, the human commander orders everyone to unleash their attacks at once. The demon army charges forward without fear, rushing toward their enemies to engage them. Suddenly, a giant blue energy creature materializes right behind the demon army. Killman waits for the dust to clear, wondering if their attack landed. To his shock, he realizes it had no effect. The monster is completely unharmed. A close-up reveals the creature's arm, which is now glowing with a chilling, powerful energy. The creature emerges, declaring that what just happened is irrelevant. It transforms into its true form and warns them that its only goal now is to kill every last one of them. A panicked Killman shouts that the enemy is going all out in its final form. He then orders everyone to put their lives on the line and give it everything they've got. The creature's eye flares with an intense light, unleashing an intimidating wave of energy. The scene then shifts back to the castle, where the atmosphere is much darker and more somber. A beam of light shines up from a hole in the floor, revealing a new passage created by the previous fight. Down below, a trembling Ren is trying to reattach Kella's severed head. His neck is a bloody mess, but he's urgently begging her to finish the job. She lets out a desperate scream, pleading for the reattachment to work quickly. A flashback begins showing Ren shouting about how disgusting this is, and wondering if she'll ever get used to it. Kella, now missing an arm, screams in agony for her to hurry up and put it back on. The scene shows a close-up of her forcing the limb back into the socket while he writhes from the pain of regeneration. Her face is covered in sweat. As Ren nervously asks if it's finally over, Kella flexes his newly attached hand and confirms that, just as expected, it worked again. He then cheerfully announces that his head is next, which absolutely terrifies Ren. Kella explains that he needs to test if it works on his head too, leaving Ren completely horrified by the thought. He calmly asks her to make a clean cut, but Ren flips out, screaming that she won't do it. The flashback ends and we're back in the present, where Kella decides that's enough experimenting for one day. He then tells Ren to go find Caldera's servant and repeat a message to her word for word. Ren is visibly stressed about the task, but she knows she can't refuse his orders. Putting on a nervous act, she approaches the other servant to deliver the false information. Ren claims that Kella is plotting to kill the young master, Caldera, right in the middle of the battle. She adds that he plans to make his move while the Demon King is busy fighting the forces of heaven. Caldera's servant is furious, unable to believe that bastard would plan such a betrayal. But then Ren cleverly suggests that this is the perfect opportunity for Caldera to strike first. She assures the servant that decapitating Kella will kill him for good no matter how fast he regenerates. The scene cuts back to the battle, where Helkaloon grinds his teeth in frustration, annoyed that the plan actually worked. Back on the ground, Ren cradles Kella's seemingly lifeless body in her arms. She calls him an idiot, saying the plan is pointless if he actually dies, but just then his eyes snap open, and he asks who she's calling an idiot. A startled Ren screams his name in complete disbelief that he's alive. He sits up, explaining that mana-infused daggers slow his healing and he almost didn't make it. But then a victorious smile spreads across his face, as he declares that he survived and everything is still going according to plan. Overcome with relief, Ren bursts into tears, unable to hold back her emotions. She throws her arms around Kella, sobbing that she really thought he was dead. Completely flustered, he blushes and asks what the heck she's doing. Kella pushes her away, telling her he's fine so she can calm down because it's time to go. He then summons their contract seal, announcing his intention to break the pact between them. With his hand outstretched, he sets his servant Ren completely free. A magical aura surrounds a shocked Ren, who can only whisper his name. He explains that with the contract finished, she's no longer bound by any obligations. With one last smile, Kella turns and tells her to go live the life she's always wanted. Ren is left paralyzed and completely speechless by her master's sudden decision. He then turns and walks toward a light, ready to leave this place for good. A flashback shows a younger Kella asking her to be his friend, not just his servant. Back in the present, the memory brings tears to Ren's eyes as she finally understands his feelings. She runs after him, yelling for him to take her along, but Kella tells her not to follow. Ren insists on going with him, but he just yells back that she'll only get in the way. The scene cuts back to the battlefield, where a wounded General Killman calls Hellcown a monster. We see that Hellcown's arm has also been torn off, blood gushing onto the ground. But even completely battered, he's still standing, leaving Killman utterly shocked. The general realizes the being before him is none other than the great demon himself. Furious Killman admits how frustrating it is that he just can't defeat this guy. He realizes it doesn't matter who they send, no human can stop this catastrophe. Hellcown then silently turns his head, surveying the destruction left in the wake of the long battle. He sees that the human army has been almost completely annihilated in the clash. His eyes scan the field, taking in the outcome of the terrible war. The same fate befell his own soldiers, who were also mercilessly slaughtered. The camera focuses on another of his fallen warriors, highlighting the sheer brutality of the combat. With a bloody mouth, he begins to call out for Seldera, Tarmi, and Kella. A close-up reveals it wasn't just his arm that was injured. His neck has also been slashed. He closes his eyes, realizing that in the end, his children aren't coming to help him. But he concludes that this is his fight to finish, and he'll use every last drop of his mana to do it. On the battlefield, Hellcown declares that everything will finally end now as he unleashes his energy. Meanwhile, far away, Kella and Ren are desperately running through a dark escape tunnel. He spots a glimmer of light from an exit, realizing it's their way to escape surveillance. With a relieved smile, he thinks that once they get there, he'll finally be free. But suddenly Ren stops him, yelling for him to wait, which leaves Kella confused. A barrier of blue lightning materializes out of nowhere, completely blocking their path. Then a purple energy appears, and Kella wonders what it is catching the scent of blood. The two look on terrified as Kella confirms the strong scent of blood he'd noticed earlier. A hooded figure appears, mocking Hellcown for trying to evacuate his children. He reveals he knew they'd be hiding there, leaving Kella and Ren completely cornered. And to make matters worse, it's not just one person, but an entire squad waiting for them. Kella is absolutely furious. He realizes the enemy placed a watch team right at the exit. The squad leader reveals that he knew about this passage and won't let anyone from the royal family escape. He points straight at Kella, ordering his men to kill him without hesitation. But Ren jumps in front of him and creates a shield, yelling for her master to run while she holds them off. Kella is shocked, asking what she thinks she can possibly do alone against all of them. But Ren yells back that she's his servant and her top priority is protecting him at all costs. He remembers her magic is purely defensive. She can barely use any attack spells. He instantly understands that Ren is planning to sacrifice herself so he can survive. She turns and yells for her master to hurry up and escape, but Kella doesn't listen. Instead, he grabs her by the shoulder, interrupting her defensive spell. He suddenly shoves her back, forcefully yelling at her for acting so high and mighty. He warns her that if she's going to insist on following him, the least she can do is not die right in front of him. With a furious look, he adds that it would really piss him off. Lying on the ground, Ren is completely shocked by his words and his attitude. The enemy mage scoffs, saying there's no way they can escape now. He then prepares to launch an attack, saying that mid-class magic should be more than enough for Kella, but Kella just grits his teeth and warns them that he's always been shy and has never really used his power. He then unleashes a crackling aura of lightning, revealing that everything they thought they knew about him is a lie. Ren watches from a distance, completely stunned, and wondering how Master Kella could be this strong. The mage is shocked since he thought Kella's mana was low level. But before he can even react, Kella closes the distance with absurd speed. With a single blow, he lands a direct hit on the enemy, who screams in agony from the impact. Staring down at the fallen mage, Kella mockingly asks if that's all he's got. He then warns the guy that next time he should probably check his sources. Kella then grabs the mage by the face, and the man desperately begs him to wait. But Kella isn't listening. He smashes the mage's face into the ground with a blast of blue energy. The man passes out, instantly left half buried in the crater and agonizing from his injuries. Ren is in disbelief. After he defeated a sky mage using nothing but mana, the other mages accuse him, insisting he was supposed to be a powerless weakling. Kella coolly replies that he already told them their information was wrong. Realizing they have no other choice, the two remaining mages prepare to cast a forbidden spell. They know it's an attack that will consume all their mana at once. It's a massive gamble, because if this fails, they'll be the ones to die. Seeing the immense danger, Ren runs and desperately yells for her master to fall back and get out of there. The spears of light pierce Kella's body, shocking him with the surprise attack. but it was actually Ren who had jumped in front, taking the full force of the damage and screaming in pain. Kella tries to move but realizes the spear's magic has paralyzed his body. With her last ounce of strength, the badly wounded Ren turns and calls out her master's name. She then apologizes, admitting that she couldn't protect him this time. The two mages let out a sigh of relief, seeing that their risky attack worked perfectly. The leader prepares to land the final blow, warning Kella that this is the end, but his partner suggests they deserve a little reward for all their hard work. He then grabs Ren with a disgusting smirk, asking if it wouldn't be fun to play with her for a while. Outraged, she screams that she knows everything they've done to the demon race. The mage just threatens her with a dagger, telling her to shut her mouth and wait her turn. Watching this all unfold, Kella realizes that the humans of this world treat other people like objects. The leader then turns back to him, saying he'll start by killing the Demon King's baby. Kella glances at the exit, unable to believe he's going to die when freedom was so close. He's filled with rage, knowing he was just one step away from escaping it all. The mage charges forward with his dagger raised, screaming for him to die once and for all. Seeing this, Ren desperately screams Master Kella's name, completely helpless. But suddenly, Kella feels confused. As a strange energy begins to surge around him, he feels an odd sensation and realizes something incredibly powerful is awakening from within him. Kella cries out in despair for Gulpero as he faces the imposing figure of Helkaloon. He's shocked, wondering if the battle really ended that quickly, but Helkaloon, with a grave look, laments that his plan was ruined. At this, Kella panics, not understanding how everything could have gone so horribly wrong. Helkaloon then begins to explain, saying he had already fought this battle out and considered all possibilities. The boy remains baffled and asks what on earth he's talking about, not understanding a single thing. Helkaloon reveals that Tilera doesn't care enough about the other demons to become their queen, and that Tari also lacked the ambition necessary to take on such a vital role. Kella gets angry and yells that he doesn't care about them, demanding to know how Helkaloon even got there. He then reveals that a demon king can pass his mana down to his bloodline just before he dies. The young man is in total shock at this revelation, stuttering in disbelief. We're shown that even if for a short time his father did manage to become king, with this Helkaloon states that he saw Kella as the best candidate to be a true demon king. Desperate, Kella throws his hands out and shouts that he's made a terrible mistake. But Helkaloon formally introduces himself, ignoring his terrified son's pleas. Helkaloon decides to pass all the remaining mana in his body directly to his son. He then declares that his heir's name is Kella Kalaldan, the future king. With that, a dark and powerful energy surges toward the terrified boy as Kella screams in desperation, begging his father to stop this madness right now, but Helkaloon just stares at him with a serious gaze, calling Kella's name one last time. He then tells his son not to mourn his death, but to act like a true demon. The scene cuts back to the battlefield, showing Helkaloon's blood-covered face. Commander Shrills, panting and wounded, whispers the name of the great Demon King. She then announces to everyone that the Demon King was finally dead. In the background, we see the fallen body of General Killman, his spear cast aside. It's revealed that the general sacrificed himself so they could achieve this victory. Shrills falls into despair, screaming and mourning the death of her comrade. The news spreads like wildfire, and the other soldiers are shocked to learn what happened. A cheer of euphoria echoes across the field, celebrating that the Demon King, Helkaloon, has been defeated. But at the last second, Helkaloon's eye moves, revealing he heard everything. Kella screams in pain as an immense and dark energy completely takes over his body. Just then, a spear of light is shot toward the demons, nearly hitting them. Ren is shocked to realize that young Master Kella's own mana had just dispersed the attack. The Sky Mages panic, unable to understand how his mana could have increased so much so suddenly. Suddenly, Kella begins to laugh sinisterly, leaving everyone stunned. He raises his head with a malevolent look and whispers his father's name, Helkaloon. The boy then wonders aloud if his father is truly dead. We see an image of him looking imposing with a massive grin, celebrating that his plan finally worked. Meanwhile, the desperate mages realize they're out of mana and yell that they have to escape. But Kella steps in front of Ren, his expression turning serious as he tells her to stay back. He feels a void of infinite darkness welling up inside him, realizing this is the power bestowed upon him by Hell. The terrified mages scream for the demon to stay away from them. Hearing them use that word, Kella becomes enraged and demands to know what they said to Ren. A violent purple aura erupts from his body as he lunges at the two humans, his eyes filled with pure hatred. He screams that they're the real demons here, In the blink of an eye, Kella slams the two mages into a wall with brutal force. The men collapse to the ground, groaning in pain, utterly defeated by the young demon. Kella stares at his handiwork, acknowledging that this absurd level of power comes from his father, Hell. However, he realizes the power is putting a massive strain on his body, which isn't ready to handle this much energy yet. Worried, he turns to Ren and asks if she can still move. The servant, still a little shaken by everything that's happened, confirms that she can walk. With that confirmation, Kella decides it's time to leave, and the two make a run for it. As he heads for the exit, he silently thanks his father for helping him escape the castle. The scene shifts to show the pair making their way from the castle, which is now burning in the background. Kella lets out a huge sigh of relief, getting his first taste of freedom. He begins to laugh a laugh of pure joy and satisfaction in his victory. Now, with a confident smirk, he declares that he can finally go wherever he wants and live however he pleases. But just then, a beam of blue light cuts through the sky out of nowhere. Kella is caught in the strange glow and asks what it is, while Ren starts to panic. Ren screams that it's a teleportation spell, leaving Kella completely stunned by the light with no idea what's going on. Desperate, he yells for Ren to grab his hand, but the girl is frozen in place, paralyzed by fear and unable to react. Just like that, a massive pillar of light shoots down from the sky, engulfing the young demon. The scene shifts to an overhead view of a city which is revealed to be on an island that looks a lot like an academy. And right on cue, that same blue beam of light appears, marking their arrival point. Kella and Ren take in their new surroundings, and he angrily demands to know where the heck they've been sent. Looking around completely lost, Ren calls out for Kella. She admits she had no idea he could use teleportation magic, which he flatly denies. It turns out it was a type of emergency spell, one that initially projected an image of the underworld. Kella explains that his father put the spell on them as a failsafe in case he ever died. That's when Ren notices to her surprise that all of her wounds have been completely healed. He figures they must have been in the teleportation space for about 3 days. He thinks his father designed it that way so they could recover during an emergency. Ren is floored, realizing it was a combination healing and teleportation spell. Kella muses that by setting up these spells, his father must have truly cared for his children. Hearing this, Ren asks if the Demon King is really dead, and Kella confirms that he is. The boy turns with a sly smile, saying everything went exactly according to his plan. Seeing this, his servant makes a decision and begins to speak about the future. With a look of sheer determination, she asks him to become the next Demon King. Kella turns surprised and asks her why on earth he would do something like that. She explains that after seeing how much he's changed, she believes he's the only one worthy of the throne. Ren then swears her undying loyalty, promising to serve him faithfully until he becomes king. Kella is totally baffled, thinking she must have completely misunderstood his plan. But he lets out a sigh and agrees, figuring he could use a little help anyway. Ren is surprised by his quick acceptance and asks him to wait for a moment. The scene changes, showing us a huge, beautiful castle nestled among a forest of trees. As they walk closer, Kella recognizes the place, which immediately puts both him and Ren on edge. It's soon revealed they're in the land of magic, a country known as Arsal. It's a nation that trains gifted youngsters for the sole purpose of defeating demons. A massive banner confirms this, celebrating the death of the Demon King Helkalden. Kella and Ren start to panic, horrified that they've landed right in the heart of enemy territory. He gets extremely worried, knowing exactly what will happen if they're discovered. Ren quickly suggests they use transformation magic before anyone spots them. He instantly agrees, and the two quickly disguise themselves. Now, undercover Kella asks Ren to fill him in on everything she knows about this place. She explains that Arsal is a small island located on the eastern border of the Talua Kingdom. Ren continues saying they are blessed by a giant cryptid named Water Gore that lives in the surrounding sea. This blessing has allowed magic to flourish naturally here, and as a result, they've produced some incredibly powerful mages. As part of the Talua Kingdom, they've been bitter enemies of the demons for a very long time. Kella takes all this in, wondering why on earth his father would send him to a place this dangerous. Hearing this, Ren gets frantic and insists they need to leave immediately, but he calmly explains that they'll need to prepare if they want to escape successfully. Kella knows that in order to achieve his goals in this world, magic is absolutely essential. And here, he realizes that everything is powered by magic. Even ordinary buildings are infused with it, with some even floating in the sky. He figures if he can learn the magic of this country, he'll be able to create even more amazing things than he could back in the game. Just then, Ren's stomach lets out a massive growl, leaving the poor girl absolutely mortified. Seeing her plight, Kella decides they should grab a bite to eat first. Ren immediately makes a beeline for Arsel's famous magical dish, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. They both dig in and are instantly impressed with Ren, shouting that it's absolutely delicious. Full of excitement, Ren is already pointing to the next food stall, eager to try a bit of everything. She tries some bread and once again yells out that it's also delicious. With Kella in tow, she starts pointing at every single thing, making him seriously consider just ditching her there and then. They eventually stumble upon a magic bar, and Kella sighs, telling her to take it easy for a minute. Inside, a man is announcing free drinks for everyone to celebrate the Demon King's death. Commander Shreels raises her mug as the crowd cheers the name of the great mage of Arsel. The crowd hoists her onto their shoulders, celebrating the victory of the hero Shreels of Tolkien. Kella and Ren, being the lightweights they are, join the party and start celebrating the free drinks. Already feeling a little buzzed, Kella thinks maybe taking a break isn't such a bad idea. But just then, Commander Shri spots the young man and takes a sudden interest in him. Kella and Ren keep on drinking and laughing, getting pretty tipsy from the alcohol, with a mischievous smile. Shri thinks they make a rather interesting pair. The scene cuts to Kella getting sick in the street while Ren chews him out for drinking so much. She reminds him that he was the one who suggested they go drinking right in the middle of the festival, commemorating his own father's death. Right on cue, a man runs by, shouting to the crowd that a new S-rank mission has just been posted. Confused, Kella and Ren wonder what all the commotion is about. It's explained that up until now, the only S-rank mission in existence was the one to hunt the great Demon King. Ren is completely shocked, wondering how there could possibly be another mission of that caliber. Now curious, she decides to check it out, dragging a reluctant Kella through the crowd. A new poster on the wall reveals that the Demon King's children are still at large. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Kella and Ren stare at the poster, absolutely floored by the image. Ren points frantically, realizing the new S-rank wanted target is none other than young Master Kella himself. He completely freaks out, yelling that his father is already dead and he doesn't understand why he's the target. Ren quickly slaps a hand over his mouth and plays it off, telling everyone he's just really, really drunk. The crowd starts murmuring that since the target is Kella, the weakest son, the mission should be a piece of cake. Thinking it's no different from a B-rank quest, all the hunters get ready to chase him down. Kella gets furious, realizing he has to go into hiding if he doesn't want to get caught. With a serious look, he turns to Ren and tells her they need to leave now. As they're walking, she hesitates for a moment and asks what she should call him in public from now on. He goes quiet for a second, trying to think of a good alias. Then he tells her to call him Chew, which leaves the poor girl completely baffled by his choice. She asks him what kind of name that's supposed to be, and he just snaps at her to do as she's told. Ren comments that this situation is bad. She didn't think they'd be found out so soon. But just then, as they're trying to slip away, Commander Shri appears right in front of them. With a smile, she casually asks if it's true about the new S-rank mission. Kella gives an awkward confirmation while Ren chimes in that they were just taking a look. He then remembers hearing people at the bar call her the hope of our soul, and it clicks just how important she is. Shri takes a sip of her drink, musing that the Demon King's son is still alive out there. Kella and Ren start whispering to each other that the target is weak, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Unfortunately, the commander overhears their little chat and gives them a very suspicious look. In that instant, they both feel a chill run down their spines, sensing the approaching danger. Shri suddenly grabs Kella and asks if he really thinks it's not a big deal that the Demon King's son is still alive. Shri stares Kella down and says she noticed something strange about the two of them from the very beginning. Ren immediately starts to panic, thinking the commander has seen right through their disguise. Shri then flashes a terrifying smile. The commander then says that the two of them must surely be... Kella and Ren are absolutely terrified, certain she's about to expose their true identities. But instead, she finishes her sentence by calling them travelers who clearly don't bathe and invites them to her house. Our duo is completely baffled, totally thrown off by the commander's invitation, but they immediately accept and start celebrating, thinking they're finally safe. The scene then shifts to a fancy mansion, complete with buildings floating magically under the moonlight. Inside, Kella is kicking back in a luxurious bathtub filled with warm water straight from a hot spring. He's also treated to a cup of tea and some snacks, the likes of which he's never seen before. He picks up one of the sweets and wonders if it was also made with magic. He reflects on how he'd always wanted to live in a game world, just like this one. Closing his eyes, he feels like his dream has finally come true. With a huge smile on his face, he thinks that this whole isekai thing isn't so bad after all. But Ren is in despair, remembering that if they get caught, they'll definitely be killed. In the other bathtub, Shri asks Ren if she thinks the place is pretty cool. The commander finds her nervousness a bit strange and jokes that she looks like a captured demon. Ren lets out a forced laugh, trying to play it off and saying it's nothing like that. Just then, Shri raises her hand and creates a magical sphere of light right in front of her. She then announces with a smile that she's going to use a special scent to help the girl relax. But Ren panics internally because the scent is of the holy element, the absolute worst thing for a demon. She realizes it will shatter her disguise and immediately holds her breath. In her mind, she's desperately screaming for help, calling out for young Master Kella. Meanwhile, Kella is super relaxed in his own bathtub, completely oblivious to the danger. Shri starts to vent, saying she thought all her suffering would finally end with the king's death. But a panicking Ren yells that she doesn't want to hear it and that she needs to get out of there. The commander just keeps going, revealing that she was destined to become a mage from the moment she was born. Unable to take it anymore, Ren leaps out of the water, yelling for her to save the trip down memory lane for later. She quickly makes an excuse about needing the restroom and scrambles out of there. Shrills is left behind in the tub, a very suspicious grin on her face. She chuckles to herself, thinking the girl must not have enjoyed the sacred scent. Outside the bathroom, Ren breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that was way too close. Just then, a completely relaxed Kella shows up, raving about how great the thermal springs are. An angry Ren yells at him that her disguise spell was almost broken back there. She explains that Shrills used a sacred scent that causes demons to lose their mana. Kella's expression turns serious as he agrees the situation could have gotten very ugly for them. He then jokes about going for another dip, which only annoys Ren more. Just then, Shrills appears and asks if they're leaving already, mentioning something about a second round. Kella awkwardly agrees, while Ren tries to play it cool, hoping they can make a quick getaway. Shrills insists they stay, asking if they aren't curious about her magic drinks. Kella is instantly captivated by the idea, having never heard of food magic before. Much to Ren's despair, he accepts the invitation, causing her to scream her master's name. The scene cuts to that night where a group of mages is arriving at the commander's house. One asks if it's true that demons are inside, and another confirms the intel. Their conversation reveals that they're after no ordinary demons, but the son of the Demon King himself. Seeing this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, they resolve to capture their targets at all costs. Meanwhile, inside the house, the commander's trap is in full swing. She serves them a drink, revealing that the special beverage was made with holy water. Kella feels a burning sensation and complains that he got all excited about the food magic for nothing. The commander ignores his complaint and casually returns to the topic of her life story. She explains that in order to kill the king, she risked her life training with the Tolkien squad. She then reveals a large scar on her stomach which she received during one of their tests. Kella and Ren are taken aback, and he comments that he hadn't noticed that scar before. With a sad expression, she asks if he doesn't find the scar beautiful. She then reveals she's also missing an eye, leaving the pair completely stunned. Kella and Ren are left utterly speechless, unable to process what they're seeing. The commander explains that she'd been using magic to hide everything, as the scars bring back painful memories. A flashback shows an instructor yelling for the recruits to get up and focus on the Demon King. The scene reveals that the squad was created for the sole purpose of defeating him. A young Shrills, though covered in bruises, knew she had to endure the pain in order to win. The instructor then bellows again, ordering them to state their true objective. With pure hatred in her eyes, she declares that their goal is to kill the Demon King. Back in the present, she says she sacrificed everything to earn these scars. Then she gets right in Kella's face and asks what he's been doing all this time. She lifts his shirt, declaring that he must surely have a scar to show for it too. Kella is shocked by her action and doesn't know how to react, but she's the one who's truly surprised to find his skin is perfectly smooth without a single scar. Ren watches desperately, crying out to young Master Kella in her thoughts. He then realizes Shrill's touch is slowly unraveling his magical disguise. Shrills leans in close to his ear and whispers his fake name, Chi-Wu. With a grim expression, she bluntly asks if he's actually a demon. Kella is floored suddenly, realizing the commander knew the truth all along. But just then, a swarm of white, red-eyed rats scurries into the room. Right on cue, a group of mages blast their way in with a massive lightning spell. The commander puts on a show, shouting in feigned surprise that the mages just appeared out of nowhere. Kella and Ren exchange a terrified glance, realizing they've been led straight into a trap. Shrills then turns with a smirk and says, "Perfect, everyone's here." The lead mage points to his own eye, declaring that the message from the heavens was true. He then points an accusing finger at her, yelling that she's been hiding her true identity this whole time. And then comes the big reveal. Shrills is actually a demon, who has infiltrated the kingdom of Arcel. The bombshell leaves everyone speechless, but she just faces them with a calm smile. Kella's mind is reeling as he realizes they weren't here for him, they were here for her. With a staff in hand, Shrills declares she has no more reason to hide. She then drops another bomb. She was the one who leaked the information about her being a demon in the first place. The leader of the mages bellows. There's no reason to hesitate and orders his mages to take her down. But Shrills meets their attack with a confident glare, warning them that she is an elite mage from Tolkien. She scoffs that she's not someone that a few mages from Arcel can handle and unleashes a torrent of her own mana. In that instant, their disguises shatter. Ren yells for Master Chu to get back, panicking and shouting that things have just gone from bad to worse for them. A massive explosion of purple and blue mana erupts, engulfing the entire hall in a blinding light. As the dust slowly settles, the aftermath of the battle is revealed. Ren is stunned, completely in awe of the immense power she just sensed from the commander. Kella and Ren are bewildered. He cautiously asks if she just protected them. She turns to them, confirming she knows they're demons too. It's impossible to hide from her. With a knowing smile, she formally introduces herself as Shrills Kalaldun, daughter of the Demon King Helcown. Kella and the girl beside him are completely blindsided by this revelation. Commander Shrills then announces she's going to perform a memory transfer spell. The magic engulfs them both, and they're instantly frozen, overwhelmed by the visions flooding their minds. A flashback begins showing Helcown standing beside a mysterious hooded demon. The vision shifts to a little girl on the ground, a demon with the rare ability to hide her horns. Suddenly it dawns on her the man standing before her is Helcown, the Demon King himself. The imposing figure then reveals a shocking truth that his own blood runs through her veins. In a firm voice, he declares that this makes her his daughter. The little girl is stunned, unable to process that she's the daughter of the Demon King. The memory continues, showing how she was treated like nothing more than a lab rat. Every day was a living nightmare, filled with horrific experiments. Alongside other children, she was forced to endure one painful test after another. The only thing little Shrills could do was silently endure the agonizing pain. Ultimately, every other child born alongside her perished during the experiments. Alone and desperate, the little girl could only weep over her tragic fate. She was sure she would die just like the others, her eyes brimming with tears and despair. But then, lying on the cold floor, she starts to wonder if what she heard was real. Staring up at Helcown, she found it impossible to believe she was truly the Demon King's daughter. But then a slow smile spreads across her face as she declares it a great honor. Pleased, Helcown decides to give her a name, christening her Shrills. He orders her to infiltrate the human kingdom as a spy, a mission she accepts without a moment's hesitation. Filled with a new sense of purpose, she vows to do anything for her father Helcown. The scene shifts to the front of a castle where someone shouts that they've found someone on the ground. Two men rush over and find little Shrills, assuming she was attacked by demons. One of them scoops her up into his arms, saying they need to get her inside and take care of her. And as she was being carried away, her life as the Demon King's spy began. From that day forward, she trained relentlessly, enduring every hardship to become a mage of Arcel. Finally, through sheer effort, she managed to level up again and again. Shrills became one of the strongest in the elite Tolkien squad. 15 years pass, and the scene shows the former Demon King Turk Kalaldun. At that moment, she finally saw her father again. After so many years, her heart ached to run and embrace him, but she knew she couldn't. With tears welling in her eyes, she thought she was finally close to achieving her goal. The plan was to wait until all the soldiers, except for General Kilman, were eliminated. Her mission was to use a hidden spell to sow chaos within the Tolkien squad from the inside. And with the squad in disarray, she would support her father until he could finally defeat General Kilman. She dreamed of the day her father would be victorious, so she could finally return to the demon castle with him. All she ever wanted was to start a new life by his side, as Shrills Kalaldun. The memory ends returning to the present battle where Kilman is praising Turk's incredible power, saying he's exceeded all expectations. But the former Demon King scoffs, replying that he doesn't need praise from a mere human. With a defiant smirk, Kilman calls him arrogant as he prepares to end the fight. He announces that this next move is his final attack, and he's putting everything he has into it. Next, a spear made of celestial light materializes, crackling with an insane amount of energy. Turk, refusing to back down, summons his Hellfire to meet the attack head-on. Seeing the sheer power of both spells, Shriel lets out a desperate scream for her father. A massive explosion erupts, and all Shriel can do is watch from a safe distance. But in that very moment, her father's voice echoes in her mind. In a vision, Turk Kaldan calls out to her, his daughter. Shriel is stunned, realizing he's about to give her one last command. He tells her to serve the next demon king just as she served him and to protect this new king until the very end, which brings Shriel to tears. Once his command is given, the explosion swallows everything, creating a chaotic swirl of the two opposing energies. As the dust starts to settle, the horrifying outcome of the battle is revealed. All that remains of Turk Keldon is his head, now tumbling from the sky. In desperation, Shriel watches as her father's remains disintegrate into dust before her eyes. In disbelief, she can only whisper that it can't be real. The image of her father's death is burned into her memory, and she lets out a heartbreaking scream for him. After witnessing her father's death, she had no other choice. With support forces arriving, she was forced to retreat to Talawa with them. And while she was grieving, everyone else was celebrating the victory over the Demon King. People from all across the continent, even in Talawa, rejoiced at her father's death. After that day, she decided to leave her life as a commander behind. So Shriel returned to Arcel, her second home, and the site of her very first mission. She planned to start a new life there, putting on a brave face for everyone. But in reality, her one and only goal was to avenge her father no matter the cost. The flashback ends, and Shriel reveals her plan to wipe everyone out, starting with the city of Arcel. The gray-haired girl is completely shocked by this revelation. She can't believe Shriel is actually the Demon King's daughter. Kella, meanwhile, despairs, thinking he'd finally gotten away from all his demon siblings. Even though they weren't blood-related, he really didn't expect to find another sister out of the blue. Talk about bad luck. Shriel then says she won't force them to cooperate, but she does have one crucial piece of information to share. She explains that Arcel, the country of magic, poses a huge threat to demons. The longer they allow it to exist, the sooner Kella will die. The warning makes Kella tense up. He knows the danger is both real and aimed squarely at him. He clenches his fist, remembering that even back in the game, mages were a force to be reckoned with. With a determined look, he realizes that if he ignores this threat, his own life will be on the line. The leader of the mages realizes the explosion is going to attract unwanted attention and that they need to act fast. He urgently shouts for everyone to pour as much mana as they can into the attack. This makes Kella furious. They attacked him without a moment's hesitation, even when they thought he was human. His servant Ren is terrified by his transformation and cries out for her young master, now sporting horns and a sinister aura. Kella calmly states that this is just self-defense. Just then, Commander Shriel spins around, startled by a sudden surge of energy she felt. Her eyes go wide, unable to believe what's happening. She immediately recognizes the energy and wonders if it could be her father's power. That night, the two of them fought a seemingly endless battle against the mages of Arcel. Since Arcel was like a second home to her, Shriel knew the entire layout of the city by heart. Using this knowledge to her advantage, she launched magical attacks on the city's key locations. She mercilessly obliterated government buildings and the Magic Academy. Meanwhile, Kella unleashed his own Hellmana, cutting a path through their most powerful enemies. He specifically targeted those who were still drunk on the power they'd gained from the festival. With his crackling blue energy, he subjugated anyone who dared to stand in his way. The soldiers could only scream for help, but by then it was already far too late for them. Thanks to the siblings' teamwork, the nation of Magic Arcel was easily destroyed and conquered by the demonic duo. The entire city was engulfed in flames, turning the night sky a hellish red. Down on the ground, the leader of the mages can't believe his eyes, muttering that Arcel couldn't have fallen so easily. With a bloodied face, he screams that he'll never forgive the demons. Amid the chaos, another surviving mage also yells out in anger and despair. But Kella just retorts that he's the one who can't forgive them for everything they've done. Sporting a maniacal grin, Shriel declares that she's going to finish every last one of them starting right here. Kella and the gray-haired girl are shocked by her sudden madness. Getting tired of all this drama, Kella announces that his part is done and they should all go their separate ways. But Shriel stops him in his tracks, revealing that she recognized his mana and calling him by his full name, Kella Keldon. Startled, Kella realizes there's no point in hiding his identity anymore. With a sigh of resignation, he simply confirms who he is. Shriel is shocked that she was actually right, which only makes Kella more annoyed that he fell for what was basically a bluff. Shriel admits she only had a slight suspicion, but his reaction just confirmed everything for her. She explains that she isn't a normal daughter, but rather a unique being, created from their father's own aura. The commander approaches Kella, adding that she was created sometime after he was born. With a cheerful smile, she calls him Big Brother, which leaves Kella absolutely terrified. Quickly changing the subject, she invites him to join her in avenging their father. Kella angrily thinks to himself that he ran away from home precisely because he doesn't care about any of this revenge business. With an intimidating glare, Shriel asks if he's trying to run away from his responsibility. She tells him he is the last of the Demon King's bloodline, the only living son. Terrified, Ren begs Kella to just agree with her, whispering that Shrills looks like she's about to kill them. Kella relents and claims he will get his revenge, though he thinks to himself that he has no other choice right now. Satisfied, Shrills tells them it's time to go, declaring their intent to burn everything to the ground. Kella just agrees, pulling the frightened Ren closer to protect her. In his thoughts, he reveals that he needs Arsel's magic, and that Shrills seems to know everything. So he decides to use this whole revenge plot as an excuse to buy some time and treat her as a temporary ally. From his hiding spot on the ground, the leader of the mages watches the demons leave. He knows he has to report this to Talawa immediately. The scene changes to a castle where a messenger arrives claiming to have urgent news from Arsel. The great king of Talawa, who is in the middle of a meal, asks what the important message is. The messenger explains that Shrills of the Tolkien squad is actually a demon, and that the mages attempted to eliminate her. The king's expression turns serious as he puts down his food and asks what happened next. The messenger finishes his report stating that Kellikun then appeared and burned Arsel to the ground alongside her. The king is so shocked by this news that he grips his fork, hard enough to bend it. He yells furiously, unable to believe the Demon King's son was in Arsel. An advisor then suggests that Kella must have some kind of connection to Shrills. Furious, the king declares that if word gets out about Arsel being burned down, it will spell disaster. His advisor agrees, adding that their enemies will mock them endlessly. Consumed by hatred, the king orders the immediate execution of Shrills and Kella before the truth is revealed. The advisor, Hayden, swears on his life that he will see them both killed. Having made his vow, he turns and exits the throne room with grim determination. Hayden then pauses before a cube displaying Turk Calden's head. Looking at the trophy, he grumbles that Helkaloon's bloodline is a never-ending source of trouble. He then swears to incinerate anyone who carries that demon's blood. The scene shifts and someone asks about Killian's squad. Hayden explains that General Killian should have already received the summons to return. And in a faraway land, the mysterious figure known as Killian is finally shown. Hayden explains that Killian is the finest knight in the kingdom, even surpassing the legendary Killman. And to ensure the assassination of Kella and Shrills is successful, they will absolutely need his help. The scene cuts to Killian, who, holding a scroll, asks if it's true his brother Killman is dead. The messenger confirms the news, stating that he died bravely while slaying the Demon King, but Killian dismisses this, angrily retorting that a demon is still what killed him. The man then conveys that the kingdom of Talawa requires his service to hunt down Kellican. Killian retorts that he couldn't care less about Talua's wishes, but since demons were responsible for his brother's death, he vows to kill every last one on the continent. With a look of pure hatred, he declares he'll start with Kella Kalaldan. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Kella has a completely bewildered expression on his face. Around the campfire, Shrills complains that her portion of meat is hardly enough to satisfy her. Ren then asks about her secret to not gaining weight, and Shrills provides a completely nonsensical explanation. The girl is amazed by this theory, thinking it's a groundbreaking discovery. Kella reflects that at least she's not trying to kill him like his other siblings. He then asks if she resents him for being their father's biological son. With a terrifying look, she admits that she does enough to want him dead. However, Shrills explains that because he shares their father's blood, she can't bring herself to truly hate him. In fact, that same blood makes her feel a need to protect him. Kella is taken aback. Unlike his other siblings, she actually wants to look after him. At that moment, she places her hand on his and makes a solemn promise. With a gentle smile, Shrills swears she will risk her own life to protect him. Utterly embarrassed, Kella thanks her, his face turning beet red, which leaves Ren in complete shock. The little demon starts freaking out, shouting and demanding to know why he's blushing like that. She then tries to force feed him, but he insists he's not hungry. Ren vows to protect his health with her life, making Kella feel even more awkward. As night falls, they know the news about Arsel is sure to attract countless demon hunters to the area. Shrills warns that their current location is unsafe, and that they need to find another place to sleep, but Kella disagrees, saying this is the perfect spot, much to Ren's confusion. With a confident smile, he assures them that with a little work, it can become a fortress. Kella and Shrills then use their magic to reshape the terrain and create a hideout. While resting inside their makeshift base, he takes the opportunity to review what he learned from his last fight. He realizes that just like the Demon King, he needs to rest after expending a large amount of mana. Those who used more power like Shrills needed even more time to recover, and so they all managed to rest safely protected by the secret fortress. The scene shifts, and a trumpet sounds announcing the arrival of an important squadron. It's the second Tolkien squadron, the White Tolkien, led by none other than Killian. A guard then announces to the king that the renowned squadron has finally arrived at the castle. The king gets chills just looking at them, awestruck by so much concentrated power. With a smile, he welcomes his strongest squadron, the White Tolkien. One of the knights, Deed, remarks that Captain Killian has gotten much stronger. With a smile, he adds that General Kilman would be very happy to see this. Killian overhears the comment, but remains silent, showing no reaction. Suddenly, an elf yells at Deed to shut up and show some respect. Deed just complains about her loud voice, grumbling that she's the same as always. At that, another squadron member questions if they really need to obey the king, saying his anger won't subside even if they kill Kella Calden right now. Interrupting the conversation, Killian apologizes to his companion Kayla. He then mentions he has something to show a woman named Curdley. The scene changes, and the squadron enters one of the castle's main halls. Inside, he stares at Turk Calden's head and declares that he's finally found him. With a cold gaze, Killian calls him Hellcound, his brother's murderer. Deed makes a disgusted face, but the others immediately shush him. Killian then asks Curdley if the tracking spell will work with just the head. She confirms that it will, and begins to use her magic to track his bloodline. The spell glows intensely, activating the power still lingering within the demon's head. Killian glares at the face and tells Hellcalden to keep his eyes wide open and watch everything unfold. With a sinister smile, he tells him to watch what they're going to do next. The former Demon King's eye seems to watch intently, as if it understands the threat. The scene changes, and Shrills declares that now that they're rested, it's time to go after their enemies. A confused little Wren asks what she meant, bringing up the second squadron. Shrills then explains that back in Taloa, no one had much hope for the first squadron. She reveals they were basically an experiment bait for the Demon King. The squadron Talua really invested in was the second one, the famous White Tolkien. Kella's expression turns serious as he repeats the name White Tolkien in his mind. She continues explaining that it's the squadron led by Kilman's younger brother Killian, and that they're an elite troop made up entirely of true combat geniuses. Kella then asks if Kilman, the man who killed his father, was actually weaker than them. Clenching her fist, she admits she didn't want to believe it, but the truth was clear. She confirms that yes, Killian's squadron is much stronger than Kilman ever was. In fact, she can't even begin to estimate how much more powerful they really are. Hearing this, Kella finally grasps the sheer scale of the danger they're about to face. Little Wren panics, asking how they're supposed to invade Talua now. Shrills explains they need to attack as quickly as possible before the squadron can fully assemble. Kella knows that Talua is much larger than Arsel, and that luck alone won't be enough to win. With a determined look, it seems he's already come up with a plan. He then points out that with their mission to hunt him, the White Tolkien must have already returned. Kella says it makes no sense for the three of them to attack alone. They need an army. The two girls are surprised, asking what he means by an army and a base. He explains they need an army strong enough to hold its own against the White Tolkien, and a base that won't fall even if Talua's soldiers throw everything they've got at it. With a confident smile, he reveals his plan. They're going to build the strongest dungeon in existence. The girls are in shock, unable to process the idea of creating the strongest dungeon in the world. He explains that they can't risk any more uncertain battles, lest they end up like his father. The plan is to create the dungeon first, and only then begin a real war against Talua. Shrills is impressed, commenting that he truly is his father's son. But deep down, Kella is just relieved he managed to make all that up on the spot. Getting excited, Shrills says she knows some people they can recruit for their army. The two girls immediately start shouting and celebrating, all fired up for the coming war. Kella just watches them, thinking to himself that they really bought his idea. But deep down, he knows this is the only way to buy himself some time. With a smile, he realizes this is his chance to create his own world, free from interruptions. A world he had only ever imagined, but never had the chance to bring into reality. His own perfect world where he could finally have some peace. Clenching his fist, he refocuses on the plan he just improvised. He then asks Shrills if she knows any trustworthy demons, explaining that first, they need someone who understands geography and terrain. Shrills thinks for a moment, trying to recall someone who fits that description. Suddenly her eyes light up. She knows the perfect person and tells the others to come with her to meet them, and so the group sets off on a new journey to find their first ally. Along the way, Kella begins learning Arsol's magic from Shrills. He quickly realizes, however, that it's not something he should be able to pick up so easily. But thanks to the Demon King's blood flowing through him, he can wield magic with incredible ease, allowing him to learn everything at a rapid pace. This feat astonishes Shrills, for Kella using magic with his own two hands feels like another step toward achieving his goal. The scene shifts again. 4 days have passed, and the group is now traveling through a desolate land. Shrills mentions they're almost at their destination, but Kella finds it strange that a demon would live in such a place. She explains that the area wasn't always like this, not until the Tolkien's ambush. Kella and Little Wren are confused, not understanding what she means. Suddenly, Shrills' demeanor turns serious, and she tells them both to stay put, no matter what. Just then, a group of demons attacks, screaming their hatred for the Tolkien squad. One of the demons makes a beeline for Shrills, vowing to finish her off. She then realizes they must be unaware of who she is and what her reputation entails. Wren panics, asking why Shrills is just taking the hits without fighting back, but Kella tells her to be quiet, leaving the little demon even more confused and scared. With a calm expression, he simply tells her to stay out of it and let things unfold. The demons grow furious, demanding to know why they refuse to fight back. With her head lowered, Shrills apologizes to the demons, expressing her deep remorse. She then kneels and says she will accept their rage until their hearts are at ease. The group's leader is stunned, recognizing a symbolic posture that only his people would know. As a fellow demon, she apologizes for siding with their enemies. They're confused, remembering the last time they saw her, she was with the Talc. Just then, Kella steps forward and confirms that what she's saying is true. With a blue aura flaring, he introduces himself as the last surviving son of Helsin. The demons feel his powerful energy and realize he is indeed the king's son. The leader then asks, still in disbelief, if he is really the young Master Kella. Upon confirmation, they all rush towards him, filled with emotion and hope. The Earth demons then kneel and greet him as His Highness, Kella Kaldan. Little Wren gets all excited cheering young Master Kella's name. With a smile, Shri remarks that they recognize him as the rightful heir. Kella just watches the scene in silence, processing the whole situation. The camera reveals they lived in an underground village hidden away from everyone. It was a simple place that served as a refuge for all the Earth demons. With a smile, he thinks that maybe creating his army won't be so hard after all. One of the Earth demons shouts, announcing the arrival of the great demon king's son, Kella. At this, the entire crowd goes wild, raising their fists to celebrate the true heir. One of the leaders then approaches, saying he'll get everything ready and that Kella just needs to give the order. But Kella seems to be analyzing the place, thinking that the architecture is very different from what he knows. He's impressed to see the city was built without magic, using only natural materials. The crowd continues to celebrate as Kella thinks he never imagined such a large city could be hidden away. He then turns to Shri and admits she was right. They need the talent of these people. With a smug smile, she says that on top of that, there's an excellent warrior they should recruit. Kella is intrigued by this information, asking who this warrior might be. The scene then flashes back to the past, as Shri explains that the Tolkien squadron discovered their location. We see General Kilman, who furiously orders his men to kill all the Earth demons without mercy. The Tuluan soldiers then attack, beginning a massacre against the defenseless demons. The people scream for Gulpero, but they are slaughtered with no chance to fight back against the surprise attack. It's then explained that on the general's orders, the forest that hid the city was burned down. Because of this, the Earth demons were pushed to the brink of extinction, as we can see from Shri's expression. But then a furious warrior appears. He shouts, questioning how they dare attack a people who don't even know how to fight. He stands in front of the children, warning that he won't let anyone touch them. General Kilman is surprised, wondering what kind of demon would risk his life for the little ones. Intrigued, he approaches the warrior and asks for the name of such a brave man. The warrior then answers with pride, saying his name is Douglas, son of the Earth demons. Kilman repeats his name under his breath, seeming to reflect on the demon's actions. With a thoughtful look, the general seems to make an important decision about what to do next. He then laments in his thoughts, saying it would be different if Douglas had been born human. At that moment, Kilman surprises everyone and shouts for them to stop the fight. As they are leaving, immediately Douglas is left completely stunned, not understanding why the enemy was suddenly retreating. With a smile, Shri turns and tells him that his bravery just saved his entire tribe. The warrior remains silent, still processing what just happened in the middle of the battle. The image shows Douglas, who stayed behind protecting the children as the army withdrew. Back in the present, Shri finishes the story saying he didn't run and tried to save the children until the very end. Kildera is impressed, while Kella comments that even the name Douglas sounds trustworthy. Kella grows thoughtful as an Earth demon who knows how to fight is more than he could have hoped for. He then makes up his mind and says he'd like to meet this Douglas in person, but the elder gets nervous. He says that Douglas is very stubborn and it would be better to find someone else. Kella rejects the suggestion and says with determination that he's taking Douglas one way or another. The scene then takes us to a workshop where black smoke and the sound of hammering emerge. Arriving there, Kella confronts the warrior and asks if he's refusing to obey an order. Douglas doesn't even turn around, and replies that he has no obligation to obey him even if he is the king's son. Unfazed, Kella asks what would happen if he decided to use force to convince him. The warrior then faces him sweating and warns that in that case he'll die fighting to the end. Kella then changes his tone, asking why he wants to stay here so badly, and Douglas explains that he was born here. He continues saying he has a duty to protect his homeland, and that's why he can't leave. The prince then realizes this won't be easy and comments that he's just as stubborn as they said. Even so, Douglas apologizes but stands firm, refusing to abandon his people. Kella gets frustrated, remembering just how hard it was to recruit a powerful ally like him in the game. With a disappointed sigh, he figures there's nothing he can do since the warrior would rather die than leave with him. Kella remains silent for a moment, listening to the sound of hammering coming from the workshop. The sound of diligent work echoes throughout the city, a testament to the strength of its people. He then takes a walk, finding himself admiring how efficient the local architecture really is. At that moment, he realizes he truly wants someone with their skills on his team in the future. But suddenly, Shrills and Seldera arrive, inviting him to try some demon liquor. He gets annoyed with them, wondering if they can't see he's in the middle of something important. Though reluctant, he eventually gives in and grabs a mug to try the local drink. But with the first sip, it hits him immediately. There's something different about this ale. The elder watches the scene, remarking that they're all drunk already and spouting nonsense. With a smile, he orders his men to escort the guests to their finest quarters. Night falls on the city, ending a very long and emotional day. We see Kella sound asleep in bed after all the confusion and drinking. He seems to be at peace, recovering his energy for the challenges of the next day. But in the dead of night, his bedroom door slowly creaks open and a mysterious figure tiptoes into the room, moving toward him. The mysterious intruder then raises a huge axe, preparing to strike the sleeping prince. Kella continues to sleep peacefully, completely unaware of the danger he's in. Suddenly, the traitor's identity is revealed. It's Rude, and he's shouting that Kella is a coward. He then screams with pure hatred that the prince is going to die right here today. Douglas is in complete shock, unable to comprehend how his plan could have gone so horribly wrong. Kella's eyes snap open, and grabbing the axe, he states that now he's sure of everything. The warrior panics, realizing Kella was never asleep, as the prince quickly leaps out of bed. Just then, more demons burst into the room, screaming for the coward Kella to be killed without mercy. The prince stands his ground, facing his enemies and ready to counterattack at a moment's notice. He then begins his explanation, revealing that he had been suspicious of everything from the very start. The scene flashes back to the workshop, where Kella explains he found what Douglas was forging to be very strange. The prince thought it was odd that he was crafting items that were clearly not weapons. We see that they were actually shackles, and Kella had noticed they were far too small to ever fit an orc. Adding to his suspicions while exploring the town, he noticed someone tailing him from a distance. From that point on, he began to observe everything much more carefully. By paying close attention to the details, he eventually discovered a wall concealed by a very subtle magic barrier. It was a barrier he only noticed because he inherited the immense mana of his father, the Demon King, but Kella reveals there was another piece of the puzzle that just didn't add up. He remembers Thrill saying that Douglas was protecting young dark elves, not earth demons. The problem, he continues, was that he never saw a single dark elf in the village, and that's when it all clicked. With a look of absolute certainty, Kella finally understands the Earth Demon's entire scheme. He then unleashes a powerful blue energy, lunging at the invaders with everything he's got. With a single blow, he takes down one of the henchmen, showing he wasn't messing around. Kella turns to Douglas, clarifying that he never said he couldn't let the elves die, just that he couldn't hand them over. In other words, he didn't give a damn about protecting them. He just didn't want them taken from him. Douglas starts to panic, completely baffled as to how the prince figured out his entire scheme. With a dead serious look, Kella then asks if they should go and release that magic barrier. The scene cuts outside, where a crowd of earth demons begins to get restless. Kella appears holding Douglas hostage, shocking everyone to see their greatest warrior captured. It then dawns on Douglas that everyone was in on the plan, because there was no other way this could have happened. The elder is furious at the failure, screaming at Douglas for ruining everything. Completely defeated, the warrior can only apologize for his massive failure. Kella then threatens the crowd, warning that if a single person moves, Douglas will die instantly. Their leader is outraged, wondering how a coward like Kella managed to turn the tables on them. The scene then shifts to a more remote part of the village where the real secret is hidden. Kella then shoves Douglas toward the wall and, in a stern tone, orders him to open the door. Though reluctant, the warrior takes out a purple gem and uses it to deactivate the magic barrier. The secret passage finally creaks open, revealing a dark cave packed with people inside. And to everyone's surprise, we see they are all young dark elves looking scared and trapped. Kella is speechless at the sight while Douglas maintains an angry scowl. The prince is horrified, realizing the situation is far worse than he had imagined. Just then, Shrills and Seldera come running up, looking worried and shouting Kella's name, but they too are shocked when they see what was hidden behind that wall. Kella then turns to Shrills and asks if she can use her magic to see the memories of one of them. She replies that it's possible, but warns that his vision of it won't be as clear as hers. The prince nods in agreement and asks her to please begin the spell. Shrills concentrates, preparing a powerful spell to initiate the memory transfer. The magic connects Kella's mind with one of the elves, and the past begins to unfold. In the first memory, he immediately realizes that life in this place was a living hell. It's revealed that the mothers were forced into pregnancy and that every single person there was born that way. And from among these children, some were handpicked by mysterious human nobles. The chosen children were then torn away from their mothers, who were powerless to stop it. This was because young elves could be sold for a hefty sum of money. Sometimes a few captured adults would tell them what the world outside was like. They spoke of the endless sky and bright blue oceans. They told stories of fantastic foods and what it felt like to travel freely, things they knew they could never experience in this awful place. And so if they had a single wish before they died, it would be a simple one, that their children could at least get out of there and experience it all for themselves. Kella finishes the vision and, with eyes full of hatred, calls their existence pathetic. Furious, he explodes with rage and screams, cursing the earth demons with every fiber of his being. He then whips around toward Douglas, who doesn't understand his reaction. Kella lunges at him with everything he has, unleashing his blue aura and preparing to strike. And with a furious shout, he lands a solid punch right across the warrior's face. Douglas is sent flying by the blow, hitting the ground hard, completely blindsided by the attack. Kella then shouts, asking if his plan was to smuggle the children out instead of actually saving them. On the ground, the warrior admits it's true, since dark elves are a rare race coveted by nobles. He continues explaining that they are beloved by nature, which is why they can live peacefully no matter where they're put. Then Douglas reveals his plan, saying this makes them perfect for being raised like livestock. Shrills is disgusted by his coldness, questioning how he could enslave other demons, but he just yells back that they are essential for surviving against the humans. Kella then clenches his fist tightly, his blue aura glowing even more intensely. He remembers how miserable it was to endure his own father's oppression for his entire life. But the prince realizes that the pain of those children is on a completely different level than anything he has ever gone through. That's why he decides he simply can't stand by while something like this happens right in front of his eyes. Kella then turns to Shrills and Seldera, ready to resolve the situation once and for all. With a determined look, he declares they will finish the job that Kilman started. Shrills agrees immediately, saying she can't forgive these traitors to their own kind. With that, Kella declares they will cleanse this place by wiping out the earth demons. Douglas then gets to his feet, urging everyone to help him fight since there are only 3 enemies. At his command, the earth demons charge the group, screaming that they're all gonna die. Seldera manages to fend off a blow, warning that the remaining orcs are now attacking. This sends Shrills into a fury, as he questions how they dare rebel against the heir to the Demon King. But one of the rebels shouts back not to retreat, calling Kella a coward they don't have to obey. Caldera immediately fires back that Lord Kella will be the next Demon King regardless. An enemy soldier then lunges at the prince, screaming for him to die, but Kella deftly blocks the strike. It dawns on him that this isn't a game, and that his power can truly change things. With a determined expression, he prepares to finally counterattack with his full strength. The prince decides he will no longer stand by as he did before. From now on, he will fight. Meanwhile, one of the elves panics as a demon shouts an order to kill them all on the spot. One of the elf girls then wonders aloud if they're doing all this to save them. Hearing this, another decides that if it's true, they have to help in the battle too. But as he tries to move, a companion holds him back, warning that it's too dangerous and to get back. The other prisoners cry out in terror, knowing that if Kella's group loses, they will be tortured again. The young elf is terrified just by the word itself, repeating torture in a horrified whisper. A memory flashes in his mind, showing one of the demons brutally assaulting him. At that, the boy screams in pain, reliving all the suffering he has endured there. Kella watches the scene unfold, his blue aura flaring as his eyes burn with pure rage. He then turns to Douglas and declares he will repay every single scream of pain they have caused. But the warrior realizes he can't win and pulls a red ore from his pocket. He swallows the stone and yells for everyone to eat one too, screaming that losing to them means losing everything. The other demons follow his lead, immediately consuming the ores they had stored. Caldera is astonished at the sight, as she believed the earth ores were just a legend. Kella is also startled, baring his teeth and questioning what kind of power has just emerged. When consumed, the ore exchanges a portion of a demon's life force for power. Shrills adds that it multiplies their physical abilities dozens of times over. Douglas's body begins to swell, tearing his clothes to shreds as he lets out a hateful snarl. The bizarre transformation continues, and he warns that he's going to kill Kella right now. With enormous fangs and a monstrous face, he screams that he'll finish the prince off for good. Kella is shocked to see their demonic energy has skyrocketed, right along with their physical strength. He gets frustrated, realizing he still can't use all the abilities granted to him by Hell. Douglas then charges forward with a powerful strike, shouting for the prince to prepare for what's coming. The heir grits his teeth, recognizing the lethal danger of the attack. But suddenly, giant roots erupt from the ground, blocking the strike just in the nick of time. Douglas is surprised by the interference, having no idea where it came from. The roots then ensnare him, and he struggles, screaming and demanding to know what they are. The scene reveals it was the young elf Wood who placed himself between Kella and the monster. With his body trembling, he declares he doesn't want to be tortured again. Never again. The other elves panic, screaming that he has gone too far this time. Douglas becomes furious, threatening to torture Wood to death for daring to get in his way. But before he can break free, he seems to sense something and pauses in confusion. It's Kella who grabs him and declares that his threat will never come to pass. With one swift strike, he pierces the monster's chest before it can even react. After defeating him, the prince turns to the elf and asks if his name is Wood. With a smirk, he says he likes the boy's courageous attitude. Wood just stares at him in silence, still reeling from everything that just happened. Even gravely wounded, Douglas screams at Wood, demanding to know how he could betray him after he personally raised the boy. He then abandons his threats of torture and just shouts that he'll kill the boy right here and now. Kella is shocked, realizing the enemy's body has grown even larger than before. Ignoring the pain, the monster charges at the prince, preparing a massive blow. The blow lands squarely on Kella's defense as he throws his arms up to block the attack. But the force is so immense that he's thrown backward, unable to stop the impact. The prince is sent flying, slamming hard against the cave wall and reeling from the blow. Lying on the ground, he wonders how the magic of that stone can be so strong and dangerous. But Douglas ignores him, turning his attention back to the elf and shouting that he's going to finish Wood. He then lunges forward and grabs the boy by the neck, ready to avenge the betrayal. With a look of pure hatred, the monster screams that he's going to rip his head clean off. Wood gasps for air, struggling desperately to break free from the deadly grip on his neck. Kella realizes the monster has gone berserk, now more focused on killing Wood than on their fight. The boy continues to suffocate his life, slowly draining away under the pressure. Seeing this, Kella realizes he needs a long-range attack to solve this. In a moment of pure desperation, Kella pleads for any power that can turn the tide of this battle. Suddenly, he's transported to a strange, unfamiliar place, completely clueless about how he got there. A shadowy figure appears, chuckling as it explains that Kella is inside his own mind. Irritated, Kella spins around and demands to know who the hell it is and what it wants. The figure, however, reminds him that Wood needs saving and that time works differently in this mental space. That jolts the prince back to reality. He remembers Wood and the immense danger his friend is in. He desperately asks the shadow if there's any way it can help him save Wood right now. The entity explains that Kella isn't ready for the full power Helkun granted him, but promises that as his mind and body synchronize, he'll unlock even greater strength. Kella, having zero patience for lectures, just yells for it to cut to the chase and tell him what power he can use at this very moment. The shadow agrees and reveals an ability he can use immediately. It then bids him farewell, calling him by both of his names and leaving the prince utterly stunned. He's floored, wondering how on earth that mysterious shadow knew his original name from his past life. His mind snaps back to the real world, still reeling from the encounter. A blue energy begins to form on his arm, which he recognizes as the Hell's Fire Arrow. Seeing this new energy weapon, he realizes he might actually have a fighting chance. He takes careful aim and yells for Wood to brace himself for the incoming attack. Douglas looks down in utter shock, completely bewildered by the hole that just materialized in his chest. Meanwhile, the young elf is still suffering in the furious monster's grasp. The villain angrily tosses the boy aside, cursing him for getting in the way of his fight. Kella glares at him, his eyes filled with hatred, and declares that his reign of terror is over. With that, the prince unleashes the energy arrow, pouring every ounce of his strength into the attack. The blue fire arrow streaks through the air, glowing intensely with overwhelming power. Douglas is absolutely terrified, realizing he has no way to escape. The attack scores a direct hit, and he screams in agony as a massive blue explosion engulfs him. In a final desperate act, the monster screams for Gulpero, but it's far too late. Kella watches from a safe distance, confirming the direct hit. The villain's body begins to disintegrate within the flames, letting out one final agonizing groan. The powerful energy slowly dissipates, leaving absolutely no trace of the once mighty villain. But Kella is left wondering about that strange entity he met in his subconscious. Elsewhere, Teldera is swarmed by enemies, complaining that she's completely outnumbered. Shri's in a bind too. The low ceiling prevents her from using any wide-range AoE magic, but Kella tells them not to sweat it, confident that his new weapon can wrap this up in no time. He leaps into the air and fires a volley of energy arrows at the remaining enemies. The earth demons are caught completely off guard, screaming in pain as the arrows strike them head-on. Shri is impressed, noting that Kella's mana feels like it just got a massive power-up. With this new weapon, he thinks to himself that he's finally got a solid, long-range attack in his arsenal. A satisfied smirk spreads across his face. Yeah, this new ability is pretty awesome. As night falls, a mysterious shadow soars across the desert sky, marking the end of the battle. With the dust finally settling, Kella declares that the fight is officially over. Shri picks up one of the strange ores, remarking that they're even more powerful than she'd anticipated. Teldera is shocked to hear this, having no idea that the stones literally burn away the user's lifespan. Kella takes one of the ores, warning the group that they absolutely need to investigate this further. He then turns to the captive elves, his expression turning serious. The prince meets their gaze and announces that from this moment on, they are all free. He urges them not to be captured again and to go live their lives in freedom. The elves are in disbelief, wondering if they're truly free from this long nightmare. With a reassuring gaze, Kella confirms that they can leave this place whenever they wish. The reality of the situation finally sinks in, and they're overcome with emotion, realizing they can finally get the children to safety. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they all kneel and begin thanking Lord Kella for everything he's done for them. Shri can't help but mention that it looks like they won't be getting the Earth Demons as subordinates after all. Teldera agrees it's a pity, but there's nothing they can do about it now. Kella, however, turns to Wood and asks if he was captured and brought here rather than being born in this place. With a faraway look in his eyes, the young elf confirms that yes, he was captured and brought to this place. Kella continues guessing that Wood probably doesn't have any family to go back to either. The boy stays silent, just looking back at him with a heartbreakingly sad expression. After a long pause, he quietly confirms that he has no living relatives. Hearing this, the prince extends an invitation, asking Wood to join their party from now on. He explains that they could really use someone who knows their way around this terrain just like the Earth Demons did. Model. But Wood insists he isn't an Earth Demon and has no talent for manipulating terrain. Showing off his shackles, he claims he'll be completely useless to the group. Kella reassures him, though, reminding him that as an elf, he is beloved by nature. Besides, he's already proven to be braver than anyone else when facing danger. The prince holds out his hand, telling him that's more than enough reason to join their party. The young elf is completely stunned, just staring at the prince, utterly speechless. With tears welling up in his eyes, he manages to stammer out Sir Kella's name. Overcome with emotion, we get a flashback where he recalls never even knowing what his own parents looked like. He was abandoned somewhere and eventually found and captured by Douglas. He remembers being dragged to that place where he spent his entire life in misery. He lived in that personal hell his whole life, without a shred of hope, thinking he was destined to suffer until the day he died. Back in the present, with tears streaming down his face, he wonders if he can truly leave that horrible place behind for good. He asks if he can really follow Kella, but Kella looks at him seriously and says he won't be just a follower. The prince corrects himself, saying that Wood will be joining him as an equal. He then helps Wood to his feet, and as they prepare to leave, Wood thanks him, choked with emotion. The scene changes, and we see the group finally freestanding under a starry night sky. We learn that they dealt with the Earth Demons and rescued all the captured elves. Kella had been worried, but he remembers that they are beings beloved by nature itself. Because of that, no matter how or where they end up, their future is sure to be bright. It will definitely be a huge improvement over living in that awful place. Wood looks forward, his expression filled with determination and hope, and so under the light of the moon, a new journey begins for them all. Caldera immediately starts bossing Wood around, telling him that as the rookie, he needs to do what he's told. Just then, Kella suggests they find a place with a nearby river. Wood immediately points in a direction, saying he can smell water that way. Though clearly annoyed, Caldera has to admit he did a good job, which leaves the young elf a bit flustered. Kella gets curious and asks Shrills why they're suddenly looking for a river. With a smile, she explains they can't keep traveling on foot and need to find some mounts. She adds that they're more likely to find something near a river, which gets Caldera all excited. But Shrills quickly bursts her bubble, saying they'd be lucky to find even a single unicorn. Kella puts an end to the discussion and decides they'll head in the direction Wood pointed out. The scene then shifts to a forest, showing the group starting down a new path. And what do you know? They actually find 2 unicorns drinking from a magical, sparkling river. The animals quickly notice them and become very alert as the group gets closer. Startled, the unicorns take off trying to get away as fast as they can, but suddenly a massive paw with enormous claws slams down right in front of them, blocking their path. The footprint left behind is gigantic, revealing that the mysterious creature is absolutely massive. And from the shadows, a white dragon emerges, spreading its wings majestically. Caldera goes wild, screaming that she wants the dragon, while Shrills just stares in disbelief. The scene shifts to a desert at night, where a full moon lights up the rocky landscape. There, a figure in a white cloak discovers a fallen earth demon groaning in pain. The survivor reaches out, using his last ounce of strength to beg for help. The figure is revealed to be a woman with white hair, who notes that he's the only survivor. She stares at him with a calm expression, seemingly analyzing the situation without a hint of emotion. The scene then cuts to a forest, where several bloody bodies are strewn across the ground. A group dressed in white is camped nearby, and one of them asks why the tracking spell isn't working. The mage Curly replies that she doesn't know, explaining she's detecting multiple targets in all different directions. A warrior expresses his doubt that so many children of hell are left, and asks how they're supposed to find Kella. She confirms there's no way to be sure, and an elf complains that they can't possibly hunt all of them down. Their leader, Killian, decides they'll hunt the other demons scattered across the continent, but he first asks Curdley to prioritize the search for Kella to move the mission along. She says she can teleport by herself, which might be a faster way to do it. Young Deed gets excited, saying that in the meantime they can do a little cleanup in the area. Curly accepts the order and in the blink of an eye vanishes to begin her search. As the mage prepares to leave, her eye glows with a mysterious energy. With a flash of light, she disappears into thin air, leaving Deed surprised by how quickly she left. The leader, Killian, cracks a smile and suggests they begin the demon hunt. Curdley appears in the desert and asks the survivor if Kella passed through. Angrily, he confirms it, saying that bastard Kella wiped out his entire tribe. The mage then calmly asks where Kella went after doing all that. But the demon claims he doesn't know anything, and with his dying breath begs her for help. In the next instant, a beam of light pierces his head, ending his life in a flash. Curly just stares at the fallen demon, showing absolutely no emotion for what she's just done. She coldly states that he's useless if he knows nothing. With that, she turns away, deciding she'll just have to follow the energy trail she'd sensed. Looking up towards the sky, she repeats the name Kella Calden. As she focuses on her hunt, the scene switches over to Kella's group, who have finally arrived at a river surrounded by a stunning landscape. Kella is impressed, remarking that it's just as you'd expect from an elf. Wood was able to guide them using only his sense of smell. But this clearly rubs Seldera the wrong way, and she tells the newcomer not to get a big head over it. Kella mentions he's getting hungry, and Seldera quickly volunteers to catch some fish, boasting about her skills. But suddenly a whole school of fish suddenly leaps from the river and flies right toward them. Turns out it was Wood's doing, and he caught them all in one go, leaving the rest of the group completely stunned. He casually explains that he used the power of nature, and Shrills is quick to compliment his impressive skill. This just makes Seldera even more jealous, since she was trying to prove her own worth to the group. She tries to redeem herself by starting a fire, but before she can even get started, Shrills conjures one up with magic. Poor Seldera is devastated, feeling totally useless to the party at this point. With nothing left for her to do, she plops down in a corner to sulk. Meanwhile, the fish are roasting over the fire, and a delicious aroma starts to fill the campsite. As they all dig in, Kella praises Wood's handiwork, and the elf thanks him graciously. He then asks Ren if she's going to eat, but she quietly says she's fine. Shrills doesn't hesitate for a second and just snags her portion, leaving Ren a bit stunned. Kella notices this and can't help but watch Ren with a worried expression. Ren keeps looking downcast, as if she's hiding something from everyone. Trying to change the mood, Kella mentions he'd like some fruit, which immediately gets Seldera's attention. Wood offers to go instead, but Kella stops him, suggesting that Ren should be the one to get the fruit. He turns to Ren with a gentle smile and asks if she'd be up for it. But before she can answer, an overly excited Seldera has already dashed off into the woods. She yells back that she'll find the most delicious fruit for her master. Shrills just watches her go, chuckling to herself about how simple-minded the girl can be. Shrills then asks Kella if he did that on purpose, to cheer Seldera up, but he just awkwardly denies it. Eager to change the subject, Kella asks what's next. Wood chimes in, saying he can smell a unicorn nearby. Kella gets his hopes up, wishing it were a dragon, but Shrills immediately shuts him down, telling him there are no dragons around here. Right on cue, Seldera's voice echoes from deep in the woods, shouting that she's found some delicious fruit. A moment later, she comes running back, happily announcing her discovery. We cut to Seldera, who has climbed a massive tree, determined to please her master and show up the newcomer. She spots the perfect fruit, celebrating that she found a ripe, juicy apple. But just as she reaches for it, the whole tree begins to shake violently. She lets out a scream, thinking it must be an earthquake. But then it hits her. This isn't a tree. The look on her face turns to one of pure terror. A massive reptilian eye slowly opens and a low growl rumbles through the air. Seldera finally puts two and two together. She's been standing on a dragon's head this whole time. She completely freaks out and lets out a blood-curdling scream, yelling, "It's a dragon!" Back at the campfire, Shrills is asking Wood about his ability to sense the energy of nature. The Dark Elf confirms that he can, but admits it's a difficult feeling to put into words. This gets Kella thinking, and he wonders if the ability is basically like having a real-life mini-map from a video game. Shrill smiles, commenting on how useful that would be for discovering new dungeons. Wood, however, points out that its range is actually quite limited, so he's not sure how helpful he can truly be. This prompts Kella to ask if there's any way to train the skill and expand its range. Wood reveals that there is a way. It involves consuming the magic stone of a dragon that's over 1,000 years old. Kella is completely floored by this revelation, and immediately starts daydreaming about how amazing that power would be, but Shrills quickly bursts his bubble, reminding him that not only is finding a dragon difficult, but killing one is practically impossible. This piques Kella's curiosity, and he asks if dragons are really as powerful as the legends claim. Shrills confirms that they absolutely are, explaining that dragons are the ultimate apex predators and they really don't like demons. Apparently, the only ones who can actually tame a dragon are humans with immense mental strength. Kella finds this incredibly ironic, given that humans are generally seen as the weakest race. Shrills just smiles and advises him not to bother trying to figure out the logic of a dragon. Even so, Kella is now more determined than ever, thinking to himself that he has to find a way to get that stone. Shrills gets exasperated, repeating that finding a dragon is impossible and tells him to just drop it. Looking dejected, Kella reluctantly agrees, muttering that he just wanted to find one to help Wood. But just as he says this, Seldera bursts out of the trees, screaming at the top of her lungs as a giant dragon chases right after her. The party is stunned into silence by the sight, and Wood can only manage to say, "It's huge." Shrill snaps out of it, first yelling at him to stop gawking and start running, while Kella, in a moment of pure irony, complains, "Of all the times to find a dragon." The dragon lets out a deafening roar, and Shrills frantically replies that she has no idea where it came from. Seldera's screams continue to echo from up ahead, and someone shouts for her to shut up so she doesn't draw the dragon's attention. A little late for that, though. Nearby, a mysterious figure in a white hood picks up on the commotion. It's the mage Curdley, who seems to recognize the sound and listens in. Then a pulse of magical energy spreads across the sky, originating from the mage's location. The dragon halts abruptly and glances toward the sky as if it senses another powerful presence. And just like that, the beast turns tail and flies off, leaving the group in peace. From her hiding spot, Shrills breathes a sigh of relief now that the danger has passed. She immediately turns to scold Ren, who bursts into tears and apologizes for attracting the monster. Wood, still in awe, remarks that, judging by its massive size, that dragon must have been over 1,000 years old. Kella's eyes light up. A dragon that old would surely possess the clairvoyant stone. He sees this as a golden opportunity, which leaves Curdley a bit baffled by his reaction. The scene shifts to the entire group sitting around looking dejected and waiting for something. Suddenly someone calls out, "Who's there?" shattering the silence. Shrills leaps to her feet, instantly recognizing the mage as Curdley from the White Tolkien squad. The rest of the group immediately panics, thinking their escape attempt is over now that they've been found. Without a moment's hesitation, they all prepare for combat, ready to fight for their lives. Curdly is known for being a cold and merciless mage to her enemies. Kella readies his monobow, frustrated at having to face one danger right after another with no time to breathe. He glares at her with pure hatred while the mage regards him with a completely placid expression. Curdly tells them to stand down, explaining there's no reason for a fight here. Kella is confused by her attitude, but remains in a ready stance just in case. The mage then turns to Shrills and calls her a traitor, warning that a fight here would be pointless. The warrior is stunned into silence, grinding her teeth in fury. At that, Curdly unleashes her ice magic, threatening to wipe them all out with a single spell. Kella asks Shrills if she's serious, and she confirms that the mage isn't bluffing in the slightest. Her voice dripping with hatred, she admits Curdly is stronger than all of them combined, and that they stand no chance. Ren despairs, asking what they can possibly do now that they're cornered. Curdly repeats that a fight is unnecessary, telling them to just follow her without causing any trouble. She adds that if they cooperate, they might just get to live. For now. Suspicious, Kella keeps his bow raised and asks where she plans on taking them. The mage fixes him with her piercing blue eyes and begins to explain their destination. She reveals she's taking them to meet the squad's captain, a man named Killian. Shrills is shocked to hear Killian's name, realizing he's finally making his move. The mage explains that her captain is specifically looking for Kellican. She then orders them to follow, but Kella angrily retorts that going with her is a death sentence either way. Curdly remains unbothered, stating that the outcome will be the same regardless. She stares him down, adding that cooperation will at least let him live a little longer. Kella seethes with frustration. He always dreamed of living a grand adventure like he was in a game, and he refuses to accept such a pathetic end. He knows following the mage is a one-way ticket to the grave, so he'd rather go down fighting. Determined, he unleashes his mana, preparing to give it his all in a final stand. He then focuses all of his power into a single decisive attack, firing an energy arrow, but the mage doesn't even flinch. She calmly conjures a magic barrier to block the blow. Seizing the moment, Shrills yells for everyone to attack and launches her own energy blast. Her attack slams squarely into the barrier, but it doesn't even leave a scratch. Just then, Wood charges forward, ready to lend his own abilities to the fight. His power also smashes against the mage's defense, which remains effortlessly intact. And so all of their attacks fail, leaving Curdly standing there completely unharmed. Finally, Ren rushes in with all her might, declaring that she won't die as a useless burden without at least helping Kella. She slams her fist, cloaked in dark energy, against the barrier, screaming that she'll protect her master. But Shrills grows desperate, shouting that a close-range attack is useless against that defense. From inside the shield, Curdly simply watches her and says, "If this is your choice, then so be it." Suddenly, the barrier reacts to Ren's touch, unleashing a wave of energy that hits her point blank. An explosion of ice sends her flying, and the girl screams in agony. She hits the ground hard, completely defeated and too weak to stand. Curdly's patience finally runs out, and she states that taking Kella's corpse will suffice. With that, the mage begins to prepare a powerful spell, gathering a massive amount of ice mana. She unleashes a magical blizzard toward the group, intending to finish them all, but Ren struggles back to her feet and gets in front, telling everyone to huddle behind her for protection. The blizzard smashes against her dark energy shield, which manages to withstand the initial impact. Kella rushes to her side, worriedly, asking if she's okay after taking so much damage. Crying, the girl apologizes, saying she can never truly help with anything, but she cuts herself off, yelling that this is no time for that, warning that her shield won't hold for much longer. Inside the shield, Kella shouts to Shrills, asking if she has any magic to stop the attack, but she desperately replies that the power gap between her and Curdly is just too immense. Outside, the mage relentlessly continues her blizzard attack, giving them no room to breathe. Ren warns that her shield is already starting to crack and won't last much longer. Kella panics, thinking that if the barrier breaks, it will be the end for all of them. The scene shows everyone's despair as they realize they're about to die at the hands of that damned mage. He refuses to accept this fate and starts thinking fast, desperately searching for a way out of this situation. Suddenly, a risky idea flashes in his mind. Kella remembers a dark entity that resides within his own consciousness. He believes that if he can just connect with that entity again, he might have a chance to turn the tables. With that, Kella starts screaming, focusing all of his willpower on making that connection. Thrills is startled and asks what on earth he's doing, warning him that his energy surge is going to shatter their only protection. But he doesn't listen and keeps screaming for that thing to come out and show itself. The scene then cuts to the dragon, which is flying peacefully until it seems to feel a disturbance in the air. The creature turns its head back as if it sensed Kella's desperate call for power. The dragon lets out a low roar, zeroing in on something it sensed from a distance. Just then it dawns on Curly that she's sensing Hellhound's energy and it's coming from the boy. Ah, so that's why she couldn't find him. With this realization, she cranks up her attack with even more force. With a smug smirk, the mage tells them that, unfortunately, it looks like this is the end of the line for them. Kella screams in pain, completely confused as to why he can't get inside his own consciousness. He's furious since he thought that power was only supposed to show up when he was at death's door. Beside him, Shrills is freaking out, screaming that their defensive shield is breaking. Curly couldn't care less and keeps the ice storm coming, dead set on ending this fight once and for all. Finally, the barrier completely shatters and everyone screams, bracing themselves for the inevitable. Kella looks up in total despair as death itself comes hurtling towards him, screaming that it can't end like this. But just in the nick of time, the dragon swoops in out of nowhere, landing right in front of them and blocking the attack. The massive creature is using its own body as a shield, protecting the entire group from the mage's assault. Everyone is completely speechless, wondering what on earth is happening and why the dragon suddenly decided to come back. The dragon faces off against the mage, who is in total shock that her attack was blocked. Curly is utterly confused, trying to figure out why the dragon is suddenly playing hero for them. The creature then takes the full brunt of the remaining ice attack, shielding everyone with its body. Still in total disbelief, Kella cautiously walks over and touches the dragon, unable to process what's happening. The moment their eyes meet, a connection sparks between them. Kella is suddenly hit with a flood of strange images and wonders if he's seeing the dragon's memories. In one of the visions, he sees a woman with a gentle smile who looks incredibly familiar. It's his mother. He realizes the dragon knew her. Turns out they used to play together in the water. The memories roll on, showing the deep affection and friendship that existed between the two of them. Suddenly, the dragon looks right at him, and a voice echoes in his head, telling him to run. Kella is startled, realizing the dragon is speaking to him telepathically. The creature then cocks its head to the side, looking like it's preparing to do something. With that, the dragon spits out a glowing red orb right at the boy. Kella catches it, completely baffled, and asking what it is. The dragon's voice chimes in again, explaining that it is its clairvoyance stone. Kella is floored, wondering why the dragon would just hand over such a priceless treasure. The dragon says there's no time to explain and tells Kella to hide his power and get out of Dodge. Kella is taken aback by the urgent warning, questioning why on earth he would need to do that. But the dragon insists, letting out a mighty roar and telling him to hurry up and just go now. The dragon whips around and unleashes a powerful blast of fire at the mage. The attack slams head-on into Curly's barrier as she braces for the impact. She thinks it's incredibly strange for a dragon to be helping a demon. That's just not something you see every day. Kella realizes this is no time for second-guessing, and that he needs to take the opening he's been given. He yells for everyone to run for it, while the dragon keeps the mage busy with its fiery assault. Curly is getting seriously annoyed, wondering why such a powerful dragon had to show up and crash her party. She knows this throws a major wrench in her plans, and that she'll need to come up with a whole new strategy. The dragon gives her an absolute death glare, ready to throw down and buy the group more time to escape. Then it unleashes another blast of fire, and this one is way stronger than the last. The attack completely swallows the barrier, proving just how powerful this creature really is. Mockingly, Curly asks if that's the best the dragon can do. She then says it's time to get serious, and her eyes begin to glow with mana. A giant magic circle forms in the sky, and the dragon steels itself for what's coming next. From within the circle, an ice meteor begins to materialize, crackling with immense magical power. With her eyes glowing intensely, Curly unleashes her ultimate spell to finish this fight for good. The dragon counters with its fire breath, trying to stop the meteor hurtling its way. It's giving the attack everything it's got, but it looks like it won't be enough to win. Just then, the creature's eye glows as a fond memory flashes through its mind. It's a flashback of it sleeping peacefully next to Kella's mother many years ago. The woman was smiling, a perfect picture of the strong bond they shared. Back in the present, the dragon is filled with new resolve, ready to protect her son, no matter the cost. The meteor slams into the ground with devastating force, causing a massive icy explosion that flash freezes the entire area. The fleeing group grinds to a halt and looks back, feeling the shockwave of the incredible power. Kella's face is a mask of pure shock, terrified for his protector. As the smoke clears, it reveals a giant blood-stained block of ice right where the dragon used to be. The creature has been defeated, completely encased in ice, as the victorious mage slowly struts over. She still can't wrap her head around why a dragon would go to such lengths to help demons, finding the whole situation completely bizarre. Curly gets closer, saying she's going to take a peek into the dragon's memories before it kicks the bucket. But the dragon isn't done yet. It lets out one last defiant roar as its body begins to glow with a brilliant fiery energy. Then a fiery explosion erupts, catching the mage completely off guard. The dragon's voice calls her a selfish and cruel human, and dripping with pure hatred. It then warns her that the day will come when she will regret everything she has done. With that, the creature engulfs itself in a massive ball of fire, choosing to die rather than be captured by her. As the dust settles, it reveals the mage standing alone amidst the destruction from the final blast. Curly realizes the dragon chose to take its own life, leaving her with no answers. She understands its sacrifice was just to give Kella enough time to hide his presence and escape. The mage pulls out a tracking device, noting that the situation has just become much more complicated. But she asserts that this changes nothing about Kella's fate, which is already sealed. Just then, mana butterflies begin to appear, spreading throughout the forest around her. Curly says it's his destiny to be killed by the hands of the White Talons, and that's final. Now that they were in the clear, the group tried to figure out what was up with that crazy dragon that just appeared. Wood then corrects them, explaining that the creature was actually trying to help Kella the entire time. Kella explains that he was able to see into the dragon's memories and found out that it knew his mother. Ren is confused by this since dragons and demons don't normally get along, and he wonders about their history. He says he doesn't know for sure, but he felt a strange, melancholic emotion from those memories. Then one of them asks if the dragon gave him anything, and Kella shows them the red stone. The group is in total shock. Not only were they saved, but they also managed to get the clairvoyant stone. Shrills believes they were actually saved by the will of the former demon queen. Kella clutches the stone, wondering what kind of relationship his mother could have had with that dragon in the past. Without much thought, he decides Wood should have the stone since they were lucky to even get it. Shrills agrees, saying the White Talons have already found them and they need to prepare. Wood feels awkward mentioning it's a very rare item and asking if he can really keep it. Kella insists, pointing out that no one else there can use it, and tells him to just eat the stone already. The elf then accepts the gift, preparing to consume the item and gain a new power. With that, he pops the stone in his mouth, ready to finally enhance his tracking skills. Without a second thought, the elf swallows the stone the dragon had given him. Suddenly, he feels an immense power surge through him as a strange aura starts to emanate from his body. Wood then screams in pain as his eyes glow with a strong red energy. The stone then gives him a vision, showing him the dragon's past memories. It's revealed that since birth, the dragon was used as a test subject for human experiments. The scientists performed cruel tests on it, completely ignoring the pain the creature felt. The torture happened every single day, with the poor dragon being endlessly cut and pierced. They would tear it to pieces, and just as it was about to die, they would heal it just to continue their experiments. After centuries of this, its mind was completely broken and it had lost all hope. The humans even mocked it, celebrating that though the dragon could no longer even cry out in pain. But just as it was waiting for death to claim it, the demon king Turk Kaldin began his invasion. The old demon king screamed that he would mercilessly kill every single one of those filthy humans. In the midst of the battle, the laboratory where the dragon was imprisoned was completely destroyed. With the facility destroyed, the dragon finally managed to break free from its prison. And that's how it escaped that hell. At long last, the dragon achieved the freedom it had always dreamed of. For the very first time, it soared through the skies completely free. It immediately set off to find other dragons, hoping to start a new life with its own kind. It shared its story about the cruelty of humans, and even suggested teaming up with the demons. But to its shock, none of the other dragons bought a word of it. Turns out the dragons were already buddies with the humans fighting together in the war against the demons. What those dragons didn't realize, though, was that this so-called friendship was built on a foundation of sacrifice. Humans were secretly experimenting on dragons to figure out how to handle them. Worse, they were trying to understand and steal the unique magic that only dragons could wield. But the other dragons refused to believe this truth, since their hatred for the demons was already all-consuming. And to make matters worse, the demons saw our dragon as an enemy in the war, too. So it ended up being an outcast, not welcome among the dragons or the demons. All alone, the dragon started to question its own existence. It didn't belong anywhere, and felt powerless to change its fate. Feeling completely purposeless, it decided to shut itself off from the rest of the world for good. It gave into an endless despair, living in total solitude. The dragon simply wasted away, just waiting for its life to finally be over. It was nothing more than a lost soul weeping hopelessly in the heart of the forest. But that all changed the day it met a little girl named Cariste. This little girl was sobbing her eyes out, calling for her mother in the middle of the woods, totally lost. The dragon was baffled, wondering why she seemed to be calling out to it. Without a second thought, the little girl ran right up to the dragon, still crying out for her mommy. She wrapped her arms around its face. In a tight hug, convinced it was her mother. The child just kept crying, pouring all her sadness and loneliness into that embrace. The dragon tried to tell her it wasn't her mother, but deep down its heart felt a strange connection. And right then and there, in that very moment, the dragon finally discovered its reason for living. The child who suddenly appeared was a little girl named Cariste, who was actually Kella's mother. Using his magic, the dragon saw her memories and discovered they were just as tragic as his own. Just as humans had experimented on him, a group of demons had tortured her. This rogue demon faction, called the Tarsaka, was known for their extreme cruelty. They were analyzing dragon magic to figure out how to control and enslave the entire dragon race. The Tarsaka would even steal dragon eggs just to use the hatchlings in their horrifying experiments. The moment Cariste was born, they snatched her away to be used as a test subject. She possessed the highest magical potential they had ever seen, and because of that, she suffered more than anyone else. This potential allowed her to use transformation magic, the most difficult kind there is, and that ability was the main reason the Tarsaka made her suffer so intensely. Cariste was in constant pain, but somehow in the midst of all that despair, she taught herself teleportation magic, giving herself a chance to escape. The little girl successfully escaped that hellhole and wandered alone for a very long time. Alone and terrified, she kept on with her journey until the fateful day she finally stumbled upon the dragon. He believed their shared cruel destinies were what drew her to him. The immense pain he'd felt his whole life just for being a dragon was a heavy burden, but it was nothing compared to the joy he found living with his dear Christ. But one day everything changed. A strange confusion began to cloud the dragon's mind. Cariste noticed something was wrong and asked her master what was happening, but he didn't even recognize her, asking who she was and leaving the poor girl completely baffled. The dragon just stared, analyzing her form and somehow seeing the shape of a demon. Filled with hatred, the dragon roared, demanding to know who she was and that she identify herself at once. She grew desperate, completely confused, and wondered if this was all just some kind of twisted test. But he warned her that it didn't matter, he would kill her without a second thought. Just as she screamed for her master, she was hit by a blast of fire. All the dragon ever wanted was a happy life with her, but because of the experiments, his body wasn't as resilient as a normal dragon's. The experiments had taken their toll, and his body was finally reaching its breaking point. As she fell, Christ cried out, asking if he truly didn't remember her anymore. Hearing this, he seemed to snap out of it for a moment, finally managing to recall the name Cariste. With a sliver of hope, she asked if he was okay, and if he remembered who she was. He apologized, filled with sadness, telling her he never wanted to hurt her. It was in that moment he realized his body and mind were finally giving out. Cariste was in utter shock, and the dragon knew he had to get away before he lost control and couldn't recognize her again. With a heavy heart, he flew far, far away, forced to abandon his beloved disciple. He left her behind, screaming, begging her master to stop joking and come back. But he never came back, leaving her to cry in despair, screaming his name again and again. For Carista's sake, the dragon went as far away as possible to ensure he wouldn't hurt her. Alone, he prepared for the end, simply waiting for death to claim him. He spent his final days reliving the happy memories he'd made with Cariste. However, his mind was failing, and he found himself caught in a cycle of remembering and then forgetting her. As his memories faded, he knew his life was coming to an end. But one day, while he was waiting for death, the unexpected finally happened. From a great distance, he sensed a familiar energy that stirred a strange feeling within him. Acting on pure instinct, he took to the skies. He followed that energy, determined to find its source. On the very last day of his life, he finally located the source of the energy calling to him. The scene then cuts back to the present, where the dragon is being summoned by the power Kella just unleashed. He had been guided there to fulfill his final mission to protect that family. And this energy from Carista's son was the final piece of the puzzle. The only thing remaining in his fragmented memories was the unmistakable energy of his beloved Carista. He had always seen her as his precious disciple, but deep down the feeling was something much more. The image of her as a little girl flashed through his mind as if she were his own beloved daughter. So when he felt her energy again, he was certain it was a call from her. With a roar of pure longing, the dragon screamed her name and took flight without a second thought. He followed the trail of power, flying as fast as his old body would allow, desperate to find her. But when he arrived, it wasn't Carista waiting for him, but a young boy he'd never seen before. Even so, seeing the boy in danger, the dragon didn't hesitate to shield him. He used his own body as a shield, saving their lives without fully understanding why. However, he felt a deep connection and knew this boy was no stranger. One look was all it took to realize he was Carista's son. And through Kella's memories, he finally saw a glimpse of the whole truth. He saw that his little girl, the one he loved like a daughter, had grown into a woman. She had become a mother, holding her own son with all the love in the world. With a tear forming in his eye, he made a silent vow to protect her precious son. Filled with new determination, the dragon vowed to protect the boy with his life. He then gathered his last remaining strength and unleashed one final powerful blast of fire. In his final thoughts, he thanked Carista for giving his last days meaning. At the end of his long life, he was at peace, grateful to have lived by her side. He was happy that he got to see her son, even if it was just for a moment. With all his love, he said his final goodbye, telling her he loved her, as if she were his own daughter. Back in the present, the vision ends, and Wood breaks down in tears, shocked by everything he just witnessed. The elf collapses to his knees, reeling from the weight of the dragon's memories. Ren asks if he's okay. Wood explains that he saw incredibly long memories, but says that just like a dream, the harder he tries to recall the details, the faster they fade away. Through his tears, he manages to say that the dragon had a happy death and finally found peace. Kella, however, is confused by this, wondering how a death like that could possibly be considered a happy one. He concludes that the dragon must have met its end at the hands of that mage. The scene then shifts back to the battlefield, confirming that the great beast couldn't escape its fate. Suddenly, a mysterious voice asks how it's possible he can't remember anything now. At that, Shrills grabs Wood and shakes him, yelling that he was just crying his eyes out while receiving the memories. Wood stammers an explanation suggesting the ability might manifest gradually. Ren, however, gets annoyed with his lack of confidence and warns him that he still has a long way to go. Kella decides there's no other choice but to wait for Wood's ability to fully awaken. Taking command, he declares that they need to find a safe place and asks Shrills for the map. The map displays the region of the human kingdom and the former territory of the demon kingdom. Kella points out that they are currently located right on the border between the two territories. After a moment of thought, he decides their best option is to head south. Ren and Shrills are confused and question why they aren't heading deeper into demon territory instead. He then reveals that his father had a specific reason for sending him to Arcel, a human territory. Kella believes his father foresaw the massive human invasion into demon territory that was to come. Shrills agrees, recalling that all the armies united right after his father's death. Hearing this, Ren suggests that they should gather the demons to fight alongside Kella. But Kella quickly shuts down that idea, explaining that it's impossible right now because he's viewed as a coward. Kella states that he doesn't have the influence to rally anyone yet, since they all see him the same way. Ren tries to press Shrills for a better answer, but she points out that no one can even prove his royal lineage. She adds that after her actions in Talcon, it would be difficult to earn anyone's forgiveness anyway. Kella then lays out their first step they need to create a dungeon as a base of operations and start racking up achievements. He declares with conviction that he must prove his strength if he wants the other demons to follow him. The girls get excited by the idea, agreeing that the plan to accumulate achievements is brilliant. Ren adds that over time, the demons will naturally start to gather around him. That way he'll prove his worth and become the next demon king. Back in the present, Kella returns to the map, deciding they'll first create a base in the south and come up with a strategy. With the whole group excited, they all cheer, ready to start the mission. In his thoughts, Kella is relieved they are all going along with his improvised plan. He thinks to himself that he has finally gathered the companions he needed. But the danger is still very real. The image of Curly appears in his mind as he knows it's dangerous to face the White Talons. With a focused gaze, he realizes he needs more information about this world. He reflects that everything here, from the magic to the monsters, is familiar and seems a lot like a game. He thinks that if there's a connection between this world and his past life, that changes everything. With that realization, he decides he will use the power and status of being the Demon King's son to get what he needs. And he'll also use all the knowledge from his previous life to create the perfect survival strategy. He's determined because he knows there is a path to victory and he can't afford to die before he finds it. The scene then cuts abruptly to a demon village under attack and on fire. A demon, holding a child, tries to surrender, begging for mercy and offering an alliance to the humans. But his plea is ignored and a blast of dark flames hits him head-on. Deed appears with a cynical smile, mockingly asking if the demon said something because he couldn't quite hear him. Another demon rebel shouting that they're cruel for attacking someone who surrendered. Suddenly, a huge axe appears as a voice filled with hatred spits out the word demons. Audrea tells him to shut up and die, lunging at him with her axe without a shred of mercy. Kayla's blood-soaked blade is proof of a swift and fatal strike. He turns to his captain, reporting that the job is finished. But his composure shatters in an instant, startled by something completely unexpected. The scene then cuts to Killian, who has just learned from Curdley that a dragon aided Kella's escape. Killian quickly deduces they must have found him near the Earth Demon's territory. Curdley reports that she's already dispatched her butterflies to search the surrounding area for him. Killian concludes that Kella won't dare return to the demon territory now that it's been engulfed in a sea of flames. With that settled, Killian orders everyone to wrap things up and rendezvous with Curdley. But Audrea furiously objects, demanding to know what about the other demons and insisting they finish them all off right then and there. Killian tells her to calm down, assuring her there will be plenty of time for that after they've dealt with Kella. He then reveals his true motive, his burning need for revenge, vowing to exterminate the entire lineage responsible for his brother's death. The scene shifts back to Kella, who is suddenly overcome by a strange chill that puts him on edge. As the group rides on, Shrills explains that the cold is to be expected since they've been traveling south for an entire week. Kella notes that the Tolkien haven't been on their trail and he hopes it stays that way. He just needs a little more time at least until his preparations are complete. Suddenly their mounts skid to an abrupt halt, digging their hooves into the ground without any warning. A frightened Wren asks why the unicorns suddenly stopped, and Wood explains that they're flat out refusing to go any further. Wood explains that the unicorns sense they won't be able to survive in the environment ahead, but Kella confidently assures them it's fine. He then decides they can send the unicorns back as they've finally arrived at their destination anyway. Wood affectionately says his goodbyes to his mount, thanking her and wishing her a safe journey back. The group then stands in the biting cold, watching some strange creatures scurry across the snow. Wren shivers, complaining that the freezing weather is miserable for everyone, but Kella thinks it's absolutely perfect. With a confident smile, he tells the group to start looking for a good spot to set up their new base. The scene changes following the unicorns as they gallop back home under a starry sky and a bright full moon. As they run, a glowing blue butterfly materializes following the trail they left behind. The magical creature continues its flight, a brilliant speck of light in the dark of night. Far away, Curdley takes notice of the unicorn's movement. She knows they fear the cold and must have come from the south. What really piques her interest, though, is that there are 4 of them, a detail she finds highly suspicious. The group eventually arrives at a beach, where Kella points out a nearby island, suggesting the cave there would be the most defensible position. He asks Wood if he can sense any monsters on the island, but Wood replies that his power is limited to sensing nature. Just then, Shrill spots some old boats, remarking that it looks like this place has been abandoned for a long time. Kella asks if the boats are still seaworthy, and she confirms they seem to be in decent shape. With that, the group climbs into a boat and begins the 200-meter crossing to the island. He notes that while it's not too far, the water is deep and the waves are surprisingly strong. This makes the location perfect in Kella's eyes, as it will be easy to spot any intruders who try to approach. Upon arriving at the cave, he sees the entrance is quite wide and asks Shrills to cast an illusion spell. "That's a piece of cake," she replies, already raising her hand to cast the camouflage spell. A purple glow emanates from her palm as a checkered magical barrier begins to materialize in front of the entrance. In a matter of moments, the illusion solidifies, making the cave entrance vanish completely from sight. Once inside, Kella notes that the place looks like it hasn't been used in ages and decides to do some exploring. A bit deeper in, they find the path splitting in 2. Kella turns to Wood, asking for a layout of the cave. Wood explains that there are 2 narrow paths that both lead to a single room where they meet up again. He adds that further in, there's another room connected to a small exit. After hearing the plan, Kella suggests they split up to check both routes. Shriels quickly grabs his arm, asking if the 2 of them should take one path together. But Wren instantly shuts that down, shouting that she's the one who will go with Kella. Wren then awkwardly explains that it's best to split up the 2 strongest members of the party. Shriels agrees with the reasoning, so Wren jumps at the chance and says she'll go with Wood. Looking very pleased, Kella gives the orders, telling them to check everything and meet up in the middle. In the other tunnel, Shriels and Wood are walking along when she comments that the stones are lighting up the place. Wood explains that they're light stones created by a mage skilled in both ice and light magic. Shriels then gives him a serious look and warns him that she still doesn't trust him one bit. He's completely baffled, having no idea what she's talking about. She says she's only traveling with him for Kella's sake. Adding that she doesn't make new friends easily, Wood just listens, in silence, processing her blatant distrust. The tension thickens between them, Shriels' lack of trust clear in her eyes. He then tells her not to worry and that she can just think of him as a mere slave. His response leaves her a bit stunned. She looks at him in silence for a moment, but then turns her head and says bluntly that she really doesn't like him at all. Wood maintains his serious expression, completely unshaken by her direct statement. Meanwhile, Kella remarks that it would be nice if they could make lightstones too. Ren suddenly yells for him to watch out for a rock, telling him not to trip over it. He doesn't understand why she's so worked up, finding her over-the-top behavior pretty amusing. Suddenly, a blue slime appears out of nowhere, hopping right into their path. Kella is shocked and yells out, surprised to see a real slime in front of him. He gets super excited since he's only ever seen slimes in video games and has always wanted to touch one. But Ren is enraged by the monster's audacity and attacks with her dark magic. She shouts that she'll evaporate the slime for daring to block Master Kella's path. With her hands crackling with power, she prepares to finish off the monster once and for all. After defeating it, she looks over at Kella as if expecting a compliment, so he just praises her for a job well done. She beams, thanking him happily for the recognition. She promises to take care of anything else that shows up, but Kella asks her to calm down a little. Just then, the entire cave begins to shake with an impressive and frightening force. The two look up startled, not understanding what's happening, and from the shadows, a giant stone golem with a glowing red eye emerges. Completely panicked, they scream in unison, startled by the golem's appearance. Kella yells that the thing is huge, pulling Ren behind him and telling her to take cover, but she flatly refuses to obey. She bares her fangs with a look of pure determination. Ren remembers her promise to take care of everything and readies her dark magic to attack the enemy. Meanwhile, in the other tunnel, Shriels is astonished to find something unexpected on the ground. She perks up when she sees it's a crystal necklace looking both antique and very expensive. Overjoyed, she puts on the necklace and asks Wood if it looks good on her, but he replies curtly with a completely uninterested look on his face. Shriels is clearly disappointed by his reaction, wondering how Ren would have reacted. She imagines Ren showering her with compliments before the two of them would go off together to look for more treasures. With that, she grumbles that she doesn't like this at all, preferring her other companions. Wood remains silent, paying no mind to her discontent. Back in the fight, the golem attacks with everything it has, sending Ren flying with a single blow. But she recovers quickly, believing that if she can just manage to destroy the golem, everything will be all right. The stone monster prepares a powerful blow aiming directly at the little demon. The fist hits her squarely with a brute force that shakes her entire body. From the impact, Ren is thrown backwards, spitting up blood and now seriously injured. Kella shouts that it's impossible to defeat it without weapons as their attacks are completely ineffective. But even wounded, she refuses to give up and shouts that she can still fight. She charges forward again with her magic blazing. She yells that she can still fight the monster, but the golem strikes her again and she feels the strong impact of the blow. Kella shouts her name, asking why she's pushing herself so hard. Even wounded Ren musters her remaining strength to continue fighting the stone giant. She then shouts that at this rate she won't be able to serve as his attendant. He's completely confused, wondering what on earth she means by that. At that moment, a flashback begins showing the very first time she ever entered the castle. A flashback shows Kella's father questioning him, asking if he truly wants to befriend a servant. A much younger Kella, sobbing, insists that yes, he wants to be friends with Ren. But his father sternly reprimands him, declaring that she is merely a servant before ordering the contract to be drawn up. Kella continues to cry his eyes out while a young Ren stands awkwardly by his side. Then, though still heartbroken, he apologizes and officially appoints her as his personal attendant on behalf of the Calden family. A blushing little Ren thanks him with a smile that the narrator explains that she was overjoyed simply because he had wanted to treat her like a friend. That day, as she watched him cry himself to sleep, she made a silent vow to herself. She swore she would support him on his journey to become the greatest demon of all time. With that resolution, she promised herself that she would do everything in her power to keep that vow. But as time went on, life in the castle proved to be anything but easy for the two of them. Kella grew up to be a coward and a crybaby, constantly having near-death experiences at the hands of his brothers. Every single day was the same, with him running terrified through the castle corridors. He would always come running to Ren in tears, wailing about how scared he was and how he'd almost died again. She even tried tough love, acting cold and harsh in the hopes it would make him stronger. But nothing worked. In the end, young Kella never changed. Because of her association with him, she was constantly ignored and mistreated by the other servants. They would force her to eat table scraps, cruelly telling her she was going to die alongside Kella anyway. The poor girl had to eat horrible food, and they even went as far as throwing molten lava on her. Even at night, she found no peace as she was forced to sleep all alone in the cold, isolated stables. But even there, she wasn't safe, as the other servants would torment her at night. They accused her of seducing their master and threatened her with a sharp dagger. Utterly terrified, Ren begged them to stop. It was during this period that she confessed she had begun to truly despise Kella. She figured that because of their contract, if he died, she would die too. So in a moment of sheer desperation, she thought it would be better if they both just died together. And with this dark thought, she attempted to end both of their lives at once. But her attempt was a failure. She dropped the dagger, completely powerless. Kella possessed such an absurd healing ability that she couldn't kill him at all. She fell into despair, wondering what to do now that she couldn't even die. They cried together, and she gave up on everything, living as an empty shell. But Ren shouts that he suddenly changed completely overnight. She continues saying that he became a totally different person than he was before. The Kella of today seemed much stronger and more confident, like a true demon. She shouts with determination that he now looks like the true heir to the great demon king. With this new motivation, she jumps back into the fight, blocking the golem's blow with her power. She laments that until now she has only ever been a burden to him. And if she's just going to continue being a burden, she'd rather give it her all right now. She shouts that if things keep on like this, she can't stay by his side any longer. Her magic explodes with everything she has kicking up a cloud of dust and debris from the cave floor. But the attack fails, and she falls to the ground, completely powerless to go on, her face bruised. She begins to speak in a weak, sorrowful voice. Through her tears, she says that she never truly wanted to be abandoned by him. Kella simply watches, listening to her emotional confession with a serious look on his face. But the golem recovers and raises its fist, ready to crush Ren instantly. She sees the attack coming, but no longer has the strength to dodge the blow. In that same instant, however, Kella prepares an attack, concentrating blue energy in his hand. He then unleashes the magic, sending it hurtling toward the stone golem. Its power hits the monster dead on, causing a massive explosion of blue energy. He grabs Ren and asks if she's an idiot for risking her life just to protect him. Kella then firmly declares that he would never abandon a servant like her under any circumstances. Ren is speechless, only able to say his name, touched by his heartfelt declaration. With a smile, he assures her that even if she tried to run away, he wouldn't let her. Hearing that, Ren starts crying again, sniffling with a mix of emotion and relief. She then hugs him tightly, crying and calling out Master Kella's name over and over. He thinks to himself that he now has all her memories and knows that her feelings are sincere. With this in mind, he decides that for the sake of the future, he will make Ren the most powerful attendant there is. In the other tunnel, the group had reached the first chamber, which was much larger than it appeared. Silas gets excited when she finds a diamond bracelet and wants to show it to Wood. She immediately tells him he can't have it, even though he shows absolutely no interest. But then Wood gives her a serious look, asking if she genuinely doesn't know what it is, or if she's just playing dumb. She's completely confused until the bracelet begins to glow ominously. Suddenly, the bracelet transforms, binding her wrists with a bluish light. Scylla struggles desperately to get free, shouting to know what the hell this is. Just then, she senses a dark presence behind her and is terrified by what she sees. A giant treasure spider appears, and she can't believe a creature like that was hiding there. She asks if that's a treasure spider, realizing the bracelet was bait. Furious, she yells at Wood for not doing anything to warn her. As the spider advances, he defends himself, saying he thought she already knew and that's why he just watched. With no time to argue, the giant spider attacks her with its sharp claws. Wood keeps talking, saying he assumed she had some other plan in mind, so Wood didn't interfere. She's furious with herself for letting her guard down and now being unable to grab her staff. Panicking, she decides she can only trust Wood, pretending she let herself get caught just to test him. He's suspicious of her excuse, asking if she really wanted to test his strength. She insists she was caught on purpose and challenges him to do something about it. Without hesitation, he draws a dagger and says he'll free her from the cursed bracelet. He then tries to cut the bracelet with his blade, putting all his strength into the swing. But she screams in desperation, warning him that it's a barrier and can't be broken by physical attacks. He stops for a moment, realizing his dagger attack did nothing. Just then, the treasure spider seizes its chance and spits green acid at them. Wood shields her with his body, warning that the acid melts anything it touches instantly. He asks what to do, since there are no roots in the cave for him to use. Annoyed, Scylla says she could kill the beast with magic and tells him to figure something out and fast. Without missing a beat, the spider spits another glob of acid right at the duo. Wood acts fast and pushes her out of the way, but his own leg gets splashed by the sizzling acid. Seeing its chance, the monster gets ready to finish him off, claws poised for the final strike. The spider's next attack sends Shrills flying, and she crashes hard onto the cave floor. Shrills is absolutely furious, figuring out the monster is singling her out because she's trapped inside the barrier. The spider then lifts a razor-sharp claw, preparing to end her right there and then. She grits her teeth in frustration, feeling completely helpless, but then Wood jumps in front to take the hit, leaving Shar completely stunned to see him wounded. He tells her he'll do anything to get her magic working again. He then grabs the spider's leg with his bare hand to absorb its magic, causing the beast to shriek in agony. Taking his dagger, he slices his own hand and channels the absorbed power to shatter the barrier. A blast of blue energy erupts, and he successfully shatters the magical bracelet that was trapping her. Finally, Free Shrills stares down at her hands in disbelief. The spider lets out a furious shriek, enraged that its prey has managed to escape its deadly trap. Livid, the monster unleashes its full fury on Wood, piercing him multiple times with its sharp legs. Panicked, Shri screams his name, watching the horrifying scene unfold. As he collapses, he tells her it's her turn to step up and finish the monster. He meets her eyes with a serious gaze, weakly calling out her name. Shrills is frozen her face, a mask of shock, fury, and despair. Seeing Wood lying wounded, she summons her staff, and it begins to glow with a powerful purple energy. A wave of pure rage washes over Shrills, and she screams about how a pathetic insect could dare to mess with her. With her eyes blazing with anger, she prepares to end this once and for all. She unleashes her spell, Purple Torch, completely engulfing the spider in magical flames. The commander lifts her staff high, releasing an absolutely insane amount of power toward the creature. The blast is so immense that the giant monster is completely vaporized by the violet flames. When the dust settles, Shrills is clearly drained, showing just how much that attack took out of her. Just then, she turns to see Wood grievously injured, but still trying to push himself up. Stunned, she asks him how on earth he managed to break the barrier from the bracelet that had her trapped. Wood explains that he just took a gamble, that the spider's barrier wouldn't affect his own hand. She fires back, asking what would have happened if he was wrong, pointing out that he would have died. He simply says he didn't care about living or dying, all that mattered was that she told him to help. Shri is left speechless, trying to process the incredible sacrifice he just made. Suddenly, a painful memory flashes in her mind, an image of herself being run through with a sword. The memory focuses on the blade piercing her body, revealing a deep-seated trauma. In the flashback, we see Shri being stabbed, but she claims she let the enemy land the hit on purpose. With a wild grin, she confirms it was all a trap and launches herself at him with everything she has. Her instructor watches the scene unfold, commenting on how she was willing to sacrifice her own body just to take her opponent's head. He warns her that she would have died if the blow had struck her heart, but she just says she didn't care. Her orders were to kill him no matter the cost. The instructor seems impressed by her sheer grit, finding her attitude fascinating. Despite her injuries, he informs her that with that kind of determination, she has finally passed the test. Back in the present, she realizes that Wood has that same look of indifference she once wore herself. She realizes he's exactly like she was in the past, fighting with everything he has. And then she understands that the boy risked his own life just to protect her. With her staff in hand, she approaches and tells him he has finally passed her test. Wood is surprised, and she continues saying she will accept him as a companion. Then she gives him a direct order, telling him not to die so easily from now on. He's speechless, looking at her, shocked by her sudden change in attitude. Amidst the bones, he agrees to her order and says he'll remember it. Hello, everyone. Did you like the story? I loved it. If you want to follow the next part, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a like. See you in the next story, guys. Arriving at the location, voices ask if Shrills and Ren are okay. There, they find an injured Wood who says he's already been healed by Shrills. Shrills then scolds Kella for letting Ren get hurt, but she takes the blame. Changing the subject, Kella asks what happened to Wood and his team. She explains they fought a golem, which surprises Kella, who finds the combination odd. Shrills suspects there might be a secret in the dungeon. She then says she'll heal Ren first and tells them to rest for a bit. Meanwhile, Kella analyzes the architecture, saying it reminds him of the Demon King's castle. He focuses on the statue, saying what worries him most is the suspicious box. With her eyes sparkling, Ren asks if it could be a treasure chest. Excited as well, Shrills agrees and shouts that they need to open it right now. Suddenly, the eyes of the statue on the altar begin to glow on their own. Sensing danger, Kella yells for everyone to wait as he prepares a defense spell. He then creates a barrier in front of everyone, telling the group to get down. Right after, the statue fires an attack that explodes against the magic barrier. Surprised by the attack, Shrills yells, asking if the chest was a trap. Ren is also shocked, saying she never imagined that could happen. Kella then shouts at them, saying it was obviously a trap. With no time to talk, the statue fires another energy beam. Yelling for everyone to dodge, Shrills leaps aside and escapes the attack. At that, Ren and Wood get up and say they're going to help fight, but Kella tells them both to stay put, as they would only get in the way now. After a brief hesitation, they agree to follow his orders and wait. Ren turns to Wood, questioning why he obeyed so quickly. He simply explains that he's going to focus on recovering, just as Kella instructed. Annoyed, Ren admits she can't argue with his logic. Then they both ask Kella to hang in there until they can fight. Kella quickly comes up with a plan, saying he'll draw the statue's attention. He launches multiple projectiles, which hit a protective barrier around the statue. Taking advantage of the distraction, Shrills hurls a large fireball at the target. The fire attack crashes against the barrier, but deals no damage. Shrills then shouts, questioning how the statue can use offense and defense at the same time. Kella is also astonished, not understanding how it's possible to cast multiple spells like that. Analyzing the situation, Shrills says there are only two possibilities for this. She suggests that either a mage programmed it or someone is inside the statue. With that in mind, Kella asks Wood to scan the target's internal structure. Wood then uses his ability and confirms that the statue is hollow. Hearing this, Kella warns there's a high chance someone is hiding inside. Shrill shouts that they need to break the barrier and destroy the statue immediately. Focusing his energy, Kella attacks the barrier, but fails to do any damage. Suddenly, two golems with red eyes begin to rise from the room's floor. Seeing the enemies, Kella is stunned that golems stronger than the previous ones have appeared. Right after, a giant creature descends from the ceiling, surprising everyone. Shrill stares at the monster, shocked by the size of the giant treasure spider. She asks if the others were just hatchlings as she prepares a new spell. The treasure spider launches its own attack, firing a projectile at Shrills. Realizing her own spells are ineffective, she figures out this is the mother spider. Meanwhile, Kella charges forward and attacks the giant creature, pushing it back. Frustrated, Shrills says she could win if they weren't in such an enclosed space. Meanwhile, Kella is forced to retreat from a golem strike. In a moment of desperation, he says he could end it all by using his mana. But he remembers that if he does, the White Tolkien will find him. Suddenly, he gets an idea and asks everyone to wait a second. Looking to the side, he says there's something strange about that statue. He realizes the statue's magic stopped as soon as the monsters appeared. At this, Shrills wonders if the statue's magic is being used to control the monsters. Kella remembers the monsters appeared right after she threatened the statue. He then concludes the statue sensed the danger and summoned them all. Shouting that the statue is the priority, he asks his team to buy him some time. Wondering what he's up to, she prepares for battle and summons a wall of fire. The flame barrier successfully halts the monster's advance. Kella figures it out. If the statue is controlling the monsters, then its own defenses must be offline. With his fist glowing, he charges forward and lands a direct punch on the hollow statue. He smashes right through the stone wall and tumbles inside, destroying everything in his way. Stunned by the sight, she yells out that he actually broke the statue and went inside. With their master gone, the golems lose control and immediately charge at Shrills, who braces for impact. Meanwhile, the giant spider completely ignores the fight and starts heading for the statue. Ren spots this and shouts that the spider is going to the exact same place. All of a sudden, the golems switch targets and start charging toward them. He yells out that the golems are on their way. Ren warns her that they need to fight as a team, but Shrill says it's insane to fight in her condition and throws up a barrier instead. She successfully blocks the initial assault from the two massive golems. Ren cries out her name, but Shrills insists they have to put their faith in Kella. Deep inside the statue, Kella discovers what appears to be a control core. He gets ready to strike, thinking that destroying it will fix everything. But out of nowhere, a stream of webbing shoots out and flies right at him. It's a direct hit, leaving him completely trapped and immobilized by the webbing. Unable to budge, he shouts in frustration for walking right into a trap. Just then, the giant spider shows up, and he can't help but complain about its awful timing. Outside, Shri yells that she can't hold on for much longer and urges him to hurry up and finish it. Still caught in the web, Kella shouts back that he's trying, but he can't break free. The spider then lifts its sharp legs, getting ready to strike him down. In one swift motion, the creature lunges forward to attack the trapped boy. Seeing the fatal blow about to land, he can only scream, "No!" Completely defenseless and with no other options, he wonders if now is the time to use the power of hell. Right at that moment, a shadowy figure appears, shouting and calling him a total idiot. He suddenly finds himself in another place and asks what's going on, recognizing it as the Abyss. The figure berates him for getting his butt kicked by such pathetic, weak monsters. Annoyed, Kella yells back asking why it decided to show up now, of all times. The shadow just tells him to shut his mouth and use the vassal ability right away. It explains that even though Kella himself is weak, he can use that power to control the monsters. After thinking for a second, Kella asks if it has to do with the contract he made with Ren. The figure just calls him an idiot again, so Kella asks what he's supposed to do. It's then explained that he possesses the blood of the Demon King and its unique ability. With a determined look, Kella repeats the phrase about having a strong desire. The shadow clarifies all it takes is the will to make any weaker enemy your own. Zeroing in on the moment he begins to focus all his energy on his deepest desire. The voice roars for him to claim every single monster and make them his loyal servants. Facing the shadow, he finally accepts the power flowing through his veins. Activating the ability, he awakens his vassal power at last, and his entire expression changes. Filled with an overwhelming desire, he turns to face the giant spider with unwavering determination. He then makes an announcement declaring that Kella-kun is taking command. In response, the gem on the monster's head begins to react to his immense power. With his eyes glowing intensely, he declares, "I claim this creature as my own." The giant monster doesn't react, remaining perfectly still before the boy. Then suddenly the spider's leg freezes just inches from his face. A strange new sensation washes over him, and he realizes something has changed. A system window then appears, showing the spider in a visual space and indicating its submission. Slowly but surely, the giant spider begins to lower its head in deference. Though still trapped, he instinctively understands what just happened. He then looks at the treasure spider, now completely under the control of his power. Gazing down at the subdued creature, he declares that it now belongs to him. Meanwhile, outside, the golems are still relentlessly pounding on the protective barrier. Getting desperate, Surreals yells for Kella to do something, shouting that her barrier won't hold much longer. Now, on top of the spider, he tells her to hang on just a little longer. That's when he realizes the giant spider by itself won't be enough to solve the problem. Focusing on the control core, he realizes he needs to take command of the demons outside too. He braces himself and yells that he's going to make the core his right here and now. With that declaration, his vassal power activates once again, targeting the core. Staring it down, he commands the control core to submit to him immediately. Instantly, the power of his skill washes over the stone golems outside. Surprised, Shri notices that the golems have suddenly stopped their attack. Wood then points up, telling the others to look. Riding atop the giant spider, Kella emerges, followed by the now motionless golems, who are carefully holding a slime in a jar. With a big smile, he announces that he's finally captured the dungeon's true target. He explains that this little slime was the actual master of this place, enhanced by some powerful magic. He then gives the jar a big hug, gushing about how he finally got to touch a slime and how soft it is. Shri just stares at the scene, mentioning that she's never even heard of a vassal skill before. Seeing this, Ren remarks that she finally gets how the Demon King controlled his monsters. Kella then excitedly announces that building their own dungeon will be a piece of cake now. Giving the slime a hug, he names it Stone, a decision that leaves Ren looking completely baffled. Green with envy, Shrills shouts that she wants a turn, using that skill's power too. Wood then chimes in, asking what happened to the dungeon's previous owners. Glancing around, Ren guesses they probably moved out a long time ago. Shrills offers a darker theory, suggesting maybe they died fighting humans. Cradling the slime, Kella says he's just glad to have made the lonely little master his. His thoughts then drift to the mysterious figure from the abyss who helped him survive. Closing his eyes, he wonders what it would take to meet that person again, and for a moment he just holds the slime, quietly observing the creature in his hands. Snapping back to reality, he rallies everyone to start building the party's new dungeon. After taming Stone, he had also gained control over all its monsters. To prepare, he spread scouts around the entire perimeter of their new location. He placed the spiders at the entrance and the golems at key hallway junctions, then left the remaining monsters to protect the main grand hall. Afterward, it was time to gear up the party with the weapons from the chest. Holding a pair of daggers, Ren wonders if she can really get stronger with them. Shrills explains that the daggers will make her demonic power stronger and more condensed. She points out that up until now, Ren has only channeled her power directly through her hands. If she learns to use the daggers, her attacks could become much more precise. Fired up, Ren declares she'll master them to protect Kella from the White Tolkien. Ren then turns to Wood, asking if he'll be okay with that shield. Wood, however, explains that the shield is infused with moisture and the energy of nature. Seeing their determination, Kella muses that elves really do see the world differently. Shrills then picks up a grimoire, noting that it doesn't seem to contain any special magic. Looking over at Kella, Shrills insists that he should take the most powerful sword for himself. He crouches down, questioning if that one was truly the strongest of the bunch. After a moment, his eyes land on a different sword that caught his attention. Even though he thinks the weapon is weaker, he says he'll take it anyway, admitting he was drawn to it from the very first moment. He then remarks that it feels like he's been reunited with his old sword. With their new gear in hand, they use the map to start building the dungeon, magically creating all the basic construction materials from stone and water. The project became a team effort, combining Shrills' powerful magic with Wood's architectural knowledge. By pooling their talents, they managed to create an entire dungeon from scratch. He admits the dungeon is simple, but he's proud it was made using his map. With a smile, he reflects that this is his first and perhaps his last dungeon. Meanwhile, his scouts maintain their watch from the tops of the nearby mountains. Approaching the dungeon core, he asks if Stone is enjoying its new home. Seeing the slime jiggle happily, he smiles, and thinks that living like this away from the White Tolkien wouldn't be so bad. As night falls, the group's new home feels completely calm and protected. Suddenly, a lone energy butterfly appears fluttering through the night sky. The scene then shifts to Arsol, where a mage is thanking Hayden for coming. Inside the palace, the king says, "This is no time for formal greetings." Roaring with anger, he declares he won't accept any excuses for their humiliating defeat. After calming himself, he gives an order to have the elemental mages summoned immediately. He then announces he will train the mages personally using the king's stones. Worried, Hayden asks why his own mages need to be involved in this. The king explains that it's because the White Tolkien haven't located their targets yet. Laying out his plan, he says that if his forces find them first, his reputation will be restored. Hayden reluctantly agrees, but warns that the stones have very severe side effects. The king scoffs, asking if now is really the time to be worried about that. He then grabs Hayden, flaring his magic to intimidate him on the spot, and reminds him who's in charge by warning that he was the one who brought Arsol to power. Threatening the man, he tells him to be grateful he hasn't already been eliminated. He orders him to stop complaining and summon the elemental mages. The scene then cuts to a wide shot of the imposing grand palace of Arsol under the blue sky. Leaving the palace, Hayden walks hastily through the bustling streets of the capital. He thinks to himself that they need to find Kella before the White Tolkien do. Suddenly, a mysterious hooded figure approaches him. The figure calls his name from behind. Turning around, Hayden asks who it is, only for the stranger to ask if he's looking for Kella. With a smile, the figure says they can find Kella for him, leaving Hayden completely shocked. Changing scenes, Kella asks if his new throne isn't a bit too extravagant. Ren replies that such a grand throne is only fitting for the future Demon King. Still at the table, Kella comments that the only problem is they only have fish to eat. Determined, Ren offers to hunt farther away, insisting that he needs to eat properly. Kella warns her that it's too dangerous because of the White Tolkien, but she just smiles, touched by his concern. Pouting, he complains that he's sick of eating nothing but fish and is craving some meat. Wood steps up, promising to catch a meat-eater nearby. When asked how, he explains that he thought of a new trick during his training. He explains that he can use his ability to sink his shield into the ground and search for animals moving underground. Hushing everyone, he warns that the roots must move slowly to succeed. 2 hours later, the group is still waiting with nothing to show for it. 4 hours pass, and they're still in the exact same position, waiting patiently for a bite. After 6 hours, Ren finally loses her patience and asks if he's just taking a nap. Just then, Wood's eyes fly open as he feels a sudden tug. A powerful tug yanks him forward as a giant mole erupts from the ground, prompting Ren to shout that they've finally caught one. Shrills is impressed, praising Wood for catching such a massive creature, and he happily thanks her for the compliment, clearly pleased to be acknowledged by her wood beams. Meanwhile, Kella eyes the creature suspiciously, asking if that thing is even edible. This sends Ren into a panic, worried she's about to be outdone by the rookie again. She quickly reassures Kella not to worry, promising to cook him something delicious. As night falls, the party's scouts continue to stand watch from the mountaintops. Immediately regretting her bold promise, Ren despairs. She tries to cut the mole's hide, but quickly realizes it's way too tough for her knife. She briefly considers asking Kella for help, at least just to prepare the meat. Watching her struggle from afar, Kella comments on how disappointing it is that she can't even cut the monster. Desperate, she shouts that there's no way she'll let that happen. Just then, she remembers the special daggers she received as a gift. Holding the daggers, she recalls that they're designed to concentrate her mana into a single point. Closing her eyes, she focuses on channeling her energy into the weapons. She remains completely absorbed in the process, keeping her eyes shut tight. Suddenly, her mana surges violently, and she screams, not understanding what's happening. She then realizes the dagger is absorbing all of her mana without stopping. She tries to let go of the weapon, but finds that the dagger is fused to her hand. Screaming in pain, Ren cries that at this rate, she'll be completely drained of mana. Meanwhile, Shrills discovers the grimoire she's reading was made specifically for this dungeon. Although its contents seem basic, she finds it odd that she can't identify the author's level. As she turns the page, she suddenly spots a crucial detail in the text. Just then, a loud scream startles Kella, who asks what's happened to Ren. Wood offers to check on her, but Shrill stops him, saying to leave her be. She calmly explains that Ren is just cooking and tells him not to worry. After a moment of hesitation, Kella agrees to trust her judgment and waits. Meanwhile, a loud bang echoes from the door of the other room in the dungeon. Losing control. Ren screams as she struggles to command the daggers. Her mind flashes back to the past, recalling how Kella always used to give up during combat lessons. She remembers how she memorized every single lesson, hoping that one day she could teach it all to Kella. Fueled by that memory, she forces herself to recall a way to control the weapons. In her mind, she hears her old instructor explaining that magical weapons require control. He had explained that to truly wield a magic sword, one must first understand its essence. Recalling the lesson, she finally grasps the concept of a weapon's essence. The instructor had taught that it's about manifesting one's magic into the desired form. With enough concentration, it was possible to create incredible effects using one's own mana. Ren realizes that's what she's missing, the intense concentration needed to manifest her power through the daggers. Trying again, she focuses all her will on merging her magic with the daggers. With a final desperate push, she finally manages to sync her mana with the blades. She screams, demanding the daggers submit to her once and for all. Through clenched teeth, she declares herself the new and true owner of both weapons. As raw energy continues to pour from them, she focuses every ounce of her being on completely dominating the two daggers. She screams that if she can't even do this, she'll never be able to protect Kella from Tolkien. With a final surge, she unleashes all of her power at once. After the resulting explosion of energy, she takes a deep breath, completely exhausted from the effort. Looking up, she sees that she's finally managed to pierce the mole's tough hide. Withdrawing the daggers, she gets ready to continue her work. She then notices that while mana is still swirling around the daggers, it's no longer being drained from her body. With a triumphant smile, she savors the feeling of finally making the daggers truly hers. Back with the group, Kella comments that she's taking a long time to return. He decides to go check on her, but Shrill stops him again, telling him to just leave her be for now. Just then, Ren appears at the door, holding the butchered meat, cheerfully shouting that dinner's ready. The surprised group asks what took so long, but she just plays it cool. She insists that everything is perfectly fine, but Kella can't help but notice that she's absolutely drenched in sweat. Shrills then praises Ren, commenting that she was much faster than she expected. Confused, Ren asks what she means by that. Pointing to the grimoire, Shrills explains that the mole's hide gets tougher the longer it's out of the earth, meaning Ren was working against a time limit. She continues, saying that only users of sword energy can cut its skin. Surprised, Ren says she really thought the skin seemed like it was made of steel. Wood also congratulates her, but she replies that it was nothing special. Approaching her, Kella praises her for a job well done. Patting her on the head with a smile, he says he's going to really enjoy the meal she prepared. Completely embarrassed by the compliment, she can only call out Kella's name. Feeling acknowledged, she vows to keep using her strength to stay by his side. Shrills watches them, thinking that the biggest problem now is herself. She remembers the fights, admitting she was no help at all in combat. Determined to change, she says she needs to learn more versatile and powerful spells. Now in another room, she prepares to begin her intensive training. Setting the grimoire aside, she focuses on releasing her own magical energy. While meditating, she remembers her father entrusted Kella to her care, but she thinks she's been receiving more help from him than giving it lately. Steeling herself, she says she must focus on creating her fourth circle. She decides she can't waste any more time and needs to increase her magical power. Remembering the earth demons, she considers using their same method. Willing to do anything, she says she would sacrifice her own life to protect Kella. Suddenly, the grimoire left on the floor begins to glow intensely. The book starts moving on its own, leaving Shrills completely stunned by the sight. Confused, she wonders if the book is responding to her magical power. Just then, golden words begin to emerge from the pages of the mysterious grimoire. Surrounded by the words, she recognizes the text she couldn't understand before. Suddenly, a powerful blast of energy is fired directly at her. Hit head-on by the power, she screams in agony, yelling, "No!" She is completely overwhelmed by the energy of the ancient grimoire. Suddenly, a strange force manifests, causing Shrills to react immediately. Looking around, she wonders what this mysterious place is. Then a woman appears, saying the one with the king's power has finally arrived. Confused, Shrills asks who she is and if she followed her father. When the entity denies the accusation, Shrills asks why the grimoire reacted. The woman then reveals she was a servant of the ancient god Turk Kaldin. Shocked, Shrills shouts, asking if she really means the ancient demon king. Kneeling on the ground, she questions how this is possible, wondering if it's fate. Answering her question, the entity says their meeting might be the will of the world. In desperation, Shrills asks if Turk Kaldin was the one who created the dungeon. The entity then explains that they traveled far, leaving trails for others. Realizing everything, Shrills understands that her coming to this place was no coincidence. Desperate, she begs for help, shouting that Helkun was killed by humans. But the entity says that's impossible, as it is merely an activated spell. Hearing the answer, Shrills understands there was no way they could still be alive, asking for help. Shrills says she needs strength to protect the descendant Kella. Pleased with the request, the entity explains that creating circles depends entirely on the individual. Then she explains that the agony of death will course through her body. On her knees, Shrills yells that she can do it and begs for the chance. The entity then warns that the pain will feel like it lasts for 14 years. Faced with death, her expression remains utterly determined. A vision of Turk Kaldin beside a young Kella appears next. With conviction, she states that her sole purpose now is to protect Kella. Placing a hand on her chest, she says she will accept all the pain. Sensing her will, the entity agrees and extends its hand toward her. She then announces that she will use her power to remake all of Shrill's magic. As the process begins, Shrills immediately starts screaming in pain. Completely surrounded by magic, she screams as the power strikes her. Even in agony, she tells herself she must endure to achieve her goal. Watching everything, the entity says they will now see how much she can endure. Feeling extreme pain, Shrills screams as she undergoes the difficult transformation process. Changing scenes. Kella is now carrying a tray with several pieces of meat. Walking alone, he remembers that Shrills disappeared after saying she was going to investigate the dungeon. Suddenly, he comes across a large, mysterious sphere in his path. Seeing her silhouette inside, he desperately shouts Shrills' name. Running toward the sphere, he wonders what could have happened in there. As he tries to cut it, he realizes it's actually a magical barrier. With all his might, he strikes the barrier, but his attack is useless. Determined, he says he must break the spell and yells for Shrills to pull herself together. With no response, he shouts her name once more, seeing her condition. Far away, Killian and his squad arrive, and he asks if they came the right way. Curly then confirms that the unicorn's memories brought them there. She reveals there are over 400 islands, and Kayla says it will take too long. Brushing off the difficulty, Killian says it's actually a good thing they're here. Drawing his sword, he declares that the job won't be done until they've searched every single island. With a powerful swing, Killian unleashes a wide-ranging attack that parts the very waters. Watching this unfold, Audrey and Kayla are shocked at his raw strength. Beside them, Deed is practically buzzing with excitement, exclaiming how incredible it was. Turning to his team with a smile, Killian gives his next order: spread out and find Kella fast. Meanwhile, Kella is hacking away at the magical barrier with his sword breathless, and wondering why it's so unbelievably strong. Seeing Shrills trapped, he laments that she's just bleeding more and more. Desperate, he tells himself he has to save her, that he can't lose her now. Suddenly, a strange sound from outside snaps him out of it. Confused, he wonders if that noise was an earthquake. High on a cliff, two owls carefully survey the horizon. A moment later, one of them takes flight and begins to patrol the island. As the creature zeroes in on its target, fully focused on its search, Killian suddenly stops in his tracks as if sensing something. Having confirmed the location, the creature's eyes flare with an intense glow. Inside its cage, Little Stone immediately starts sending out a warning. Seeing the alert, Kella realizes Stone is sending an emergency signal. He immediately wonders if Stone has found the people in white robes nearby. In a panic, he concludes it can only be the White Tolkien group. He then worries that Shrills may have already been taken down by Curdley's magic. Realizing the danger, he takes off running, thinking, it's all over if they find us now. Reaching Ren Wood, he yells for them to get to the bunker, explaining that the White Tolkien have been detected way too close for comfort. Surprised, Ren connects the dots and realizes the earthquake was them immediately saying she'll go get Shrills. Kella runs ahead, shouting that Shrills might already be trapped by enemy magic and that they need to get to the bunker for safety. He tells them they won't be discovered inside as they all pile in, even shoving Wood in to get everyone inside faster. He offers a silent apology to Shrills, knowing there's nothing he can do for her at that moment. Soon after, the large chest seals itself and activates its magical protection. Cutting away, we see Killian flying over the island, which is now engulfed in flames. Landing firmly on the ground, he prepares to sweep the entire area. He walks alone through the rocky landscape, observing everything closely, and remarks that he can smell strange magic nearby. Perched on a rock, the large owl continues its watchful vigil. Back in the bunker, Kella asks Stone for a report on the enemy. It explains that it spotted a white-haired man carrying a sword. Terrified, Ren shouts that it must be Killian, the Tolkien captain. A worried Kella adds that they're done for if he discovers the entrance. Outside, as if on cue, Killian walks directly toward the magically hidden entrance. Reaching out his hand, Killian touches the rock wall, causing the illusion magic that was hiding the entrance to ripple and fade. He's momentarily surprised, then realizes it's illusion magic. Confirming he's found the hideout, he smirks, saying he's finally got them. With a serious look, he vows that he will see Kella's face very soon. Panicked, Kella realizes the enemy has found the hideout's entrance. He starts to draw his sword to attack, but then stops himself. He figures he doesn't need to destroy the whole place just to catch a few demons, especially since he'd just have to hand them over to Deed anyway. With casual ease, he simply phases through the illusion barrier and steps inside. Once inside, he declares he'll kill them all with his own 2 hands. Little Stone immediately sends an alert that the intruder has breached the dungeon. With no other choice, Kella decides to mobilize every monster for an all-out attack. A moment later, an army of creatures emerges to confront the intruder. Sizing up the enemies, Killian notes the unexpected combination of monsters before charging in, tearing through them with impressive and destructive speed. After the dust settles, he stands still amidst the wreckage of the creatures. The final monster is completely obliterated by his powerful and swift attack. From his hiding spot, a shocked Kella yells that it's impossible for him to have beaten them all so quickly. He's forced to conclude that this enemy is on a whole other level than they expected. Killian moves on, coming to a fork with 2 paths ahead of him. He stops for a moment, considering his choice. He quickly decides it probably doesn't matter which path he takes at this point. Kella despairs, shouting that of all the paths he chose the one where Shrills is. With the enemy approaching, she is now in even greater danger. Kella's desperation grows as he screams that the intruder chose the path to Shrills. With the enemy drawing ever closer, she is now in mortal peril. Meanwhile, on one of the other islands, the mountains and the entire landscape are completely ablaze. Audrea complains in frustration, realizing they're on the wrong island. Out on the water, Curly continues to check the other islands in the area. She uses her magic to send out a swarm of butterflies, hoping they can find any trace of their friends. Beside her, Kayla confirms that this isn't the right island either. Elsewhere, Deed is bummed that he wasn't the one to find her first. He says with a grin that this means he's missed his chance to kill her. All the while, mysterious spy creatures keep a close watch on the island where our heroes are. Back in the dungeon, Killian finally makes his way over to the large, mysterious sphere. Peering inside, he sees the figure of Shri trapped within. He immediately recognizes her, calling her out as the traitor of the Tolkien squad. In a flashback, a younger Killian is shown single-handedly defeating 5 soldiers during a training exercise. Even though he's injured, a young Killman screams at Killian, demanding a fight. An instructor has to hold him back, telling him not to be ridiculous. The instructor warns him it would take 100 years for him to catch up and orders him to get back to training. While Killman shouts in rage, the young Killian simply apologizes. Reflecting on his past, Killian mentions he's been holding a sword since the day he was born. He admits that he found every single moment with a sword to be incredibly dull. Then through a window, he watches Shrills as someone yells for her to stop training. But she just screams back that she isn't finished yet, telling them to leave her alone. He reveals that she was the only person who ever truly captivated him. Her desperate struggle to survive reminded him of a wild beast fighting with everything it had. The sight of her training always moved him, and he regretted that they never got to do it together. He asked the instructor for a favor to give his rations to her, explaining that she always gets pretty banged up in training. This catches the instructor by surprise. He'd never expected him to worry about someone else like that. The instructor jokingly asks if he's got a thing for her, but Killian just gives him the cold shoulder. After he leaves, the instructor mutters that he's a seriously annoying brat. With her image burned into his mind, he wonders how anyone could possibly fail to notice her. Years later, the instructor comments on how persistent Killian is about the medicine, suggesting he should just deliver the box himself. Killian turns him down, explaining he'll be gone for years, and just asks him to make sure the package gets to her. Under the night sky, the moon illuminates the fortress where they had once trained together. Alone and injured, Shrills complains to herself that she could have won this time, while he laments that if only she were by his side, they could have fought together. She could have left her lineage behind to forge a new path alongside him. He remembers how her fierce determination was the one thing that ever truly captivated him, but now he can see she's been consumed by a much greater ambition. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he prepares to finally make his move against her. Raising his weapon, he remarks that fate is always cruel before launching a direct strike against the magical barrier. The barrier shatters on impact, freeing Shri from her magical prison. Now free, Shri collapses unconscious on the ground right in front of her old rival. His expression doesn't change as he watches her lie there completely defenseless. Meanwhile, Kella yells for someone to save her, but Ren reminds him that they're trapped. Kella explains that his own attacks on the barrier were completely useless, and he's terrified to realize their enemy is much stronger than he imagined. Suddenly, a loud sound makes everyone look up, their faces filled with fear and confusion. Outside, Killian emerges from the cave carrying Shrills in his arms. He gently cups her face, lifting it to gaze at her while she's still unconscious. After setting her down on the ground, he walks toward the bunker entrance. He stops in front of the statue, staring at the hideout with a serious expression. Seeing him go in alone, Kella loses all hope, thinking it's all over for them. Once inside, he notes that the ancient dungeon shows signs of being recently disturbed. Believing he's being watched, he warns that he doesn't want anyone else getting involved. Pointing his sword at her, he tells Kella to show himself if he wants her to live. From inside the bunker, they watch the threat through a small crack. In despair, Kella realizes they wouldn't stand a chance against him even if they all fought together. Just then, Ren says there's only one option left and proposes a plan to create a distraction. She orders Kella to escape through the secret passage, leaving him completely shocked. She insists it's the only way for him to survive. Speechless, Kella understands the sacrifice they are about to make for him. With fierce determination, Ren yells that he has to survive no matter what. Silently, he watches his companions prepare for their final stand. Then the statue grinds open, revealing Ren and Wood to Captain Killian. They charge at him, screaming that they'll never forgive what he's done. With a look of contempt, he comments that he knew they were hiding like rats. Suddenly, roots erupt from the ground and trap Wood, who yells at Kella to escape. Wood warns that he'll use his shield to block the view. With a choked apology, Kella runs, but he can't help but look back at Shri and his friends. As he runs for his life, he realizes this is no longer the game he once knew, and he decides he can't die again without accomplishing something first. With a sigh of relief, Ren sees that Kella has finally managed to escape safely. Without hesitation, Killian launches a swift attack toward the remaining two, striking Ren head-on and sending her flying backward with incredible force. Right after the attack, he calmly asks where Kella might be, but Ren just screams back that Kella was never there. Ren charges to attack him head-on, and seeing an opening, Wood also rushes in with a powerful punch, but Killian blocks it effortlessly with just one hand. Noticing their races, he asks mockingly if demons and dark elves are the best they've got. Suddenly, Deed appears from behind and tries to strike him, but his attack is blocked. Ren reacts with surprise, not understanding what's happening. At the same time, he uses his other arm to defend against a kick from Wood. Reeling from a counterattack, Wood is suddenly grabbed by the neck. He struggles, thinking he just needs to buy a little more time for the escape. Ren then screams that they will never reveal where Kella is hiding. Calmly, Killian replies that he didn't ask, but that it would certainly make things easier. He then warns that if Kella doesn't show up, he will kill them all. Staring into his eyes, she realizes she's never seen anything like them before. His gaze was like a void, showing no emotion at all. Squeezing harder, he makes Wood choke, leaving him barely able to breathe. Meanwhile, the blade at her throat begins to slice into her skin. Overcome with terror, she thinks to herself that she can't die like this. Just then, an image of Kella flashes through her mind. Terrified but defiant, she continues to resist, the enemy threatening her. She screams at him to just kill her, shouting that she's not afraid to die. Wood chimes in, telling the enemy to go ahead and kill them both, since Kella isn't around anyway. Impressed by their loyalty, Killian remarks that Kella has some truly devoted subordinates. With a sneer, he promises to grant them a quick and honorable death. Steeling themselves for the end, Ren and Wood face their foe with grim determination. But just as the execution is about to happen, Kella's voice suddenly echoes through the area. Kella appears on the scene, yelling that they're his subordinates now. Startled, Killian turns to face him, remarking that he finally decided to show his face. Kella's companions stare at him, asking why on earth he came back. Furious, Kella says he understands now that this isn't a game. Thinking of his friends, he realizes they feel the same way. Now, understanding how much they mean to him, he declares that he can't just stand by and let them die. Facing his enemy, Kella shouts that he's the one they want, demanding they let his friends go. Killian releases the elf, shoving him to the ground where he collapses coughing. He then reveals his intention to kill all demons because of what happened in the past. Kella retorts that he's seen guys like the captain before. Filled with rage, he bellows that he has no intention of dying that easily. He lunges forward, attacking Killian as their swords clash with tremendous force. Seeing Kella in danger, Ren yells that they're going to help him fight. but Kella roars back that it's a direct order for them to get Shrills out of there. Unsure what to do, Ren tries to argue, but Wood stops her, reminding her they have to obey his orders. Frustrated, Wood admits that they would only get in the way right now. Stunned by his bluntness, Ren just stares at him, speechless. Kella then repeats his command, screaming for them to get out of there now. With great reluctance, Ren finally agrees and prepares to leave. As they carry Shrills away, they beg Kella to make it back alive. Kella charges again, trading a flurry of intense blows with Killian. Killian's eyes flicker for a moment toward the escaping group. Kella yells at him to focus, telling him his fight is with him and him alone. Seeing through the tactic, Killian remarks that Kella is just trying to buy time for his friends. He then taunts him, saying this kind of weakness is what defines his limits. With a powerful strike, he sends Kella flying into a nearby wall. Standing over him, Killian declares that the Demon King's bloodline ends today. Wounded and struggling, Kella realizes his enemy is on another level entirely. Paralyzed by the power difference, he knows his opponent could kill him at any moment. Left with no other choice, he decides he's done holding back. He yells that he's about to unleash the full power of the Demon King. As his energy erupts around him, he vows to fight to his last breath. His sword fires a powerful beam of energy straight at his opponent. Harnessing his newfound strength, he charges forward and strikes Killian head-on. As he recognizes the power, he realizes it wasn't just Shrills who was holding him back. With this new strength, he can finally see Killian's sword path clearly. He remarks to himself that it's like he's become a completely different person. Killian confirms that Kella has indeed inherited the Demon King's blood, but scoffs that the outcome will be the same as he attacks once more. From the force of the blow, huge chunks of rock start falling from the ceiling. Barely keeping his balance, Kella is stunned by his own power. Seeing the whole place start to crumble, Ren screams that the dungeon is collapsing. Wood then reminds her that their top priority is to follow orders and get Shri. While carrying their companion, Ren frets that she still hasn't woken up from the spell. Running for their lives, Wood shouts that the exit is right up ahead. Back in the fight, Kella braces himself and unleashes another attack with his sword. The attack shoots forward, managing to graze Killian's cloak. Surprised, Killian remarks that it's unexpected for such a clumsy strike to even cut his cape. Struggling, Kella realizes he can't fully control this new power. He then realizes that the more he uses this strength, the more his own body breaks down. Feeling a wave of pain, he screams that his body can't take much more. In response, Killian calls him a fool, but Kella just tells him to shut up. Furious, he yells that he already told him they aren't his subordinates. Without a second thought, he charges and attacks with a powerful downward strike. From the force of the battle, a nearby statue begins to tremble intensely. Glancing over, Killian mutters that Deed must have noticed the commotion by now. Warning that playtime is over, he strikes Kella and disarms him in one move. The force of the blow sends Kella's sword flying out of his reach. Now unarmed, he desperately tries to reach for his fallen weapon. Seizing the opportunity, Killian lunges forward and runs his sword straight through his chest. Then Killian tells him to tell his father in hell who it was that killed him. Struck by the dark energy, Kella screams in pain as he bleeds profusely from the fatal attack. He realizes his recovery can't keep up and that he's slowly dying. Meanwhile, leaving the dungeon, the others breathe a sigh of relief that they're finally outside. Ren then says the dungeon is about to collapse and worries about Kella, but Wood reminds her their mission was to get Shri to safety, just as Kella ordered. Upset, she asks if that's all they're really supposed to do. She angrily points out that Kella came back to save them from that very situation. So she questions if it's really right for them to just run away like this. Hearing her outburst, Wood just stares at her in silence for a moment. Then agreeing with her, he says the order was only to take Shri to safety. Realizing the loophole, they figure there were no orders for what to do after that. Meanwhile, Kella screams as Killian's dark energy courses through him. With his body feeling like it's on fire, he realizes his regeneration isn't working. Suddenly, a figure zips back onto the scene. Shouting angrily, Ren orders Killian to get away from Kella right now. Surprised by her return, Killian glances over at Kella, who's still suffering from the blow. As Ren attacks, he just complains that she's another pest. Taking advantage of the distraction, Wood attacks Killian from behind with a powerful shield bash. In response, the captain whirls around and lands a hard punch right in his gut. Confused, Kella asks why they came back when he told them to run. Ren explains that they've already gotten Shri to a safe place. Wood adds that they're going to fight together until the very end. At a loss for words, Kella just calls them a couple of idiots. Thinking about his past life, he wonders if he ever would have had friends like these. Looking back, he just remembers his father drinking and beating him. His so-called friends were just jealous and never once treated him like a real friend. To escape reality, he hid away in the world of video games. He honestly thought he would always be alone. But things were different now. He realizes with gratitude that he now has people willing to risk their lives for him. Clenching his fists, he prepares to use every last bit of his power. With newfound determination, he resolves that he's not alone and that he has to recover. With a shout, he charges forward, telling himself he has to take any chance he gets. Screaming that he won't give up, he faces Killian with everything he's got. Seeing their stubborn resistance, Killian smirks that they're determined to fight to the bitter end. Now recovered, Kella rejoins Ren to challenge Killian. With fierce determination, he yells that they will never back down from this fight. Far away, Deed arrives on the island, recalling that he saw Killian head in this direction. Riding his creature, he asks aloud if the captain was trying to have all the fun by himself. With a mocking smile, he says he can't let that happen. Elsewhere, Shri is still unconscious among the island's rocks. Despite her injuries, she finally begins to stir. Her eyes then snap open, revealing a completely new and intense glow. Back in the fight, Killian gathers a new magical power in his hand. He strikes first, attacking Wood, who does his best to defend with his shield. Immediately after, he goes for Ren, who tries to block the blow with her daggers. In one swift move, he manages to land a deep cut across Kella's chest. He scoffs, asking if they really thought they could beat him with numbers alone. Realizing what a disadvantage they're at, Kella knows his body won't hold out much longer. Desperate, he thinks he can't even buy them any time, and that they're all gonna die. He angrily screams that this is his fight, and tells them to get out of there. But Ren insists their minds are made up and there's no turning back now. Wood chimes in, vowing they'll stand by Kella until the very end. Touched by their loyalty, Kella is left completely speechless. Killian coldly scoffs that it's pointless, they'll all die by his hand regardless. Gripped by terror, Kella starts to think this might really be the end. But just then, a massive blast of energy erupts out of nowhere, interrupting the standoff. Startled, they all turn toward the source of the massive explosion, wondering who could have just arrived on the scene. Meanwhile, from a distance, two figures observe the battle, seemingly understanding exactly what's going on. And then Shrills appears, announcing that it's a good thing everyone's safe. Kella stares in disbelief, asking if it's actually her. Overjoyed, Ren and Wood start celebrating, thrilled to see she's finally okay. Deed, standing beside her, grumbles that this is impossible, but she just ignores him. She puts her foot down literally and tells him to zip it. With a serious expression, she finally turns to face Killian, the captain of the Tolkien squad. Killian looks surprised, wondering how she managed to endure the abyss of pain and even defeat Deed. He admits he never dreamed she could overcome Curdley's magic. Crossing her arms, she casually reveals that she spent twice as much time in the abyss. As she unleashes her power, she declares that this is the strength of the Sixth Circle. Ren and Wood are absolutely stunned, unable to process what they're seeing. Kella is equally shocked, wondering how she could have gotten so strong so fast. Killian just stares, remarking that she's always full of surprises. He then admits that now she's finally making his heart pound. Channeling her power, she tells them it's time for them to rest. As the magic envelops him, Kella realizes his wounds are healing at an astonishing speed. Ren and Wood also notice her healing is way more powerful than before. With his eyes glowing, Kella realizes the tide of this battle has officially turned. Turning his focus to Shrills, he readies himself for the impending showdown. With a serious look, Killian declares that he wants her for himself. Furious, she yells back, asking how he could dare to harm her companions. Caught by surprise, Killian is hit by a sudden mist, reacting with confusion as he tries to figure out what's happening. Lost inside the magical fog, he wonders if its purpose is to make him lose his bearings. He then realizes this spell is far different from the one Curdley used to use. He closes his eyes, attempting to find an escape route, but he's instantly barraged by attacks from all sides within the mist. Determined, he resolves to handle each and every one of the incoming blows. He expertly dodges blow after blow, avoiding every attack despite being blinded by the mist. Annoyed, Kella launches a head-on assault, but Killian easily parries it. Determined to put an end to the spell, he raises his sword, preparing to slash his way out. Shrill shouts a warning, telling them they must stop him before he can escape. Understanding the urgency, Kella yells back that he won't waste this golden opportunity. He declares that he'll give it everything he's got, even if it completely wrecks his body. He lunges forward, and his strike lands true, slicing off Killian's arm. The dismembered limb hits the ground, its hand still clenched tightly around his sword. Killian looks down at the profusely bleeding wound on his shoulder. Kella realizes with a shock that Killian still managed to avoid a direct hit to his head. Holding Kella's blade in place, Killian reveals that he still managed to stop the fatal part of the attack. He then faces Kella, admitting he only dropped his guard because of her. Just then, a strange new power begins to surge from Killian's eyes and body. Sensing the threat, Shrills and Kella both scream out that this is bad. The scene then cuts to a flashback of a group of people walking through the mountains with two small children. A terrified young Killman asks his older brother where they're being led. Their father tells them there's no need to be afraid because today is a very special day. He then reveals they're going to meet the god of light, Lumieron. Completely confused, Killman just repeats the god's name, not understanding what's happening. Crying, he asks what's going to happen to them and if they did something wrong. With a chilling smile, his father replies that they are perfect for the sacrifice. A woman explains that Lumieron only accepts the purest souls. Their father adds that Killian was always special, destined to be given as an offering. He continues stating that the boy was born for the sole purpose of being sacrificed to the god. Pointing towards a nearby altar, the father proclaims that a glorious destiny awaits them there. Horrified, Killman asks his brother if this is where they're going to die. The young Killian calmly tells him no, promising that his brother won't die today. At the altar, the group's leader presents the children as an offering to the entity, announcing that the two of them will become one with Lumieron and live for eternity. As he summons the great beast, the leader implores it to accept their offering. The followers all celebrate the arrival of their great god Lumieron with fervent devotion. As his mother pushes him forward, little Killman screams for someone to help him. Next, the father tells young Killian to go and meet his destiny. The boy simply stares at the giant creature, remaining completely silent and showing no emotion. His entire vision is then consumed by the overwhelming power radiating from the god. Back in the present, he unleashes his power, blasting everyone around him. The force of the attack sends Kella flying violently into the rubble. Ren is also sent flying, screaming from the impact. Even with his guard up, Wood is shoved back by the sheer energy, struggling to hold his ground. Annoyed, Shrills complains that the light is disrupting her imprisonment magic. Furious, Killian roars that Kella took his brother Shrills in his arm. He then vows to show him a never-ending hell. Realizing Killian won't back down, Kella braces himself for the final battle. Seeing the severed arm, he knows this is his only chance to win. Unleashing his power, Kella declares he'll send Killian straight to hell himself. Facing off, the two prepare for their final confrontation. Watching from a distance, Shri notices Kella's energy has grown immensely. Hopefully, she thinks that maybe now they finally have a chance to win. Suddenly, the spirits of the entire village materialize beside Killian. The rest of the squad arrives, shocked to see their captain's missing arm. Shrills grumbles at their arrival, saying they can't possibly fight everyone at once, but then she notices something strange and is taken aback by what she sees. She notes that Kella is so focused he hasn't even registered their arrival. With total concentration, he thinks that he must kill him right here, right now. At that moment, Killian unleashes his own power, preparing for the final attack of the fight. Screaming with rage, Kella bellows that he'll end everything in this instant. Deciding to act, Shri declares she can now take down the entire Tolkien squad. Suddenly, a strange magic envelops Ren, who reacts in confusion. Wood is also caught in the spell. Surprised by its power, Kella finds himself engulfed by the magic, positioning himself inside a large shadow creature. Attacking with full force, the shadow creature lunges at Killian. Though wounded, he manages to land surrounded by the remnants of dark magic. Looking up, he stares in shock, unable to comprehend what just happened. Arriving at the scene, his squad finds only Killian with no one else in sight. Annoyed, Audrey yells, demanding to know where the demons went. Kalla then recognizes the magic, remarking that he thought only advanced mages could use it. Confused, Curdley says it's impossible to reach the sixth circle so quickly. With a focused gaze, she carefully analyzes the situation. Alone and badly injured, he observes the now empty battlefield. Lowering his head, he quietly speaks Kella's name. Seeing his missing arm, Audrey screams that she'll kill them all for this. Kalla says he can't believe they defeated Deed while separated from the group. Picking up his severed arm from the ground, Killian holds it firmly. He then promises that next time he'll inflict even greater pain. Surrounded by his own energy, Kella prepares for the impending confrontation. Surprised, he realizes Killian has completely vanished from the battlefield. Frustrated, he yells, demanding to know where Killian went and telling him to come out. He then vows that as long as Killian keeps hurting them, he will fight back. As he's hugged, he hears Shrill say that everything is all right now and that everyone is safe. Looking back at him, she explains that Killian is gone. Confused, he just stares at her, wondering how she suddenly appeared. Noticing everyone else is there, he glances to the side and sees them. He then asks if all of his companions are really alive. With a smile, Ren confirms that yes, they all made it. Wood then adds that everyone is alive thanks to the two of them. Crying with relief, Kella is overjoyed that no one was seriously hurt. Exhausted, he kneels, sighing that it's a huge relief. He then thanks everyone for surviving such a difficult battle. Finally, together again, the group of 4 rests after the fight all smiles. Shri looks at him relieved by the outcome. She then tells him she held on until she reached the 6th circle, which was a huge relief. He immediately pulls her into a tight embrace. He admits he thought she'd been killed by Curdley's magic. Still holding her, he thanks her for managing to survive. Hugging him back, she tells him she would never die and leave him behind. From a distance, Ren silently watches the scene unfold. Kella then thanks everyone, saying that none of this would have been possible without them. But Ren replies that they're the ones who would have died if it weren't for him. Shrill points out they still have a chance since they cut off his arm. Agreeing, Kella says it's a huge relief that it's finally all over. With a serious look, he realizes he's still the same old cowardly Kella. He then makes a promise to himself that he will never run away again. With renewed determination, he decides he will become the strongest of them all. Looking around, he asks where exactly they are now. Explaining the magic, Shrill says a teleport's destination is always random. At this, Ren worries, thinking they might have landed in the enemy kingdom. But Shrills reassures her, explaining the spell only teleports them to other demonic locations, so Kella says they need to figure out where they are to plan their next move. Later, Wood asks how she managed to reach the 6th circle so quickly. Inviting them for a drink, she says she's been holding back for decades and really needs to unwind. Without wasting any time, Kella announces that they should start exploring the area. Elsewhere, Curly announces that the captain's bleeding has finally stopped. Lying on the ground, Killian laments that he has failed all of his comrades. Deed tries to reassure him, saying not to worry because he's still incredibly strong. Annoyed, Killian tells Deed to shut his mouth before he kills him on the spot. With a grin, Deed says he was just kidding, adding that Killian really did almost die. Audrey angrily yells that she can't believe they actually managed to tear off his arm. Killian explains that he let his guard down because of Shrills. Deed laughs, commenting that he never would have imagined Killian getting humiliated like that. With a sadistic glint in his eye, Deed vows that Shrills will die by his hands. Getting serious, Killian declares that Shrills will be his no matter what. Curly then warns that his arm is in severe condition, suggesting they return immediately and call for the holy healers. Curly explains that there's no way to track them now, and any tracking magic they try could easily fail. Furious, Audrey screams that if she has to, she'll hunt them down herself right now. Killian orders them all to return together, warning that Shrills is extremely dangerous. Audrey complains angrily, shouting that Shrills is nothing more than a test subject. While receiving treatment for his arm, Killian promises that he will hunt them down again soon. With a look of grim determination, he vows that none of them will escape his grasp. Meanwhile, far away, the group celebrates, relieved to have escaped the island with their lives. While having a drink at the tavern, Surreal comments on how incredible the drinks are. Sitting together at a table, they ask her how she managed to evolve so fast. She then reveals that the magic book she found was no ordinary tome. It pulled her into an abyss, where she met someone special. Continuing her story, she reveals she met a mage named Fel there. With a smile, she clarifies that it was actually the mage's shadow. Kella is shocked by the revelation of an 8th circle mage. Ren then asks if the dungeon was created by the Demon King himself. Confirming his theory, she suggests that perhaps Kella was guided by his own blood. Not understanding, he asks if it wasn't his will but Turk's. He then questions how someone who's been dead for so long could have done that. Recalling his vision, he wonders if he actually met Turk Calden in person. Thinking it over, Kella realizes that Turk Calden could be an unexpected clue. At this, Shri reveals that time in the abyss flows differently than in reality. With a smile, she says the time she spent there was equivalent to 28 years. Shocked, Ren yells that 28 years is a ridiculously long time. She confirms, yes, it was a very long time. She remembers an endless pain that felt like it was tearing her body apart. The pain was so intense that she would have rather died than continue to endure it. Fel helped her reach the 6th circle, but the pain was agonizing. All the while, the mage watched the entire process with a serious, attentive look, trembling at the memory. She says there's no need to talk about that hellish time, especially not with Ren, who she claims has too soft a heart for it. With a smile, she says she'll keep the painful details to herself. Annoyed, Ren shouts, asking if she endured decades of training just for their sake. Kella then says he had no idea and feels he failed to protect her from that pain. Changing the subject, she asks them to just congratulate her on her achievement. Excited, Ren praises her, saying she's simply the best. Watching the scene, Kella notices that while she's smiling, something about it seems off. With a suspicious look, he gets the feeling she's hiding something from them. Kella then asks where they are, and Wood replies that it's a village. Surveying their surroundings, Shrill figures they're on the outskirts of Karta. Surprised, Ren asks if Karta isn't the demonic city of knowledge. She confirms it is, explaining it's a secret area far from humans. Exhausted, Ren asks if they can rest, saying his body feels completely broken. Shrails explains that Killian's energy is still affecting them. Remembering the blue energy gives Kella the chills and he looks terrified, so they decide to stay put for a few days to recover. The group settles into a room at an inn for the night, wishing each other well. However, Kella says he needs to step out to take care of something. Lying in bed, Shrills tosses and turns clearly, in a great deal of pain. Outside, Kella examines his daggers, wondering if they hold some kind of power. In her own bed, Ren silently prays for the dagger's entity to appear before her soon. Recalling their hug, she admits to herself that it's a selfish thought. Staring at the ceiling, she worries that Shrills will take Kella away from her completely. In another bed, Wood silently observes his shield. Caressing the weapon, he tells it that it suffered a lot and that he needs to get stronger. With his eyes closed, he promises it will never feel that kind of pain again. Outside, the town is quiet under the starry night sky. Alone, Kella takes out the small stone, saying it's safe now. With a bit of magic, he places the small stone on the ground and takes a few steps back. Staring at his hands, he mutters that he's still not able to tap into his full potential. He's suddenly reminded of all the incredible powers he inherited from the Demon King Turk. It dawns on him that if he could have used those powers, the fight would have been a cakewalk. But frustratingly, he couldn't access a single one of them during the battle. Thinking of it like a video game, he knows he can't afford to underestimate his own leveling up process. He clenches his fists, already getting pumped for a rematch with Killian. Full of determination, Kayla vows he'll figure out a way to get his powers under control. Meanwhile, from a distance, a mysterious hooded figure is watching Kella's every move. With an unreadable expression, they continue to spy on him from the shadows. Elsewhere, a group of individuals receives a message from a messenger crow. The bird lands smoothly on their leader's arm, ready to deliver its report. He's shocked to learn that the Talcon group was wounded and had to retreat to the castle. The crow then reveals that Shreels has become a Sixth Circle mage. The leader flies into a rage, yelling that it's impossible since she was just a test subject. One of the other figures chimes in, "This is great news, actually. Kella's group has failed." He then points out that Lord Hayden now has the perfect opportunity to capture them himself. The leader eyes him suspiciously, asking if he can actually track them and adding a little threat. With a smug smile, the man says there's really no other choice, and that he knows exactly where they are. Losing his patience, the leader demands he spit it out. Revealing their location, he announces that Kella is in the secret city of Carta. Inside a demonic city, Kella's group is finally enjoying some downtime. Sitting at a table, Ren looks absolutely delighted with her snack. Just then, Shrills asks Kella what he's thinking about so intensely, and he gives her a serious look. Ren happily points out that he's getting stronger, but Wood quickly shushes her. Wood worriedly reminds them they need to be careful so no one figures out Kella's true identity. At a nearby table, two guys are trash-talking Kella, calling him the weak link of the group. Shrills overhears them and starts seeing red, but Kella just tells her to chill out. She doesn't back down, asking if he's really going to let those jerks get away with talking smack. Kella just shrugs off the insult, telling everyone they should just find another spot. Shrills is still baffled, wondering how he can stay so calm after hearing that. As they walk away, she remembers how he sliced off Killian's arm, which was an absolutely incredible move. Kella lays out his master plan. He needs to build the ultimate dungeon and recruit some powerful allies. Hearing this, Shrills finally cools her jets and asks where they're going to start. He tells them there's an ancient library in the city and it's a place of major importance. Kella is confident he can find something in there that will help him level up. When they arrive at the Carter Library, they find the place is guarded like Fort Knox. From their hiding spot, Kella notes the heavy security and asks Wood to do a quick analysis of the building. Focusing his power, Wood closes his eyes and begins scanning the entire structure. His analysis quickly pinpoints a secret passage located in the library's basement. Wood also mentions that he's sensing a different kind of energy coming from a very specific room. Intrigued, Kella asks for more details, and Wood explains it might be related to the stone. Shrills immediately chimes in that this must mean something important is in that room. Kella finally understands why security is so tight, suspecting the library holds vital information about the Demon King. Determined to get inside, he asks Wood to find them a stealthy way in. Wood promptly points out a small hidden entrance on the side of the building. After slipping inside, the group moves cautiously through the halls, with Shrills commenting on the ancient architecture. Suddenly, they hear a noise up ahead, and Shrills motions for them to investigate. Using his magic, Kayla instantly cloaks the entire group in shadows. Just in the nick of time, two guards appear patrolling the very corridor they're in. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, the guards just continue on their patrol route and leave. Shrills gives the all-clear, and Kella gives her a nod of approval. Heading deeper, they discover a massive complex labyrinth drawn on the floor. Wood explains the place is rigged with traps, but he can use his senses to guide them through safely. With Wood leading the way, the group navigates the labyrinth, while Ren can't help but praise his awesome abilities. As they reach the end, Shrills points out what looks like the exit, but as she moves, Wood accidentally steps on a hidden tile, activating a trap. An alarm suddenly blares, and Kella realizes his magic has been nullified. Alerted by the racket, several guards immediately start rushing toward their location. Ren starts to panic as the guards get closer, frantically pointing toward a potential hiding spot. The guards sweep the area, but find no one, figuring it must have been a false alarm. Still, one of them decides they should report the incident to the caretaker just in case. Safely hidden inside a closet, they overhear an order to reinforce security. Once the guards are gone, Kella cracks the door open ever so carefully. Stepping out, he tells the group they need to be more careful from now on and asks for their current location. Following Wood's directions, they hurry down a long stone staircase. They stop before a massive door, and Kella announces they've arrived. He reads the inscription aloud. Knowledge is permitted only to the qualified. After analyzing the barrier, Shrills confirms that the door has been magically sealed. Kella repeats the word qualified to himself, preparing to take action as he activates his power. He declares he's going to try opening the door himself. As he touches it, his power surges into the door, which immediately begins to react. Immediately, a huge stone structure begins to open. As they enter, Shrills comments that the requirement to enter must have been the blood of the Demon King. They discover a gigantic library, and Ren remarks on all the rare grimoires. Nearby, they spot a person asleep on a reading table. Startled awake by the noise, a little girl asks what's going on. Everyone freezes when they realize it's just a child. Noticing their presence, the girl quickly scoots away from the table. But a moment later, she smiles and introduces herself as Roran the caretaker. Roran excitedly tells them it's been 47 years since she's had visitors. Sensing her immense power, Shrills warns her that she's no child and tells her to show some respect. Just then, Roran recognizes her as the demon who crossed the magical abyss. Immediately changing focus, she zips over to Wood, thrilled to find someone of his species. Looking Wood over, she exclaims that she can feel the aura of drowness, finding it absolutely fascinating. Completely bewildered, Wood asks what she means by that. Kella then asks why the place is so heavily protected if she's so welcoming. She explains that simply making it here is proof that they are worthy. Ren asks what she means by fools, and she confirms they wouldn't have been able to enter. With a serious expression, Roran states that humans are especially destructive. Kella remains silent, just staring intently at the small caretaker. Roran then points right at him, announcing that she is there to help him control his power as the successor. With a smile, she warns that mastering such a power won't be simple at all. Floating in the air, Roran casts a spell called Cosmic Archive Akar. Immediately after, countless books begin to fly off the shelves and surround the group. Roran finds a book announcing that it holds the very answer she's been searching for. She reveals that the key is an artifact known as the Demon King's crystal. Stunned, Kella repeats the name in utter disbelief of what he just heard. She delves into its history, explaining that the crystal was shattered into 3 pieces. Shriel comments on the magic war, but Roran corrects her with the precise date. She continues explaining that the humans simply hid the 3 fragments. Showing them a map, she points out that each piece is located on a different continent. Confused, Kella asks what any of this has to do with his current power. Roran explains that the crystal is the only vessel that can safely contain his power. She warns that this is why his body can't handle his own strength, causing him to take damage every time he fights. In that moment, Kella realizes that finding the fragments could solve his biggest problem. Roran confirms this would allow him to use his full power just as Turk Kaldin once did. With a look of pure determination, he understands this is his chance to attain the power of a pureblood. But Roran warns that since he isn't a pureblood, this is his only option. Shocked, Kella realizes she was speaking directly into his mind. Ren asks where they can find the fragments, and Roran says she knows the location. She then reveals that when she was younger, she met Turk Kaldun himself. Absolutely stunned, Kella asks if she actually met the legendary figure in person. She confirms it's true, explaining that he was seeking the crystal for the sake of his bloodline. She explains that at the time, her people were being slaughtered by humans. She adds that while many call him cruel, that's merely the human perspective on things. With regret, she says she never had the chance to thank him, but now she has finally found his descendant. With tears of joy in her eyes, she says she's overjoyed to finally be able to help his bloodline. Holding his hands, her emotional display of gratitude leaves him completely flustered. Her story forces him to rethink everything he thought he knew about Turk. With great excitement, Roran finally announces she'll reveal the crystal's location. She reveals the location is Mortuarium, also known as the Demon King's Graveyard. According to her, Turk himself revealed the first fragment would be there, but she admits she has no idea about the others, much to Kella's irritation. She clarifies for Kella that even a single fragment will boost his power significantly. Kella then asks why humans would hide the crystal in such an obvious place. Rorlin then explains it was hidden there precisely because of the souls that inhabit the place. Furthermore, she warns that the place is littered with trap spells. Angered by their audacity, Shriel calls it a blatant mockery. Changing the subject, Roralin announces she will give them a gift for their journey. She then leaps toward Kella, casting a spell that strikes him directly. She explains it's a protective enchantment that will also reduce any physical damage he takes. Clenching his fist, Kella feels a new strength coursing through his entire body. Next, she offers an ancient magic tome to the mage Shriel. Surprised, Shriel says she believed those spells were nothing more than ancient legends. Rorlin assures her that she will master the magic and asks her to use it well. Seeing this, Ren asks what her gift is and receives a petal. Utterly baffled, she just stares at the strange object, but Rorlin simply tells her to keep it safe. Turning to Wood, she says he already carries the most valuable gift of all. Rorlin then explains that inside him lies the seed of Dronus, which is destined to awaken. Wood says he has no idea what she's talking about. Touching his shoulder, she simply advises that time is their greatest weapon. Rorlin then informs them that Mortuorum is a 6-day journey from their current location. She explains that a crimson mist, a lingering barrier from the ancient magic war, surrounds the entire dangerous place. What's more, the mist can read minds. With a smile, she warns that all their hidden fears will be brought to the surface. Kella soberly points out that if anything goes wrong, some of them could die. Ren then declares with conviction that they can handle it. Kella agrees, adding that they've overcome too many dangers to give up now. As she watches the group, Rorlin realizes the world is finally starting to change. Kella invites her to join their journey, but she politely turns down the offer. He adds that it's a shame, as it would be great to have someone so powerful in their group. As they say their goodbyes, the group thanks Rorlin for all of her help. Smiling, she says there's no need for thanks, since their visit was a gift to her. She then gives them one last warning: don't eat anything in Mortuorum. Hearing her advice, Kella confirms that he understands perfectly. As they leave, Rorlin waves and wishes them all a safe journey. Leaving the library, the group walks through the city at night. As they go, they discuss Rorlin and her apparent connection to Turk. Shriel then suggests that this is all part of a much bigger plan. At that moment, Ren asks if they're heading to Mortuorum, already the fear evident in her voice. Wood tries to calm Ren down, but she snaps back at him irritably. Refocusing the group, Kella states that they need to find the crystal to create the ultimate dungeon. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the king is questioning Killian about his defeat at Kella's hands. On his knees, Killian accepts full responsibility, prompting the king to demand what his plan is now. He then vows that as soon as his arm is healed, he will hunt the group down. With a skeptical look, the king warns him of the consequences of another failure. Killian assures him there's no need to worry swearing on his very life. Elsewhere, 2 guards stand watch over a sinister-looking gate. Inside, one of the mages warns about the risks of the summoning ritual. Even while lying down, Killian orders Curly to proceed with the forbidden ritual. She explains that to inherit the arm is to inherit its will, but Killian insists his own will is stronger, and tells them to start. Without another word, Curly simply observes her captain's unwavering determination. Seeing his persistence, she prepares to start the restoration ritual. At her signal, the mages begin to chant an ancient incantation in unison. They continue to recite the words of the complex and dangerous summoning ritual. Channeling her magic, Curly recites the words of the ancient summoning incantation. The ritual then summons a giant creature that roars down at Killian. He swears he will kill Kella, vowing also to take shrills for himself. The spirit creature lets out a powerful roar as it looks down at the man. Determined to claim the arm, he says he's ready for the transplant. A few days later, Kella's group travels through a forest at night. Gathered near the campfire, he warns them that they'll reach the blood mist tomorrow. Shrills comments on the spells, remarking that they are truly incredible and complex. Holding her daggers, Ren says they feel more familiar to her now. Wood chimes in that he feels something similar, stating that his shield now whispers to him. Kella concludes that meeting Rorlin has helped them all grow stronger. Suddenly, Wood's ear twitches, a sign that he's sensed something. Leaping to his feet, he warns that people are approaching their camp. Analyzing the situation, Shri notes that their footsteps carry sacred mana. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren jumps up and shouts for them to stop hiding. Stepping out from the shadows, a man approaches and calls out for Kel Calden. The man stares at Kella with intense seriousness, saying he's finally found him. Accompanied by his mages, he comments that the reports about Kella were indeed true. Shri then recognizes him, identifying the man as Hayden, the Archmage of Talawa. At that, Hayden calls her a traitor and warns that there's no point in trying to run. Readying her weapon, Shrills replies that she sees no need to run. With a smirk, Hayden notes she's finally reached the 6th magic circle, but questions if she can face 6 mages enhanced with Imperial crystals. Seeing this, Shrills wonders why the Emperor would use something so precious. Hayden then warns that if they surrender without a fight, he will grant them a painless death. Without hesitation, Hayden launches a spell creating several magical energy swords, but Kella easily dodges every attack thrown his way. Surprised, Hayden orders everyone to attack using the Sanctuary's judgment. His mages immediately begin to conjure a powerful light spell. Together, they prepare a combined attack to end the fight in a single blow. Beams of energy rain down from the sky, completely surrounding Kella's group. In response, Shrills creates the Shield of the Abyss to protect everyone. The barrier holds strong, completely blocking the powerful light magic. Hayden screams that it's impossible, as light is supposed to purify darkness. Shrills explains that Abyss magic can match that of the Sanctuary. Concentrating her energy, she prepares to launch her own counterattack. Casting the Mist of Oblivion, she hits the enemy mages head-on. Struck by the magic, the men begin to scream as the spell takes hold. Confused, they start asking where they are and beg Hayden to save them. Recognizing the spell, Hayden realizes he doesn't have time to help his men. Determined to strike back, Hayden launches an even more powerful attack, but Shrills dodges it easily and taunts him, asking if that's all he can do while he screams for her to die. He unleashes a concentrated beam of light, but at that exact moment, Kella leaps in front of her, vowing he won't allow it. Using his own power, he blocks the attack, yelling that he won't let anyone die. Hayden is completely stunned to see his spell blocked. Unable to believe Kella's strength, he orders his mages to take care of the other two while he handles this fight. Following his order, one of the mages immediately launches an attack. The spell charges forward and hits Ren squarely, sending the girl flying. In a tight spot, she says she can't keep dodging and calls out for help. In a desperate move, she throws her daggers, which manage to block the spell. Seeing his attack get stopped, the hooded mage is left completely stunned. Her daggers then begin to morph into a much larger weapon. Ren grabs her new weapon, totally astonished by what just happened. She then realizes the daggers responded to her will. Shouting with all his might, Kella begins to unleash his power. His demonic energy expands overwhelmingly around his body. Witnessing this, Hayden wonders what this crushing demonic energy could be. With that, Kella decides it's time to test the technique he was saving for Killian. Unleashing the Ruina Gladi technique, he creates gigantic blades of pure energy. In disbelief, Hayden realizes they've already defeated the mages and used some kind of spell. Feeling he has no other choice, he prepares to use divine teleportation. His spell explodes in a brilliant flash of light and energy that covers the area. A moment later, the light from the spell completely vanishes from the forest floor. Surprised, Kella realizes the enemy used a teleportation spell to escape. Ren is also shocked, wondering how he could have been so fast. Shrills then points out that he fled alone, showing his fear of death. Annoyed, Kella apologizes, saying he should have finished the enemy off, but Shrills calms him down, saying she also wanted him to test his strength. She concludes that at least now they know they can hold their own against the mages. Celebrating, Ren says that thanks to Rorlin, her dagger has gotten way stronger. Wood agrees, and Ren adds that his transformation was incredible. Thanking her for the compliment, Wood gets a little flustered by the unexpected praise. Kella then wonders how Hayden managed to find their location so quickly. Presenting a captured mage, Shrills reveals she caught a spy who was hiding nearby. She then asks if they should interrogate the prisoner to find out what's going on. Suddenly, Kella and Ren stare at the figure in complete surprise. With a sinister smile, the spy asks what happened to the old Kella he used to know. Removing her hood, the spy reveals herself to be Seldera, who seems surprised by his new strength. Utterly shocked, Kella screams her name. He can't believe his eyes. Far away, a teleportation portal opens up in the middle of a desert. Hayden emerges from the portal with a look of pure fury on his face. Falling to his knees, he screams in rage over how the fight turned out. He realizes that it wasn't just Shrills. The entire group has gotten stronger. He knows the Emperor will be furious about his failure. In despair, he hates that he has to rely on Killian's help yet again. In a flashback to the past, a cult is offering pure souls to the great Lumion. Before an altar, the children are told they will become gods alongside Lumiarin. The cult then invokes the divine beast, asking for its blessings and for abundance. The cult leader then addresses the great beast of light, Lumiarin. Ignoring the cries a mother tells her child to go for, Lumiarin awaits. Next, a father shoves a young Killian forward, calling him his proud son. Without a word, young Killian just stares up at the immense divine creature. Then a brilliant light from the divine beast illuminates the entire ritual site. As a result, sacred flames begin to spread throughout the area. Startled, the cult members scream as they're hit by the sudden attack. Just then, a man shouts for someone to save the children from the terrible sacrifice. But the cult leader recognizes him, ordering the Hayden Guild not to interfere. Outraged, he charges forward, questioning how parents could send their own children to die. His attack lands squarely on one of the cultists, who screams from the impact. The cultist then collapses to the ground, completely defeated by the single blow. From the altar, young Killian just watches all the chaos and violence unfold. All the while, the divine beast Lumiarine stares down at the boy hovering above him. Then Hayden grabs him, yelling that children like him shouldn't be sacrificed. As he's being saved, the boy just looks at the man with a blank expression. In the background, his mother cries out in despair that she must offer her child to Lumiarine. Moving quickly, Hayden shields one of the other children who is frightened and crying. Gathering them all, he assures them not to worry, promising that he will protect them. He reminisces that saving Killian was the day that changed his life forever. Back in the present, we see the Hayden Guild headquarters on a peaceful day. After taking the children to the guild, Hayden offers them a new home. At the time, he was content with just having saved the two young boys. He was already aware that young Killian had received the light of the divine beast. But Hayden didn't yet grasp what that truly meant for the future. During a training session, an instructor is rocked by an incredibly powerful blow. Standing over him, Killian listens as the man surrenders after his defeat. The instructor then warns that no one else in the guild is his match. Hayden can't help but wonder how he became so ridiculously skilled with a sword. After his victory, Killian just stares down at the man on the ground. With his eyes glowing, he says he still wants to do much more than that. Sensing the imminent danger, Hayden screams for him to be careful. In the next moment, a huge pillar of energy erupts, striking the instructor head on. Watching the scene unfold, the others shout in horror, wondering if he's gone berserk again. After the explosion, the boy collapses to his knees, surrounded by residual energy. Hayden then understands that Killian's power completely defied all his knowledge. She recalls that Killian's explosive bursts of light always ended up hurting everyone around him. One night, Hayden visits the boy's room for a serious talk. After asking how he's doing, Hayden hears the boy say he feels fine, but then asks who will teach him if everyone dies so easily. Absolutely speechless, Hayden can only listen to the cold words coming from the young boy. Realizing his chilling indifference, Hayden understood he could no longer handle him. He arrives at the royal palace, where the king asks if this is the extraordinary child he's heard about, and Hayden confirms it. He explains that the boy somehow survived the light of the divine beast. Surprised, the king can hardly believe anyone managed to withstand the beast's power. Staring at the boy, the king remarks that he finds him truly fascinating. The king then orders Hayden to bring his guild under the banner of Talawa. He also announces that the child will be assigned to the training division. Thanking him profusely, Hayden realizes this was the major turning point in his life. All because of Killian, his guild became officially affiliated, and he grew that much closer to his dream. Years later, the scene shifts to the Tolkien training division, where an instructor tells him his skill has long surpassed their teachings. The instructor has a talk with Killian. Killian simply replies that from that day forward, he will grow stronger on his own. From a distance, Hayden watched him with a mixture of pride and profound fear. He was certain the day would come when no one could control his immense power. Years later, it is announced that Hayden has been appointed the new Archmage of Talua. Pledging his loyalty, he dedicates his life to the peace and prosperity of the entire kingdom. He thought he had finally climbed to the highest possible position. But young Killian just kept growing stronger, always surrounded by his personal guards. Entrusting him with the most powerful unit, the king appointed him as its commander. Accepting the position, Killian says it is a great honor. And just like that, the boy he had saved became the single strongest being in all of Talawa. Hayden then realizes that the child he rescued had completely surpassed him. Because of this, he had to constantly fight not to be left behind, even while giving his own orders. He knew that any single misstep in his position could cost him his life. So he decides that in order to survive, he must always remain above Killian. He then understands he must be the one to capture Kella, a task where Killian had already failed. To restore his standing, he absolutely needed Kella Khaldun's head. If things kept going like this, he would eventually be destroyed by Killian himself. Clenching his fist, he realizes he has no other choice. With no way out, he decides he must resort to asking those figures for help, the very people he never wanted to associate with. Walking through a rocky landscape, Hayden pressed on through the dark night. He then checks a compass that's pinpointing the place with the strongest energy. With the item in hand, he remarks that he never thought he'd actually use it one day. Using his power, he opens a portal right in front of him and declares he's found it. For the ritual, he bites his own finger until he draws blood. He then extends his hand, pointing his bleeding finger toward the dark portal. A single drop of blood falls from his finger and flies straight into the portal. Emerging from the other side, two figures ask who he is and demand he identify himself. He introduces himself as Hayden and states that he wishes to meet their elder. The scene shifts to a large hall, the base of operations for this mysterious group. Inside, he stands before the leader, who introduces himself as Balion. But Balion is suspicious of his visit and asks what his true intentions are. Without any hesitation, Hayden proposes they cooperate to hunt down Kellicaldon, the last heir. Balion then asks what his group would possibly gain from hunting the king's heir. Hayden replies that he only needs the head and that they can have the body. Scoffing at the proposal, Balion says it would be more fun to just use him as an experiment right then and there. To save his own skin, Hayden offers a rare item called Luminina Ether as part of the bargain. Seeing this, Balion asks in surprise how he got his hands on such an artifact. Hayden explains it was a gift he never got around to using, figuring it would be useful to them. Even so, Balion states that, as a rule, his group doesn't form alliances with anyone. Then Hayden reveals that Kella is in the process of awakening the power of the ancient demon king. He confirms this, adding that Kella also commands some very powerful mages and allies. Hayden then says this is their only chance to study the king's bloodline. After thinking it over, Balion seems to make a decision. Agreeing to an alliance, he warns Hayden that he will turn his soul into research material if things go wrong. Hayden agrees to the terms, pleased that he successfully manipulated the Tarsa group. Changing scenes. Shrills asks Sela if she used that sword to find him. Sela replies that her sword can locate anyone it has ever cut. Kella then remembers the exact moment that first happened. In a quick flashback, his mother Caristy strikes him with the sword so she can always track him. Confirming her story, he warns that he's going to take Carista's sword from her. She then wonders why he called her mother Carista. Remembering how he always used to cry, she screams that he is not Kella. He then warns that she can't track him without the sword and tells her to get lost. At this, Shrills confronts Sela, asking why she brought Hayden here. Sela denies it, explaining she couldn't have found Kella on her own. Grabbing him, she explains that she tricked Hayden and begs to stay by his side. He then stares at her in silence and just says her name, Sela. Without changing his expression, he tells her to stop pretending and get lost immediately. With a clenched fist, she screams, calling him a bastard for daring to order her away. Turning suddenly, she decides to call out to Ren for help. Running towards her, Sela hugs her and begs for help, convincing Kella. As she's being hugged tightly, Ren remains motionless, hiding her face for a moment. It's then revealed that she was holding Carista's sword the whole time. Attacking Sela, Ren asks how she dares to ask for help after everything that's happened. Ren then says the only thing she can offer Sela is death. Angered, Sela demands to know how a mere servant dares raise a sword against her, but Kella interrupts the fight, grabbing her arm with fury. Getting in her face, he asks who she was calling a mere servant. Frozen in fear, she begins to beg Kella to spare her life. With a swift move, he violently throws her to the ground without a second thought. Looking down at her, he warns that if she ever shows her face again, he'll kill her. Even from the ground, Sela curses him in a rage for the humiliation. Scrambling to her feet, she uses her speed to flee as fast as she possibly can. After it's all over, Ren thanks Kella, saying she is just his servant. He then corrects her, saying she hasn't been a servant for a long time. Touched by his kindness, Ren can only look at him with immense gratitude. Then Shrills asks if letting her go was the right move, but Kella replies that she's no match for them. With a smile, he explains that more living heirs just create more chaos among the humans. He adds that they can use Sela to divert the kingdom's attention away from them. Now at a safe distance, Sela scoffs, saying Kella was a fool to let her go. Revealing her plan, she explains that she planted a mana spider on Ren's body. During the hug, she managed to hide the tiny creature on her former ally's back. Now Ren's body is directly linked to hers because of the trap. Everything Ren sees and hears will be transmitted straight to her without them ever knowing. With a smirk, she declares that sparing her life was the biggest mistake he has ever made. Balion then summons his crew, calling them in for a mission. He introduces a trio, explaining they're the result of years of research. Hayden is stunned, admitting he's never felt mana of that level in his entire life. He adds that the three of them easily surpass the sixth circle of magic. He then realizes just how much Tarsa's research had advanced, while everyone else was distracted. With a smile, Balion orders them to lead the hunt for Kella alongside Hayden. Their leader, Seraphine, promptly promises to personally bring back the king's heir. Next to her, Kale celebrates, thrilled to finally get out into the world. The third member, Luna, simply clears her throat and continues to observe in silence. Seeing their power, Hayden concludes that they might actually be able to pull off the mission. With a determined look, he states that Kella-san will not escape this time. Elsewhere, Kella's group arrives at the Blood Mist Zone. Worried, Wood notes that his shield is trembling and asks if they are going to be all right. Trying to calm him down, Ren reminds him that they have defeated powerful enemies before. Overhearing them, Kella thinks to himself that maybe he should give his daggers names too. Clutching his sword, he notices its mana stabilizing, just like Wood's shield. However, he knows it's still not enough, and with no turning back, he decides the group will rest and cross the mist in the morning. Back at the palace, night has fallen over the kingdom's imposing structure. Inside, Killian announces that the long and difficult process is finally complete. Raising his transformed arm, he reveals that it is now the arm of Rudolph. Worried, Curly asks him to give a signal if Rudolph ever tries to invade his mind. He reassures her, guaranteeing that no one can invade his mind so easily. Just then, a soldier bursts into the room shouting that he has urgent news for the captain. He reports that Hayden attacked Kella, but only 2 wounded mages returned alive. Worse still, the soldier reports that Hayden's current whereabouts are completely unknown. Clenching his fist, he admits he was careless, and that Hayden has become a victim of his mistake. Curly then remarks that Kella is growing stronger, especially now that he's working with Shrills. He orders her to summon the white-clad Tolkien to track Kella down as quickly as possible. Back with the group, Kella explains that the mist tests whether or not everyone shares the same goal. Asking about the mist, Ren wants to know if they all need to have the exact same intention. Answering her, Wood says that shouldn't be a problem. He explains that it's okay for everyone to have a different reason for pressing forward. But Shri corrects him, saying the important thing is that they're together to protect each other. Agreeing with her, Ren enthusiastically shouts that she'll protect everyone in the group too. With his eyes closed, Wood simply confirms that the same goes for him. With a smile, Kella says that as long as they all feel that way, they won't have any problems. He then tells everyone to trust in one another as they enter the mist. Following his lead, the group heads into the mysterious area. Inside the mist, a strange red crystal starts to materialize right in front of them. All of a sudden, he realizes he's alone and shouts out, trying to see if everyone is still nearby. He wonders why all he can hear are strange noises. Just then, he catches a flash of rapid movement to his right. When he turns his head, his eyes go wide. Right there in front of him is a vision of himself sitting on an imposing throne. He's shocked to see that in this vision, he's the mighty Demon King. Frozen in place, he can only stare at the image before him, unable to react. In the vision, he's sitting all alone on a throne made of skulls. Seeing this, he starts to wonder if this is what he truly desires. He questions if he really wants to become a great and feared king. Suddenly, a shadowy creature appears, offering to grant his wish. Floating in midair, he's completely confused about what's happening. The shadow then offers him power, calling him by a name he doesn't recognize, Kang Chi Wu. He's shocked and wonders how this mysterious creature could possibly know his real name. Just then, the shadow promises him the perfect world he yearned for in his past life. He finds himself agreeing, admitting that he does desire the perfect world he created. The entity says it knows this and beckons for him to come closer, but he refuses, declaring that the future it showed him isn't who he is. He explains that his true companions are the friends right by his side. He shouts angrily, "What's the point of being the strongest if I'm all alone without them?" The creature is taken aback by his answer, confused as to why he'd refuse such an offer. He turns and yells for everyone to hear that it's all an illusion and not to fall for it. But the creature tells him it's a mistake to lie to his own heart. Feeling an immense pressure, he struggles to resist screaming that he won't give in to its power. He falls to his knees, realizing there's no escaping the mist. Elsewhere, Shrills is also trapped in an illusion created by the same blood mist. In her vision, she sees her brother as the Demon King, having destroyed everything in his path. The same shadowy figure promises to open a path for her to make that future a reality right now. She wonders if that's even possible, skeptical of the vision before her. Meanwhile, Ren is lost in her own illusion, completely cut off from reality. In her vision, Kella is by her side, not with Shrills. Smiling, she thinks she can finally have Kella all to herself. The dark entity then promises to grant her wish, telling her to come closer. As she reaches out, she declares that Kella belongs to her and no one else. With her eyes glued to the vision, she seems utterly consumed by the powerful temptation. Thinking back, she recalls loving Kella from the very first moment she saw him and how he accepted her as a friend. Even though she was just his servant, he now treated her like a true companion, a real friend. After everything, she still loved him and wanted to always be by his side. but for a moment her train of thought suddenly shifts. Taking a step forward, she says, "This isn't just about her." Reaching out her hand, she states that her real wish is for the good of everyone. Screaming with all her might, she refuses to give in to such a powerful temptation. Suddenly, the petals she was carrying erupt in a powerful explosion right in front of her. Surprised, she wonders if those were the petals Roland gave her. Just then, a woman appears, telling her she seems worthy of a proper meeting. Startled by the sudden appearance, Ren asks the woman who she is. The woman introduces herself as Clarine, a swordswoman who once trained alongside Turk Keldon. Overcome with relief, she cries, saying she can finally gain the strength to protect everyone. Clarine calms her down, explaining she will now guide her through her own mind. As Clarine tells her to take the blades, the daggers' names suddenly come to her. With the daggers in her hands, she finally learns their names, Dove and Crow. Clarine offers words of encouragement, reminding Ren that she's with her and urging her to cut through the mist. With one swift movement, she launches a powerful, unexpected attack against the dark entity. A single strike is all it takes to cut through and completely dispel the illusion. Back in reality, she realizes the blood mist has completely vanished. A confused Shrills walks over and asks what just happened. Kella, just as bewildered, asks Ren if she was the one who cleared the mist. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ren cries as she explains that she met Clarine, one of Turk Keldon's companions. Kella tells her to calm down, but Ren insists she feels fantastic. Shrills then congratulates her, admitting that even she wasn't able to resist the mist's temptation. Still laughing, Ren turns to Wood and asks what kind of temptation he faced. Wood explains that he wasn't tempted at all. The mist just disappeared while he was walking. Kella wonders aloud if the entity simply had nothing to tempt Wood with. With a deadpan expression, Wood replies that he doesn't really have any desires. Kella falls silent for a moment, reflecting on Wood's answer. He begins to question if his own deepest desire is truly to become the strongest. Clenching his fist, he grows angry with himself for failing to resist the temptation. Shrills, despite being from the sixth circle, also reflects on whether her own deepest desires had surfaced. Once they're all through the mist, Kella announces that their next destination is Mortarum. Standing before the entrance, he announces that they've arrived at the gate to Mortarum. Kella comments that the place radiates sheer terror, while Wood notes that even his shield is trembling. As Shrills approaches the door, she reads an inscription that forbids entry to all living beings. Annoyed, Ren asks if that means they have to die just to get inside. Determined, Kella walks up to the gate to use his magic. Suddenly, an entity appears, demanding to know who dares enter the realm of death. Fearlessly, Kella introduces himself as Kella Keldon, son of the Demon King Helkan. The entity scoffs, calling him a half-breed and warning that it will kill him for his audacity. Furious, Kella declares that Rorn wouldn't have sent him all this way just to be stopped at the gate. Unleashing his mana to its absolute limit, he screams for the gate to open at once. The Guardian is stunned, mistaking him for Turk Keldon. Kella, confused, wonders why the Guardian just called him Turk Keldon. Although still confused, the Guardian announces that it no longer has any reason to block their path. The Guardian opens the giant skull's mouth, simply telling the group to enter. An astonished Shrills asks if Kella was just mistaken for someone else, while Ren cheers for his incredible power. Recalling the vision, Kella is now certain that the man he saw was indeed Turk Keldon. He starts to wonder if he, like his companions, is also connected to Turk, but with no time to dwell on it, he announces that the door is open and they need to move. As they enter, Kella tells everyone to stay on high alert since they have no idea what to expect. They suddenly find themselves in a vast cemetery filled with the souls of ancient kings. Angered by their intrusion, the souls demand to know why they've come. One of the spirits suddenly grows to a massive size and roars for the others to kill the intruders. Without a moment's hesitation, Kella draws his sword and tells the group to prepare for a fight. In an instant, the souls swarm and surround them, screaming about how they dare disturb their eternal rest. Kella tries to calm them down, shouting that they've only come for the king's crystal. However, one of the spirits retorts that he is not worthy of possessing such a relic. Realizing it's no use, Kella understands that these spirits aren't mistaking him for Turk. At that moment, Shrills unleashes her abyss spear, summoning a barrage of weapons to attack. Several spears strike the spirit dead on, and it takes the full brunt of the attack. Nearby, Ren attacks, while politely apologizing to the soul she's fighting. Wood uses his shield to block an incoming attack, telling his shield to be brave. Kella lets out a battle cry as he charges the spirit in front of him, sword at the ready. With a confident smirk, he swings his sword only to see it pass right through the enemy's body. The spirit calls them fools, sneering that they can't be cut. Kella is in complete shock as his attack fails, unable to understand what just happened. The soul then explains that, while they can't be hurt, the same can't be said for the intruders. In the next instant, one of the spirits lands a direct hit right on his chest. He realizes that even his mana-infused sword can't harm the spirits. To his shock, he also notices that his wounds aren't healing like they normally do. The spirit snarls at him to abandon all hope and simply die. Unable to defend himself, Kella takes another vicious blow to the same spot. Desperate, he wonders what he can possibly do, since neither his attacks nor his healing abilities are working. Meanwhile, another spirit turns to Shrills and asks if she's prepared to meet her end. She quickly realizes her spells are useless, since they're the same element as the enemy. Meanwhile, Ren complains that her swords can't even scratch the spirits as one of them smacks Wood's shield aside. Seizing the opportunity, one of the spirits creates an opening for an attack. Watching the scene unfold, Ren freezes, completely unsure of what to do. Just then, a spirit grabs Wood, threatening to shred and devour his very soul. Caught off guard, Wood feels his own energy being consumed by the spirit. Desperate, Ren screams for the rookie to snap out of it. Kella, trying to protect Wood, takes a direct hit and is run straight through the chest. As Kella lies wounded, the spirit mocks him, telling him to accept his own powerlessness and embrace death. Seeing his companion fall, Shrill screams Kella's name in pure desperation. But even with a fatal wound, Kella tells Wood to hang on, promising he'll still find a way to save him. As he collapses to the ground, Kella can only manage to call out his friend Wood's name. He lies completely motionless on the ground, unable to move after the devastating blow. Finding himself in a dark void, he wonders if this is really it, if he's finally died. Thinking of his friends, he's filled with regret that he couldn't protect them. He fumes, angry that, once again, he failed to create the peaceful world he dreamed of. Just then, a demonic spirit grabs him and calls him an idiot. The spirit tells him it won't let him die after they've come this far. Startled, Kella recognizes him as Turk Callan, the ancient demon king. The spirit laughs, celebrating that Kella finally said his name aloud. The soul confirms his identity, formally introducing himself as King Turk Callan. Kella asks how he's inside his head, and Turk explains that up until now he hadn't been able to speak. Putting a hand to his chin, Kella asks if there's some kind of binding spell on Turk. Annoyed, Turk reminds him that he received both his sword and Morellan's blessing. Confused, Kella asks what this liberation ability is. Turk smacks him on the head, yelling that it's something he should already know. Kella tells him to stop hitting him and just explain, reminding him that his friends are in danger. With a smirk, Turk reveals that liberation is the hidden power dwelling within Kella's own soul. Shocked, Kella asks if this means he can actually use Turk Callan's power in a fight. Turk confirms this, explaining that he's been unlocking the seals on Kella's body one by one. The first seal broke when he acquired the demonic energy of Hel Kaloon. The second was unlocked when he met Turk and received Roralin's blessing. Now he can finally use liberation mode. Kella asks how many seals are left. With a smile, Turk says that once the 2 remaining seals are broken, Kella will become the strongest. Surprised, Kella repeats the word strongest, unable to believe he could become the most powerful being in the world. Turk encourages him to break the seals and create the world he's always dreamed of. Kella is suspicious, though, and asks why Turk is helping him, knowing he's from another world. Annoyed, Turk snaps back that all he wants is to finally break free from this eternal cycle. He explains that by helping, he'll soon be able to reach the end of his own soul's journey. Looking at his expression, Kella sees an infinite loneliness in Turk's eyes. Clenching his fist, he admits that he doesn't know if he can trust him, but right now he has no other choice. Shouting with all his might, Kella demands that Turk tell him how to use liberation mode. Without hesitation, Turk attacks him, unleashing a powerful blast of energy right at him. Stunned by the attack, Kella demands to know what the hell he's doing. Turk just yells at him to focus on the sensation and link their consciousness together. Surprised by this revelation, he yells out, asking if that was really only 20% of the full power. Calling him arrogant, Turk warns that his body can barely handle even that much power. He then points out that living beings can't attack the souls of kings. With a menacing grin, Turk starts to ask him a very pointed question. He then asks if he really looks like a living being to Kella. The truth dawns on him, and Kella is completely frozen by the revelation of Turk's true nature. Turk screams at him to get up before he dies there for good. Back in the cemetery, Kella's eyes snap open, filled with a new determination. His hand begins to transform, sprouting sharp, dark claws. Seeing him stir, the spirit scoffs, asking if he's still trying to resist. Despite his grievous wounds, Kella assures the spirit that this is far from over. With a shout, he finally activates liberation mode, unleashing his full power. Wielding his transformed sword, he executes a powerful attack against the spirit before him. With just one blow, he effortlessly slices the spirit in half. The sheer power of the recoil, however, sends his own body flying backward. Stunned, the dying spirit wonders how he suddenly gained so much power. As he falls to the ground, his hand touches the soil, releasing a small wave of energy. In an instant, that energy erupts outward, striking all the other nearby spirits. The shockwave is so powerful it even hurls his companions away from the force of the impact. Completely stunned, Shrill calls out Kella's name, unable to believe what he's just witnessed. Meanwhile, Kella pushes himself up from his knees and launches himself spinning into the air. He rushes forward, cutting down every spirit in his path. Putting everything he's got into it, he declares this is his final blow. With one last move, he unleashes a massive wave of energy in every direction. Even wood gets sent flying, crashing hard to the ground from the impact. Caught in the blast, Wood is knocked unconscious. With their final attack, the spirits are defeated and begin to dissipate. They can't believe they were beaten by mere mortals. Watching the spirits vanish, our heroes wonder how that was even possible. His face covered in blood, he says that while he might have a living body, the power he just used was something else entirely. Though injured, Kella says he can slice right through a spirit by unleashing Turk's mana. Shri comes over and asks him how he managed to use such powerful mana. Sildera then thanks Kella, adding that the rookie almost died. He notices he's healing much faster than before. Shrills gives him a serious look and asks him to explain what just happened. He replies that Rorland's blessing has made him much stronger. Not buying it, she asks him straight up what he's hiding from the group. She then presses him, asking if he was the one who eliminated the spirits, which makes him worry about the crystal. Suddenly, a strange sound somewhere in the cemetery grabs everyone's attention. Caldera turns around excitedly saying, "That sounds like a kitten." But then a giant cat appears, shocking everyone with its immense size. Greeting the party, the creature introduces himself as a longtime resident of this place. Startled, Kella asks if he's another one of the vengeful spirits. The cat tells them to relax, insisting he's normal, but Seldera yells back that he obviously isn't. He explains that he grew so large by absorbing mana over the years, as he used to be much smaller. The cat then says he knows what they're looking for and invites them for a chat. Shrills quietly warns Kella that the cat seems suspicious, but the creature overhears everything. Caldera disagrees, telling Kella that she doesn't get an evil vibe from him. Ignoring their debate, the cat announces that he has prepared food for them. With no better option, Kella decides they should follow the creature. Pleased, the cat praises his decision and asks them to follow him. Guiding the group, he reveals a secret passage hidden behind some large rocks. Inside, everyone is in awe of the magical underground hideout. Kella comments that he'd love to use it as a reference for building a new dungeon. He also says he's always wanted to design his game's main lobby to look just like this. The cat boasts that it took him 500 years to decorate his home. He then invites everyone to eat, saying they must be hungry. Seeing the lavish table, Kella asks about a glowing pudding. The cat explains that a macaron on the table can heal wounds, calling it the sweet of happiness. An excited Seldra gets ready to dig in, but Kella shouts for her to wait. Confused, she asks why she can't eat the food they've been offered. He then explains that in the realm of the dead, eating the food is a classic trap to ensnare souls. At that, Shri seems to recall an important warning she'd heard before. Seldera gets scared, remembering Rorland warned them not to eat anything here. The cat praises the young king's wisdom, and Kella asks why he seems so pleased about it. He reveals that this was their final and most difficult test. Kella then asks what would have happened if they had eaten the food. Smiling, the cat replies that they would have become his meal. He says they've now proven their worth and asks the group to follow him. He explains that they've passed the test, and Kella asks if this means he'll give them the king's crystal. He then places his paw on a device activating a magic circle. Inside it, a crystal begins to materialize within a flame. Then the crystal slowly floats out, emerging from the glass device. Offering the item, he says that this is the crystal Kella was looking for. With the crystal in his hands, Kella is surprised they managed to get it so easily. He concludes that without Rorland's and Turk's help, they never would have made it this far. Holding the crystal, he admits that actually it wasn't easy getting here at all. Shrills comments on the immense power she can feel radiating from the item. Teldera says the crystal is beautiful and looks incredibly precious. Wood also chimes in, saying he's never felt an energy quite like that before. Kella then asks why the kings would give them something so valuable. The cat explains that the spirits actually desire eternal extinction. Shrills then asks why they attacked the group so violently. He then reveals that they attacked the living as a desperate plea to finally be destroyed. Kella finally understands, realizing the souls have been in constant pain. The cat tells him not to blame himself, saying he has granted them peace. He then wonders if this is what Turk meant by eternal rest, and questions if Turk also desires extinction for himself. Looking at the crystal, he wonders if he's being used for that very purpose. He wonders if Turk, just like the others, also desires extinction. Looking at the crystal, he questions if he is simply being used for this purpose. Seldera then asks the cat if he guarded the crystal alone all this time. He confirms, saying he waited 500 long years for this very moment. In a memory of the past, a man named Arkin asks a woman named Sandra if she's really going to leave him all alone. With a sad expression, she listens to his pleading. She then gently tells him that he's too big to be called little anymore. Taking his paw, she says he's the only one who can protect the king's crystal. Crying, he asks if she has to leave because he's a burden. She hugs him tightly, confessing how hard it is to leave him behind. A single tear rolls down his cheek as he feels her warm embrace. He realizes her sadness runs even deeper than his own. She then asks if he can handle such an important mission all by himself. He yells back that there's absolutely no way he can do it without her. A flashback shows that he survived more than one brush with death, all thanks to her. In the memory, he says how happy it made him just to have her watch him grow. The memory continues showing him refusing to be apart from her for even a second. In her arms, he says he would cry if they were separated for even a moment. Snapping back to the present, he steels his resolve, telling himself he can do it. Through his tears, he promises to do anything she asks, even guard the king's crystal. With tears in her own eyes, she smiles and calls him her dear Arkin. Before leaving, she promises she will absolutely return for him one day. Back in the present, he explains that in the end, solitude was the only thing he managed to protect. Seldera remarks that a loneliness like that is simply unimaginable. He says greedy humans and demons came for the crystal, but they all failed his tests. The demons who challenged him just couldn't handle the crystal's power. When Kella asks how he knows Turk, the cat explains that Turk was the strongest of them all. He then reveals that the ancient and powerful demon king Turk is now residing inside Kella. The cat instructs Kella to place the crystal on his hand so the two of them can become one. Watching the fusion, Arkin admits he has no idea what will happen, as this has never been done before. Screaming that it's burning hot, Kella feels intense pain as the process begins. He realizes the crystal is merging directly into his hand. Writhing in agony, he lets out the loudest scream he can muster. Inside his mindscape, a mysterious figure tells him to just hold on. Startled, Kella wonders what in the world is happening. He then questions if this is the original owner of the king's crystal. Appearing in a flash, Turk confirms Kella's suspicion, leaving him stunned. Turk then addresses the ancestor, announcing that his crystal has returned to the world. The ancestor promises to ensure the great demon king's power will pulse once more, but Turk cuts in, saying he's only here to take back the crystal he left behind. Interrupting their conversation, Kella tries to ask Turk's spirit a question. Turk shouts at Kella to be quiet and just accept the crystal's power, warning that he'll kill him if he fails to get stronger. Back in reality, the fusion with the crystal is finally complete. Sal's comments that the mana feels like her father's, but much, much stronger. In disbelief, Caldera asks if this overwhelming pressure could really be the power of a demon king. Feeling his newfound strength, Kella realizes that if Turk is right, he can become even more powerful. He reflects that he now holds the crystal that all of hell failed to obtain, realizing he might be able to become stronger than anyone. Shri marvels at his unbelievable mana, wondering how his body can even withstand it. Wood adds that the power makes him tremble and that it has the true dignity of a king. Arkin explains that Kella would have exploded if he hadn't been qualified. Seldera celebrates, exclaiming that he was always destined to be a king. Arkin then warns that whether he becomes a strong or a weak king is now entirely up to him. With a serious look, Kella simply thanks them for their help. Saying his mission is over, Arkin announces he can finally rest from his long, lonely watch. He then lies down, explaining that he's going to enter a deep slumber. Seldera asks if he'll sleep forever, but he reassures her not to worry. He says he will only sleep until his mistress Salandra returns for him. Surprised, Kella wonders what kind of person could possibly be the master of such a creature. As he starts to drift off, Kella asks him to at least tell them his name. The enormous creature stays silent for a moment with his eyes closed. In a flashback, Salandra gives him the name Arkin, much to his astonishment. Overjoyed, the memory shows him shouting about how much he loves his new name. In the memory, he thanks Salandra with a bright smile, happy with his gift. Arkin then says his farewell, calling his name the greatest gift he's ever received. After his long wait, he finally falls into a deep, peaceful sleep. Looking down at him, Kella thanks Arkin for all the help he gave them. Thrill says that although she suspected it, she always felt a warmth mixed with a profound loneliness coming from him. Saying her own goodbye, Sildera wishes the guardian Archon a peaceful rest as the whole group watches him fall asleep on the large rug. Once they're outside, Kella starts talking about leaving while Caldera immediately complains that he's starving. Wood then points out that he senses a village-sized source of mana to the northwest. Full of excitement, Shri and Caldera yell for a teleport. In a flash of magic, the group arrives on a cliff overlooking the village of Venetia. Kella decides they should walk the rest of the way without using magic. When they arrive in the village, they see a guard whipping a demon to make him hurry up. A mother begs the guards to spare her son, but one of them just tells her to shut up. Grabbing the child, he says it's an honor to be offered to Draysel. The desperate mother asks if they have no feelings at all as she pleads for her child's life. Then one of the guards attacks the father, sending him flying with a single blow. Finding it amusing, the leader sneers that it's hilarious for an object to talk about emotions. He then tells the child to be quiet and forcefully drags him away. Shri expresses her surprise, noting that the Sky Guild has even taken over this place. Kella watches the whole scene unfold, his anger quietly building. The guard then grabs the face of the crying boy, who is desperately begging for help. A flashback shows Kella remembering his father telling him to go beg for money. He then recalls being beaten while pleading with his father to stop. Watching the scene, he remarks that this is worse than anything he has ever had to endure. Inside a church, a man praises the beautiful color of the mana within some blood. He explains that he uses mana extracted from elves, dwarves, and demons for his experiments. Holding the vials, he proclaims that he will become the god of this world. Drazel then claims that both demons and humans will be his to control. However, a subordinate warns him that they'll need many more demons to achieve that goal. Drazel then asks if he feels guilty, adding that the number doesn't matter. With a smile, he gives the order to capture all the demons with no exceptions. A child's cries for his mother echo throughout the village. Kella comes up from behind and taps the guard on the shoulder, startling him. When the guard turns, he recognizes Kella, calling him the coward. One of them then pulls out a wanted poster, confirming he's the S-rank fugitive. He warns the guard for hitting a child and asks if he's prepared for the consequences. Telling the man to get up, Kella says he should take responsibility like an adult. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunges forward and lands a heavy punch on the guard. Dismissing it as a bluff, one of them orders everyone else to attack. Kella then rushes the group, weaving between them with incredible speed. He lands a powerful kick, sending the first guard flying. The next opponent barely has time to complain about his speed before taking a punch straight to the face. Continuing his assault, Kella strikes a third guard with a palm strike. He then taunts that for trash like them, his hands are more than enough. Desperate, the guards wonder why the intel they had on him was so wrong. With a focused gaze, Kella prepares to finish off the last ones remaining. He then lands a swift 1-2 punch to the face, taking down another enemy. He mockingly asks if their information network has been updated yet. Inside, a guard runs to warn Draysel about Kella's arrival. Terrified, the guard explains that their men were annihilated by a single wave of overwhelming mana. Draysel just smiles, remarking that a perfect specimen has walked right into their hands. Meanwhile, the sun begins to set over the village. His companions approach, congratulating Kella for utterly demolishing his opponents. He reflects that the guild is still just as rotten as when he escaped. Angrily, he decides to use this chance to tear out all the corruption by its roots. Drazel appears amused by Kella's arrival, and Kella asks who he is. Surprised, Caldera asks Wood if he heard the name, and Wood confirms he did. She explains that Drazel is a madman from Turk's era who hasn't aged a day. Still in shock, she says, "This is insane." While Wood looks worried, Kella cuts straight to the point, demanding to know why he's kidnapping helpless children. He replies that all he needs now is demon blood to achieve eternal life. Licking his lips, he declares he will absorb the blood and become a god. Disgusted, Kella says every word he speaks is pure madness, calling him vile. Sensing his mana, Drazel turns with a curious smile, intrigued by his power level. Without warning, Kella lunges forward and lands a devastating punch right in his face. The force of the blow sends Drazel flying, slamming him hard against the wall of a nearby house. Kella then turns to a guard who is desperately screaming for his vice captain. He hits the guard with a punch that slams him to the ground, warning him not to die too quickly. Kella tells him he deserves to suffer immensely. He says that's the only way the children's rage can be even slightly appeased. On the ground, Drazel desperately begs him to wait and listen. Ignoring the plea, Kella moves forward and lands another blow with all his might. His fist clenches as he readies another attack, then strikes Drazel's face with a direct and brutal impact. Drazel wonders how he can be so much stronger than he anticipated. Unable to react, he's baffled as to why he can't defend against the blows. A scream of pain echoes throughout the village as he's defeated. Sildera then comments that the vice captain wasn't much of a threat after all. She says he looks pathetic, especially since Kella has grown so strong with the crystal. With an icy glare, Kella stares down at his defeated opponent, telling him to rot in hell. Kella delivers his final judgment to Drazel. The family offers their thanks, saying the villain finally got what he deserved. One of the villagers shouts that Lord Kella, a descendant of the king, has come to save them. The entire crowd then thanks him, proclaiming him as everyone's savior. A little girl runs toward him to say thanks, as her mother calls her back. Kneeling before her, he tells the little one that everything is all right now. Holding the girl in his arms, he assures her that she doesn't need to be afraid anymore. Seeing this unfold, the girl's mother cries tears of relief and gratitude. The villagers then shout that the heavens have not abandoned them, cheering Kella's name. Laughing loudly, Shrill celebrates that she can finally drink, telling them to prepare the tables for a party. Excited Hildera and Shrills shout that they're going to throw a huge party with lots of booze. From a distance, a mysterious group observes the celebration taking place in the village. Watching Kella, the leader says her group can handle him without any trouble. She then turns, ordering Kale and Luna to begin the operation immediately. Meanwhile, a villager offers a local specialty, remarking that the food is delicious. Drunk Shri and Caldera call for a toast, while he questions their heavy drinking. Wood claims he doesn't get drunk, but Kella notices Shri gave him a drink anyway. Two children approach him, asking if he's the great demon king. He lets them touch his horn, and one remarks that it's warm. With a smile, the two children look incredibly happy. Looking at their innocence, he recalls the suffering caused by the guild. Just then, an elder approaches, asking Kella what their next move should be. He explains that the guild will surely return to avenge Drael's death. Hearing the elder, Kella knows something terrible will happen if he abandons them. Worried, the villagers wonder if they should flee to another region. He goes quiet, analyzing the situation and trying to think of a solution. After a moment of thought, he says, "There's a much better way to solve this." Gathering everyone, he announces they will build a new dungeon far away from humans. Surprised, one of the villagers asks if it is really possible to create such a place. He declares he will make it happen, as he refuses to let the children live in fear. With a smile, he vows not to forgive anyone who dares to harm them. The village elder asks if Kella will truly take all of them in. Warning of the difficulty, Kella says everyone will need to work very hard. Determined, the villagers shout that they can handle any hardship that comes their way. Raising his fist, he gets everyone ready for the journey to the new dungeon. Shrills notes that since they're stronger, they can lead and benefit from the help. Carrying Caldera, he says they might just become the hope for all demonkind. Meanwhile, the smiling children and their friends have a great time at the party. Two kids call out for Caldera, and Shrills asking to play with them while laughing loudly. All the villagers enjoy the celebration, while one continues to insist he's not drunk. Wood says he'll keep an eye on the two girls. Then, a woman announces she has prepared a place for the group to rest. Night falls, and the large building stands under a beautiful starry sky. Lying in bed, he finally rests after the long day's events. As he lies down, he wishes to build a dungeon to maintain this peace forever. Meanwhile, night descends upon the village, bringing with it a deep silence. Outside, two villagers have passed out from drinking too much at the party. Just then, a strange energy approaches one of the sleeping villagers, preparing to attack the leader, confirms everyone is asleep and that Ren and Shrills have passed out. She explains she used magic to trap the two in a dream for 2 days. Luna then reveals that Wood also fell for her deep sleep magic. Kale says now they just need to deal with Kella wanting to experiment on him, but the leader decides they will kill him and take his body back instead. With their plan set, they enter the room through the window without making a sound. Approaching the bed, the group finds the young king sound asleep. Standing before him, the leader announces she has come to claim his life. She then materializes a spear, saying his body will be used for research. Holding the weapon, she prepares for the final blow. With no chance to react, he is struck squarely in the chest by the spear. As a farewell, the leader says they will meet again in hell. Struck dead on, the body in the bed reacts with a surprised expression. Then, its image begins to dissolve, revealing that it's not the real Kella. The body vanishes completely, leaving the weapon stuck in the pillow. Surprised, the leader wonders when they had fallen into the illusion. Appearing behind them, Shrills reveals it was all an illusion from the start. She explains that she set her own trap because their plan was so obvious. Asked about the others, she says Ren and Wood were also illusions. The leader admits the illusion magic used to fool them was impressive. Noticing their calm demeanor, Shri asks if they still have a trick up their sleeve. The leader warns that the magic was just a setup and won't change the outcome. Smiling Kale says he prefers a straight-up fight to an assassination anyway. Seeing their power, Shrills realizes that these three are formidable opponents. Sensing an unusual mana, Strills notices there's something off about them. She then wonders why the Tarsa group is so interested in Kella. Seraphine replies that she is under no obligation to answer, dismissing her as a mere test subject. With a grin, Kale taunts her, saying she can cry if she's scared. Angered, Shri warns she'll beat the answer out of them. Noticing the area has been sealed off, Seraphine asks if she's afraid of hurting innocents. Kale then explains that Kella can't stand seeing children get hurt in a fight. Luna comments that, for a six-circle spell, it's surprisingly sophisticated. Shrouding herself in darkness, she decides she needs to gauge their true strength. When Shreels disappears, Kale excitedly says he wants to learn that magic too. But Seraphine warns that no amount of magic can hide the scent of blood. Focusing her senses, she announces that she's found her. Without a moment to waste, she conjures several spears and launches them in that direction. Taking a direct hit, Shrills is thrown back by the force of the attack. She yells out that she's never seen magic like that before. Charging forward, Kale announces that now it's his turn to attack. His attack hits the commander dead on, sending her flying. She quickly realizes that some kind of toxin is spreading from the wound. All of a sudden, she starts hallucinating her father, who accuses her of betrayal. She figures out it's a mental poison and knows she has to get it out of her system. She begins the dark purification ritual, starting the process of removing the toxin from her body. Meanwhile, Luna takes this chance to launch a massive magical attack. With no way to dodge, the commander gets hit head-on and is thrown back by the blast. She notices the three of them are fighting in perfect sync. Realizing she's outmatched, she decides to switch tactics and create a bunch of clones. Using her technique, several identical copies of her suddenly fill the battlefield. Totally confused, Kale yells out in desperation, asking which one is the real one. Seraphine tells Luna to pinpoint the real one since the scent was also copied. Luna says she's on it and immediately uses her mental exploration magic. However, she's stumped, reporting that they're all giving off the exact same mental frequency. Mockingly, Shrill explains that her avatars are actual physical copies summoned straight from the abyss. Annoyed by the taunt, Luna snaps back that she's nothing but a test subject. Seraphine calmly tells Luna not to fall for such a childish taunt. She then declares that they'll just have to wipe them all out and unleashes a devastating spell. The attack hits its mark, destroying all of Shrill's copies in one fell swoop. Seraphine then remarks that, just as she thought, there's only one real one in the end. A little ways off, the real Shrill appears, looking like she's taken a bit of damage. She admits, impressed, that Seraphine is way stronger than she expected. Seeing his opening, Kale charges forward, yelling that he'll be the one to capture her. Faced with this direct assault, she realizes the situation is genuinely dangerous and braces herself. Shouting that the information-gathering phase is over, she unleashes a massive wave of power. Blown back by the sheer force, Kale wonders where that sudden surge of power came from. When the dust settles, she remarks that was a close one, as several silhouettes appear behind her. It's Killman and his squad, and he congratulates Shrill on a job well done. Seeing the reinforcements, Kale realizes his opponent was just stalling for time to analyze their abilities. Taunting her foe, Shrill asks Seraphine if this development was also part of her grand calculations. Seraphine just stays silent, her expression turning sour. Shrill then points out that she stuttered, mocking her for not seeing this coming. Furious, Seraphine yells that that's ridiculous, insisting there's nothing she can't predict. Feeling the pressure from her overwhelming mana, Killman is impressed. He then orders his group Cruntus to bring their targets back as corpses. Recognizing the group, Kale realizes the hunt for them has just gotten a lot more serious. So he calls out that he'll take on the one with glasses, warning his team about the danger. Shrill says she'll handle the mage since it would be a bad matchup for the others. Her companion confirms that she and Wood will take on the other guy. Charging in with his sword, he thinks to himself that he needs to end this fight quickly, so he can help out his team. In response, Seraphine prepares a spell, manipulating the blood around her. His attack is completely blocked, creating a huge impact against her bloody defense. Stunned, he realizes she's actually using her own blood to defend herself. She then remarks that close quarters combat seems to be his specialty, but warns him she's about to demonstrate why the sheer amount of mana doesn't mean a thing. Right after she speaks, her blood lashes out at him, forming into several vicious serpents. He tries to fight them off, slashing at the creatures with his sword. However, the blood serpents just regenerate instantly the moment they're cut. He quickly figures out that physical attacks are completely useless against their regenerative power. She explains her magic, telling him it's useless no matter how many times he cuts them. As blood spikes pierce through him, Killman screams in pain as the attack immobilizes him. He then realizes she's reading his every move and adapting her magic accordingly. Switching over to the other fight, Shrill attacks Luna with a powerful abyss spear. Luna uses her staff to quickly create a barrier protecting herself from the blow. Shrill then notices the staff is emitting an unknown, incredibly powerful energy. With a smirk, Luna activates a new ability called Draonis' Memory. An enormous dragon made of pure energy erupts from the staff and charges straight for Shrill. Hit head-on, she's sent flying by the force of the attack. She realizes the energy is draconic, a completely different system of magic. Luna just smiles, telling her she'd better brace herself for what's coming next. Charging at full power, the dragon chomps down hard on her energy barrier. The shield immediately begins to crack under the immense pressure. In shock, she screams that she can't believe her shield was broken that easily. With a victorious look on her face, Luna says she can struggle all she wants. A moment later, Shrill is hit dead on and sent flying by the dragon's attack. As she's blasted away, Shrill screams in frustration at her opponent's overwhelming power. In the third fight, Kale is unleashing a flurry of kicks while his opponent, Ren, warns her partner, Wood, to be careful. Heeding the warning, Wood moves forward with his shield up ready to face Kale head-on. Kale blocks his overhead attack and scoffs at how weak he is. Suddenly, Kale sucker punches Ren in the back, sending her flying. As she tumbles, she cleverly uses her daggers to slide across the ground and soften the landing. Wood cries out her name, realizing she just shielded him from the poison. Ren struggles to her feet, admitting that the blow really hurt. Laughing at their plight, Kale warns them that his next attack is going to hurt a whole lot more. He then unleashes a shower of poisonous projectiles at the two of them. In defense, Wood summons a massive wooden barrier from the ground. The poison immediately starts eating through the wood, and she screams that it isn't going to hold. Watching their defense crumble, she realizes just how dire their situation is. With a smirk, Kyle says it'll be fun to watch them both go down. Screaming in unison, they refuse to give up, unleashing an immense wave of power together. He manages to repel all the blood attacks, but Seraphine analyzes his power, noting that he can only use that move a few more times. However, she warns him that she can generate her blood serpents endlessly. He has to agree with her. Just defending himself like this is a losing strategy. He decides he needs to stop her from using one of her two grimoires. Knowing he can't maintain his power for much longer, he realizes he has no other choice. Unleashing his full power, he charges forward, demanding she hand over one of her books. She immediately notices that his mana has suddenly and sharply increased. With a smile, she remarks that he really was hiding his true strength all along. Saying everything is going just as planned, she traps him inside a blood cage. Completely caught, he screams in despair, asking what this thing is. Seraphine explains her magic, telling him it's a cage made from her own blood. He desperately tries to escape, yelling that he can't break the bars even with all his strength. She continues explaining that the spell uses her own blood, which makes it even stronger. Right after she says that sharp spikes begin to sprout all over the cage. Seeing this, Kilman screams that the whole situation is completely insane. With a cold expression, she warns that the spikes are about to pierce his body, threatening the young man. She tells him she's going to tear him apart with zero chance of regeneration. Cutting to the other scene, Kyle scoffs, asking how long their little wooden shield will last. He continues to taunt them, saying he can't wait to watch their skin melt off. With great effort, Ren struggles to hold back the encroaching poison. From behind her, Wood warns that he can't hold on for much longer either. Realizing how much danger they're in, she knows Wood's shield is about to give out completely. So she yells for him to put the shield on her back, like he did before. Seeing their plan, Kale mocks their attempt while she screams for him to hurry up. With no other option, Wood decides to trust Ren and throws the shield right at her. It fuses with her, covering her body in a suit of wooden armor. Excited, Kyle says her transformation is incredible and looks super cool, but he warns her that it doesn't matter what form she takes. Saying he just has to break the wood, he attacks her new armor with all his might. As she endures the blows, she realizes she no longer has to worry about the poison. Knowing she only has a few seconds, a magical eye opens on her forehead. She then decides that she needs to use all of her mana in a single powerful attack. Concentrating all her power, she focuses entirely on her next and final move. All of a sudden, she vanishes, leaving Kyle confused and wondering where she went. A swift slash then cuts through the air, heading straight for him. Caught completely off guard, he can barely react to the surprise attack. Looking down at his side, he shouts in shock that she actually managed to cut him. Furious, he curses her for the wound she gave him. Taking advantage of his distraction, she strikes again, this time from behind. Taking another slice, he cries out from the deep gash. With her magic eye active, she notes that something about his poison rain feels off. Blindsided by her comment, he yells back, having no idea what she's talking about. Closing the distance, she explains that a mage of his caliber shouldn't be able to maintain that kind of attack. As he takes another hit, he glares at her with pure, unadulterated hatred. He screams in desperation, demanding to know what in the world she's babbling about. Staring down her rival, she smirks that she's finally wiped that smug look off his face. She then lays out her theory, aiming her arm blade right at him. She figures that his poison must be drawing mana directly from the earth. Unleashing a pulse of her own mana, she aims an attack straight at his feet. The attack lands dead on, completely shattering his ankles. By crippling his feet, she successfully cut him off from absorbing any more mana from the ground. He collapses, screaming that his legs are in agony. She knows she's stopped his mana absorption, but her own armor is on its last legs. Seeing her one and only chance, she moves in for the finishing blow. With a final decisive slash, she takes down her opponent once and for all. Pushing through the pain, she pours every last drop of her remaining energy into the final attack. Sprawled on the ground, Kale is utterly defeated. He just stares into space with a look of total shock as he loses consciousness. Exhausted, Ren leans on her daggers just to stay standing. Smiling weakly, she whispers that she did it and thanks Wood for all his help. Glancing to the side, she sees her companion collapsed and unconscious on the ground. It dawns on her that he must have used all his power to keep her armor intact. With nothing left in the tank, she finally crumples to the ground, spent from the brutal fight. Lying on the dirt, she mutters that Wood is a fool for making such a sacrifice. She adds that she can't even lift a finger. Barely conscious himself, Wood weakly asks if it hurt badly, calling her Guardy. Looking over at him, she musters the strength to tell him he did a great job. Meanwhile, the defeated Kale lies on the ground, staring into the void, completely paralyzed. Witnessing this outcome, Luna is completely floored. In a fit of rage, she screams, unable to believe that Kale was actually defeated. Shrieking, she orders her dragon to hurry up and finish them all. Ren takes the attack head-on, desperately trying to block the blast with her shield. It's in that moment she realizes dragon magic isn't something you can just parry. After everything she's been through, she refuses to go down like this. But as the very real possibility of death looms over her, she freezes for a split second. A flashback reveals she has spent her entire life living on the brink of death. In those moments, a massive gate would always appear before her, its true nature a mystery. Standing before it, she could feel a deadly, potent energy radiating from it. Her mentor, Fel, asks what she's looking at, and she points to the gate. Fel then reveals that what she's found is the Gate of Darkness. Baffled by the name, she can only stare at the immense, shadowy structure in front of her. Her mentor warns her that she is not yet worthy to approach it and orders her to back away. The flashback shows that even Fel seemed to have a healthy fear of the gate. When she finally reached the 6th circle, her power increased exponentially. It was then that she witnessed the Gate of Darkness dissolve and become a part of her. Back in the present, she knows her curiosity about the gate has only grown stronger. As she struggles to hold back the attack with her shield, she accepts that her own magic is no match for this. To fight power on this level, she decides she'll have to borrow the strength of the gate. With grim determination, she declares she will open the gate and use its power to shatter the spell. Standing before the Gate of Darkness, she prepares to unleash its power. Extending her hand, she conjures a magic circle to pry open the gate. With a surge of force, her hand pushes against the enormous dark structure. Screaming, she demands that the power sealed within finally show itself to her. A figure emerges from the darkness, and she challenges it to show her its true power. Sensing the shift, Luna grows confused by the strange new energy flooding the battlefield. With her eyes glowing ominously, a dark and unfamiliar power surges through her body. Her transformation complete, she prepares to launch her counterattack. The shadowy figure lunges forward, swinging a massive weapon toward the dragon. Its shadowy attack cuts a direct and devastating path toward its target. The dark magic slams into the dragon, resulting in a massive clash of power. Horrified, Luna screams as she watches her dragon get completely obliterated by the attack. Faced with this creature, Luna is paralyzed with terror by its overwhelming presence. In a deep voice, the dark figure asks if she's the one who stole a dragon's magic. Wincing in pain, Luna yells that she's never seen magic like this in all of Tarsa. She cries out that she isn't even sure if it qualifies as magic. In a flashback, Balian teaches that the greatest terror in the world is the unknown. Seraphine explains that their entire study of dragons was merely practice to prepare for a much more terrifying unknown threat. Luna finally understands that this fear was the entire reason the Tarsa group was formed. Walking through a field of bones, she mulls over the concept of fearing the unknown. Back in the present, she's staring at the living, breathing embodiment of that fear. Beginning to cry, she realizes that true fear is standing right in front of her. Her tears stream down as she faces her opponent. She's completely terrified by the situation. With no strength left to fight, she finally collapses to the ground, utterly defeated. Floating in the distance, Shri observes the aftermath of the battle and her fallen opponent. Gasping for breath, she wonders if she's finally won the tough fight, but the creature calls her a fool, explaining it was summoned without any real understanding. Looking up, she wonders what the dark creature is. The entity warns her that it only has 5 seconds on the clock. It promises to share the essence of darkness with her later. Then with a loud bang, the gate of darkness slams shut. Soon after, the gate vanishes, dissolving into the shadows. Gradually, the entity's entire presence fades from the battlefield. Still falling, she wonders what in the world just happened. Her body continues to float aimlessly. Unable to think straight, and with her mana completely drained, she feels the toll the brief summoning took on her body. Even though she's exhausted, she tries to move to find and help young Kella. The scene changes where the blood prison is mercilessly piercing Kella's body. Being impaled, he screams in agony from the pain of his wounds. Seraphine observes the situation, noting that this is still well within her expectations. Seeing Kella subdued, she prepares to deal with the rest of the group. He screams in pain once more as new spikes pierce him. Bidding him a cold farewell, Seraphine warns that the blood prison has begun to run him through. Shouting for the bars to break, he attacks the blood prison with his sword. With a calm look, she warns him that struggling is useless against her magic. He just yells back that she's about to find out this is more than just a struggle. Asking if he still doesn't get it, she begins to explain the difference in their magical power. He tells her to shut up and readies another attack with his sword. He then fires an energy blast at the mage, but she blocks it, calling the move completely useless and predictable. Seizing the opportunity, he yells, "Naus," launching his real plan. Just then, a small slime pops up out of nowhere, holding one of her grimoires. Startled by its appearance, she questions what the creature in front of her is. Looking closer, she shrieks in surprise when she realizes it's a slime. Without wasting a second, the slime zips away with the book, leaving her furious. Still trapped, he tells her he was just waiting for her to let her guard down. Outraged, she asks if he really planned all of this from the beginning. With a smile, he reveals that he had summoned Stone and hidden him in the darkness. Questioning the mage, he points out there's a reason she uses 2 grimoires. Telling her to look, he gestures to his still imprisoned body. With a smirk, he informs her that the blood prison is already weakening. Desperate, she wonders if he's actually absorbing her blood prison. In his mind, Turk congratulates him, saying he's doing great. He then explains that the power contained within that blood is simply incredible. Turk advises that this is his chance to raise his body's limits. According to the spirit, this is a banquet prepared just for the young man. Accepting the situation, he prepares to begin the total absorption process. Then he yells that he's going to take every last drop of her blood. Feeling the pain, she screams as her blood is drained away by his absorption. Furious, she yells that it's impossible for him to be absorbing her blood like that. As he takes it all, she can only stare, completely shocked by what's happening. Along with the absorption, the information contained in her blood begins to flow into him. As he processes everything, a notification in his vision confirms that the new information has been successfully received. From that information, she realizes his bones are identical to a dragon's. Shocked by the discovery, she screams, asking if he's a dragon half-breed. Kella just stares at her, looking completely confused by this revelation about himself. That's when she understands his absurd regeneration comes from dragon blood. Not understanding a thing, he wonders if he really is a half-dragon. Suddenly, Turk yells at him to stop reminding him they need to keep her alive for now. The spirit explains that she is a much better mage than he anticipated. Annoyed, Kella says he'll stop there even though it's a waste. When he stops, the remaining blood prison returns to her body. Exhausted, she cuts her own hair to rid herself of the young man's tainted blood. Kneeling on the ground, she feels the impact of having so much blood stolen. With half of her blood gone, she no longer has any energy for magic. Looking up, she realizes the situation has spiraled far beyond her expectations. Walking over to her, he informs her that he left her alive for a reason. Then he demands that she explain what she was talking about earlier. The scene changes. A lone crow flies over the Rocky Mountains, landing on Belfon's arm to deliver a message to its master. Furious at the news, he shouts, asking if the Correntes group has really been defeated. His followers say they must go support the group immediately, but Belfon warns them it's useless as they would only be defeated as well. Model. Seeing that the 2 of them are still alive, he orders them to call for backup from the base. He then decides to track them himself to get a first-hand look at the situation. His men agree, saying they'll head back to base for reinforcements. He then wonders just how much stronger young Kella has really gotten. Clenching his fist, he realizes the situation could become extremely dangerous. He even considers that Killian might lose to Kella right now. Meanwhile, the Tolkien White Squad moves out, flying on their dragons. Kala tells Audrea to get a grip, but she just screams that she's going to crush Kella. A view from behind shows just how seriously Killian is taking this chase. With a smile, Deed jokes about the arm the captain lost to Kella. Annoyed, Kayla and Audrea yell at Deed to shut it, but he just warns them he's going all out, wanting to take down Shrills himself. Flying on his dragon, Curly prepares for the chase. In a profile shot, Killian focuses on his targets, his thoughts on Shrills and Kella. He clenches the fist of his new arm, preparing for battle. The scene shifts to a large hall where Kella and Seraphine are sitting. Now that their blood is connected, he finds it strange that he can suddenly see all her information. She says it's the first time she's experienced anything like it too. Holding his hand, she remarks that unexpected things keep happening to them. He realizes that because of his origin, he now understands why the ancient dragon helped him in the past. That was the moment the dragon recognized him as one of its own kind. This leads him to wonder if his mother Carista was actually a dragon herself. Turning to Seraphine, he asks if dragons can turn into humans. She explains that they can't use magic to alter their own fundamental being. Even if they managed a transformation, she says it would only last for a short time. So he wonders how his mother managed to do the impossible. He also can't understand how his parents, Hel and Carista, fell in love when their races were rivals. In a flashback, he remembers how everyone in the castle despised dragons back then. He even remembers saying that all dragons deserved to be wiped out. Realizing this, he reflects on how much his mother must have truly loved his father. Seraphine then asks if he has any more questions, and he says no. She warns him that she's about to speak her mind and asks him to listen carefully. The scene then shifts again, showing a wider view of the large hall they're in. Shocked, he yells, asking what on earth she just said. She calmly explains that he subjugated her in a way she could have never predicted. On top of that, she learned that he's a demon with dragon's blood. Because of all this, she boldly declares herself Kella's future bride. Completely floored by the proposal, he's left speechless, just stammering and yelling. He asks how she could possibly come to such an absurd conclusion. Looking surprised, she says she didn't realize he would be so enthusiastic about the idea. Furious, he breaks their connection, shouting that he was only using her as a lie detector. Grabbing her by the horns, he orders her to obey his commands as his vassal. In response, she just repeats the word obedience, seemingly contemplating his order. With a new glint in her eye, she says that as his bride, she can certainly accommodate that preference. Completely stunned, he can't find the words to respond. Frantic, he screams, having no idea how to handle her response. Meanwhile, she just stares at him with a blushing face, making him even more flustered. In a flashback, she recalls how she was hailed as the greatest genius since she was young. Because of this, she felt it was her duty to protect all who followed and admired her. Fearless, she believed she could dominate the world with her magic, until the day her colleagues screamed in despair at the arrival of dragon magic. That day, humans riding dragons appeared and attacked Tarzakan society. Everyone she loved, her friends, her juniors, and her seniors, were all caught in the attack. Pleading for help, they were all cut down right before her very eyes. Paralyzed by fear, all she could do was listen to their desperate screams begging her to save them. Her genius talent was utterly useless in protecting her friends. As they screamed for their lives, they were all simply consumed by that immense power. That was the moment she truly understood the horror of dragon magic wielded by humans. Facing that tragedy, she swore to learn everything she possibly could about dragons. She made this vow so that she would never have to feel that kind of terror and helplessness again. And so, understanding dragons became the only way for her to prove her own worth. Back in the present, she reveals that she has finally found him, a demon with dragon's blood. For her, this is the perfect opportunity to get all her answers. The scene then shifts to outside the large building. Waking up confused, Luna wonders where she is and what just happened. Shrills then appears, noting that she's awake and can now speak normally. Inwardly, Shrills confirms that the memory alteration spell worked perfectly. She then tells Luna that she's a companion who is traveling with their group. Facing Seraphine, Luna says she now remembers her. Changing the subject, Kella asks Seraphine if she was being serious about the whole marriage thing. She says she can't just hand over a dragon half-breed to anyone else. He then complains that getting married just for that reason is way too much, but she confesses that her interest in him isn't purely for research. Placing a hand on her chest, she says her heart was pounding for him. Embarrassed, he shouts that he's never even been on a date, and now they're suddenly talking about marriage. Suddenly, Ren wakes up angrily questioning the word marriage that she just overheard. Furious, she charges towards Seraphine, screaming that she's going to finish her off for good. Annoyed, Ren yells that these people were trying to kill them all just moments ago. Seraphine simply declares herself Kella's future wife, which means she's not an enemy anymore. In response to the outburst, Seraphine just says the other girl is clearly jealous. Seeing the commotion, Shrills asks everyone to please discuss things calmly. Through a high window, daylight can be seen streaming into the main hall. In another room, she urges for calm, reminding him that the Tarsa mages are monsters. He agrees, admitting that without Stone, the situation would have been extremely dangerous for him. She then proposes that the two of them join their group as new allies. But Wood warns that the marriage would officially make the Tarsa group their enemies. He agrees with the young man, saying they would be a great help with construction. Furthermore, he adds that the two of them would be very useful against the Tolkien White Squad. Shrills also remembers that the Tarsa hate humans, especially those who can control dragons. Ren still refuses, saying a marriage makes no sense at all. With a smile, she reveals her plan. It will be a sham marriage. The plan is to use the two of them until they can build the ultimate dungeon. Annoyed with the situation, Ren clicks her tongue in irritation. Wood then says they should go along with Shrill's opinion for now. Facing Ren, she asks what she thinks of the marriage idea. Irritated, Ren says she hates it, but admits that one day she wants to be with Kella. Even so, she understands she has no real reason to oppose Shrills. Looking at the young man, she says that in that case she has one condition. She yells that she won't accept them actually falling in love and having children. With everyone in agreement, Shrills says that the final decision is now in his hands. With his head down, he mulls over the idea of a sham marriage. His expression changes as he remembers the danger they're all in. Thinking of his companions, he realizes he can't protect them as he is now. For their sake, he shouts that he accepts the sham marriage proposal. Seen from below, the building stands out against the clear blue sky. She then says they'll have a simple ceremony followed by the real wedding. Teasingly, she asks if he really fell in love with her at first sight. With a provocative smile, she says he doesn't need to be ashamed of it. Embarrassed, he yells that he's never even dated and now he's marrying a demon. At a grand ceremony, all the guests congratulate the couple on their engagement. Dressed in a suit, he thinks it's a good thing no one saw him fight before. In a white dress, she asks him what he thinks of how she looks. Flustered by the question, he stammers but admits she looks beautiful. She then notices his blood is heating up again because of the situation. She explains that she can feel everything because her blood now flows in his veins. Blushing, he realizes this situation is much more complicated than he'd expected. The elder then announces they will proceed with the engagement ceremony. Furious, Ren declares she'll finish her, but Wood tells her to calm down. She screams that she's the one who loves Kella, while the other woman just appeared out of nowhere. Shrills asks her to understand that there's nothing he can do about the situation, but clenching her fist, she thinks there's no way she can accept it. Looking at the bride, she yells that she will never approve of this union. The elder finalizes the ceremony, declaring this as proof of their engagement. Approaching him, she says the two of them are now one. He then wonders if this was really the right choice. Focused on her goal, she thinks that he is the key to unlocking the dragon's power. 4 days later, the group continues their long journey along a forest road leading 200 people. The journey proves to be more difficult than he imagined. With supplies running low, only the 50 children in the group are being fed. Without complaining, the adults understand that the children are the priority. After 2 more days, Wood's clairvoyance becomes even sharper and stronger. Thanks to the Dragonstone, they finally find the ideal location for their dungeon. Remembering the ancient dragon, he wishes he could meet that creature again someday. Suddenly, Wood announces he feels a strong flow of mana about 12 miles away. He explains that they're earth spirits perfect for building the new dungeon. Finding it interesting, Seraphine wonders what kind of synergy might result from that combination. He then realizes that her research into his lineage is her primary focus. Later that night in the tent, she calls to him saying she's ready. Completely confused, he asks what on earth she means by ready. With a sultry look, she suggests they get a head start on making an heir for the future. Completely flustered, he shouts that they literally just met, and that there are steps to these things. Telling him to hurry up with those steps, she immediately pounces on him. Leaning in close, she prepares to continue her nightly conquest. In a total panic, he yells that this whole situation is crazy. Making a desperate escape, he claims he has to use the bathroom. Once he's out, he quickly shuts the tent flap only to find Ren waiting for him behind a nearby tree. She's quick to remind him that their marriage is purely for show. He awkwardly assures her he remembers, practically begging her not to let the other woman get her hands on him. Frustrated, he asks why she isn't asleep anyway. She replies that as his servant, it's her job to guarantee his safety. He just yells for her to take care of herself for once, pointing out the massive dark circles under her eyes. And so, every single night, the same argument between Seraphine and Ren would play out. In the middle of the camp, a lone wooden box sits in the darkness. Annoyed, he gripes that this is ridiculous since the marriage is just a sham, but Turk informs him that she's actually the perfect partner for him now. Kella then asks if that's the real reason he insisted on keeping her alive. With his arms crossed, Turk yells back, asking if the kid really thinks he's that conniving. Pointing at Kella, he explains that the mage is way stronger than he realizes. Looking at the young man, he's confused by this revelation from the spirit. Appearing as a silhouette, Turk declares that a demon king needs a worthy queen. He believes the fact that Seraphine came to him is destiny itself. Kella adds that he can feel her sincerity through their shared bloodline. Turk asks what the big deal is, and he admits that he knows she's a good person. In profile, we see that something else is clearly on his mind. Furious, Turk demands to know if he's hesitating because of that other girl. With a faraway look, he admits that, yes, she's on his mind a lot. The spirit explodes in anger, calling him an idiot for worrying about something like that. He then orders the kid to cut the nonsense and just accept her as his wife. In silence, he just stares off into space, lost in his own troubled thoughts. He closes his eyes for a moment, reflecting on everything. While lying next to her, he wonders if he really has to go through with this. Back in the present, he announces a break for everyone to get some rest. In the background, he slumps down completely exhausted while two children chat in front of him. Utterly drained, he realizes he hasn't gotten any sleep over the past few days. A young boy then asks how much farther they have to walk. Excitedly, he asks if this means bad guys like the Sky Guild won't be able to attack them there. Gazing toward the horizon, he reflects on the boy's tough question. With a smile, he promises that everyone will be safe once they reach their destination. The boy beams, thanking Kella for everything he's done for them. Watching them, he cracks a small smile, his determination renewed. While they're resting, Shrills announces she's going to go over their combat skills. Whenever she had a spare moment, she would teach the demons basic techniques, demonstrating with swords. Wood explains they can use weapons if they don't have magic, and Ren teaches them to aim for the enemy's vital points. With a dagger in hand, she shouts that they have to learn to predict their opponent's movements. The demons all train together, working hard to master their new combat skills. Others practice their magic, creating small orbs of energy in their hands. Looking on, he realizes that hope is finally returning to their eyes. For the sake of the children, he feels more determined than ever to protect them. The scene changes to the Sky Guild's headquarters standing tall against the horizon. Seated in his chair, Hermeson announces that all the allied masters have assembled. Master Barak says he can't believe Dracylone was actually defeated by them. Rappa replies that this is more than enough reason to summon all the allied guilds. Artemis then announces she'll leave the tracking and assassination to them. The alchemist master chimes in that they can't let Kella Khaldun rest easy. Hermeson warns them that Kella has become far stronger than they ever anticipated. Revealing the banners, he declares that this is now a matter of survival. Pointing to a map, he warns that Kella is heading toward a specific region. Annoyed by this news, Barak questions if they're trying to set up a base. Hermeson then declares that the allied guilds absolutely cannot allow that to happen. Artemis agrees, stating they need to move out immediately before it's too late. With a grave expression, he warns everyone to remember Dracylone's fate. He then officially proclaims the allied guild's expedition to subjugate the young Kella. He shouts that it will all be for the eternal glory of humanity. 4 days later, the group is just 1 day from their destination. As they travel, it's obvious that the demons' combat skills have improved tremendously. But even with everything going so smoothly, he can't shake a strange sense of unease. Suddenly, a mysterious figure on horseback approaches their camp. Hidden among the trees, an unknown warrior observes the group from a distance. With an obsessive look, she repeats Kella's name as she spies on him. Looking at the sky, he wonders how a staff stores dragon mana. Luna explains that mana is condensed in every single cell of their bodies. Even after a dragon is defeated, the mana remains in its body for a while. Intrigued, Shrills asks her to share more details about the process. Ren then appears, offering the day's rations to the mage Seraphine. Annoyed, Seraphine asks if the girl is trying to slow her down with food. Ren says she needs to look after her health, since she is, after all, the fiancé. With a distant look, Seraphine says she's just jealous because she's in love with Kella. Completely shocked, Ren yells, asking how she could dare say such a thing. Seraphine just tells her to give up on her one-sided crush. Speechless Ren just stares at her rival. Seraphine continues her bold statement, warning that she's stronger and will therefore be much more useful to Kella. Faced with the taunt, Ren remains silent unable to think of a comeback. She then advises the girl not to torment herself with pointless jealousy. With her head down, Ren admits that her rival isn't wrong. In her thoughts, she believes Seraphine is a better match for Kella than she is. Approaching the two of them, he asks if they're finally getting along. Seraphine then says she has something important to ask him right away. She asks him if he thinks a descendant of the Demon King could ever love a servant. Caught off guard by the question, Ren just stammers the mage's name, not sure how to respond. Distressed, she thinks to herself that she's not ready to hear his answer. Looking right at her, he says yes, especially if the servant is as amazing as Ren. Blushing, Ren just stammers his name in response. Completely floored by the compliment, he explains that he's stopped seeing her as a servant and now sees her as a friend. Utterly embarrassed, she covers her face. She can't believe he actually said that. With a look of pure annoyance, Seraphine wonders if he's genuinely starting to like the girl. Out of nowhere, Wood and Shri appear, yelling that they have an emergency. Wood warns that a massive group of people is heading their way. After analyzing the situation, he says they'll arrive in about 3 days. Based on that, she concludes that with so many different energies mixed together, it must be an allied guild. He thoughtfully adds that the Sky Guild is definitely making a move against them. Annoyed, Ren shouts that it's going to be tough to fight while trying to protect so many people. He then warns that their only option is to reach their destination and set up a defense. Turning to Wood, he asks how much longer until they arrive. Angry, he yells that they're out of time and they absolutely have to get there by dawn. But Shri points out that everyone is already exhausted from the forced march. With grim determination, he says they have no choice but to keep moving. With a decisive step, he prepares to announce the plan to everyone. Hopping onto a rock, he warns them that an allied guild is pursuing them. Scared, the demons start to panic, wondering what they should do. Telling them not to worry, he announces that they will face the guild head-on. He then orders everyone to move at top speed toward their destination. Raising his fist, he yells for them to trust him and follow his orders. In response, all the demons roar that they will follow Lord Kella to the very end. Watching the scene unfold, Shrill senses a new level of dignity coming from the young man. Meanwhile, the human army pushes forward with orders to increase their marching speed. On horseback, Hermison shouts that they must exterminate the demons as quickly as possible. The massive army thunders across the field, closing in on its target. As night falls, he shouts for everyone to hold on even though they are completely exhausted. Worn out, the demons start saying they can't move another inch. While carrying the children, they see that people are starting to faint from the march. Shouting at Shrials, he warns that they need to conserve their mana for the battle ahead. With incredible determination, he grits his teeth, ready to lead the group himself. He then orders them to bring him every piece of cloth they can find. After gathering the cloths, he has them place the children and the most exhausted people on top. Grabbing the ends, he prepares to pull them all with his own strength. As he struggles, the others beg him not to overdo it. Screaming with the effort, he uses every last bit of his strength to pull the group. Watching his incredible effort, the others realize just how heavy the load must be. Seeing the children, he understands that their lives are literally on his shoulders. Shouting with all his might, he begs them to hold on just a little bit longer. At his cry, the demons are filled with renewed energy and shout back that they will keep moving forward. Watching the scene, Shrills realizes he's pushing himself far beyond his limits. The belief that he is their leader is pushing everyone past their own limits. Looking toward the horizon, she understands that Kella is growing stronger. Announcing their arrival, Wood shouts that they've finally reached their destination. Panting heavily, Kella says they barely made it in time. A powerful spiritual energy flows endlessly from the entire mountain. Suddenly, he notices something strange and becomes alert. He then asks Wood about an energy he feels coming from underground, insisting and questioning if his companion really can't feel it. Sensing an insane amount of energy, he was at a loss for words to describe its sheer scale. Totally pumped about the location, he declares it's the perfect spot to build the ultimate dungeon. Thrilled by the news, the demons thank Lord Kella for leading them to such a great spot. With that settled, they decide to kick off their exploration by checking out the cave first. He points out that the cave is pretty much ideal with tons of space and great airflow. Finishing up his analysis, Wood adds that the structure branches out in several directions. Seraphine then remarks on how strange it is for a natural cave to be so perfectly formed. Agreeing with her, his eyes suddenly catch something lurking deep within the darkness. From inside the cave, several pairs of glowing eyes suddenly appear, staring them down. Startled, Ren shouts a warning that they're not alone in there. As a very strange energy fills the air, several dragons emerge from the darkness, all resting in a massive nest tucked away inside the cave. It dawns on Kella that this might actually be a dragon's nest. Terrified, Seraphine and Luna are frozen solid by the unexpected and fearsome sight. Right beside him, a red dragon locks its gaze on him, putting him on high alert. A much larger creature lets out a low growl, getting ready to pounce on the intruders. Wasting no time at all, the dragon unleashes a massive blast of fire right at them. Shouting for everyone to watch out, Hala unleashes his mana to put up a defense. Sal's jumps in, using his staff to conjure an abyss shield to block the incoming attack. Wood pitches in with the defense as well, summoning a massive wooden barrier that erupts from the ground. The fiery blast smashes into the barriers, triggering a huge explosion. Seeing its raw power, Shrills realizes they're dealing with a high-ranking dragon. Clearly annoyed with the situation, he shouts that he doesn't have time for a dragon fight right now. She warns that her defensive magic isn't going to hold for much longer. Getting desperate, Seraphine begins to chant a spell in the dragon tongue. But the spell fails, and the dragon continues its relentless assault. Frustrated, she yells that the creature isn't responding to the dragon language at all. Seeing how things are going, he decides there's only one way to handle this. Telling them to just hold on, he gets ready to put his plan into action. As he activates his power, his magic eye begins to glow, connecting him to his target. Looking over, the small dragon is startled by the sudden connection. Their eyes meet, forging a mental bridge between the two of them. Terrified, the little dragon has no idea what's happening to it. Suddenly, it finds itself in a mental space, face to face with a giant-sized Kella. Kella realizes the dragon language is working exactly as he'd hoped. Screaming in fear, the little hatchling cries out for its parents. Kella asks it to calm down, explaining that he only brought it to this mental space so they could talk. Giving him a suspicious look, the little dragon asks if he's really telling the truth. Kella reveals that he's also of mixed dragon blood. He explains that since he's part demon, he has the ability to communicate with it like this. The little dragon seems to agree, saying that he does smell like one of them. Kella explains that he has no intention of hurting its family since he's also being hunted. He asks for permission to build a safe home there, but the hatchling is still skeptical about trusting him. With a sad expression, Kella tells the dragon he has nowhere else to go. The little dragon is shocked, shouting out when it learns that dangerous humans are on their way to this very place. The hatchling explains that its parents taught it to be afraid of both demons and humans. Kella insists that he's different and would never endanger its relatives. He promises that if they stick together, he'll protect both of their families. Swearing on his very name, he formally introduces himself as an heir to the great Demon King. He begs for its trust, his eyes filled with sincerity. Kella knows he has no other choice. This is his only option right now. With a now calm gaze, the dragon admits it can feel his sincerity and the warmth behind his words. Surprised by this response, Kella just stares at the small creature, completely at a loss for words. Breaking into a smile, he thanks the hatchling, which agrees to go talk to its parents. But before it goes, the little dragon warns him that there's just one condition. A little confused, he asks what the condition for their agreement is. The little dragon then starts to lay out its one simple request. As the dragon explains its condition, Kella's expression shifts to one of pure shock at the completely unexpected request.